Late evening, dull rumbles of thunder cover everything around, accompanied by the continuous sound of rain, drops of which knock on the ground like thousands of small hammers. A street vendor stands near his small tent, from which thick smoke from a brazier is pouring out, and the pleasant aroma of barbecue is in the air. Friends are relaxing nearby. The guy looks at his phone. There are a lot of posts with wishes on his page. He looks at his friend and importantly declares that he opened his eyes, and if he had not met the traitor with another in the car, then he would have been running after her anyway. And his interlocutor, whose name is Zhang Ma, nervously brings the bottle to his lips and takes several large sips. His friend Li Dakui adds that he will continue his observations to make sure everything is true. However, his speech is abruptly interrupted by Zhang Ma and looks at him sternly. The young man may have found himself in such a situation, but this is not a reason for ridicule. And then the guy quickly gets up from the table, getting ready to go somewhere. The friend looks at him in confusion. Retiring out of necessity, Zhang Ma declares that he will definitely take revenge on them. Li Dakui does not share this opinion, because her father is a big shot in KO. However, he does not listen to him and sternly repeats that he will definitely achieve his goal. Otherwise, he is not Zhang Ma. And his friend Li Dakui only looks after him in fear and confusion. Meanwhile, the rain is intensifying. Loud rumblings of thunder are increasingly heard in the surrounding area. Zhang Ma stands near the pillar and hums something to himself. He is too excited and does not pay attention to the terrible thunderstorm around him. But unexpectedly, after a loud roar, electrified lightning is formed and rushes down. An unsuspecting guy stands calmly near a pillar and does not notice how lightning is approaching him. Unexpectedly, she hit him. The guy's body takes an unnatural pose. His hair stands up from the shock of electricity. His face is frozen in a grimace of unexpected shock. But after a moment, he understands everything that is happening and thinks that he is so unlucky that even the natural elements attack him. Now he is definitely finished. Soon, Zhang Ma feels incredible bliss and thinks that he has already died. 3 days passed, and all this time the young man was unconscious within the walls of the hospital. Li Dakui, who is standing near the victim's bed, anxiously asks the doctor why his friend has not woken up yet. The doctor declares that this is normal, because the young man fell into a coma. The doctor carefully examines the patient and notices some peculiarity. Perhaps Zhang Ma is a foreigner. After all, he has unnaturally red eyes. The doctor opens the guy's eye, which is really red, and this is very alarming. However, Li Dakui does not believe it. His friend is definitely not a foreigner and has always had natural eye color. But when the young man looked, he actually saw some changes in Zhang Ma's gaze. And Zhang Ma himself at that time was mentally on the beach and watching the beautiful girls. Slender girls in swimsuits splashed water on each other and laughed merrily, while other ladies enjoyed sunbathing and sipping cocktails while lying on the bedspread. Soon, one of the girls approaches him and asks the guy to help apply sunscreen. Of course, Zhang Ma is a little busy and generally surprised by such a request, but on the whole, he doesn't mind. The next moment, the girl hands him the cream and asks him to fulfill such a trivial request. Zhang Ma, like a true gentleman, is ready to help the lady and extends his hand to take the tube. But suddenly, he realizes that the girl's face has completely changed. This is the face of his brother Li Dakui. Where did he even come from? The guy opens his eyes furiously. He is full of indignation because the dream was so beautiful. But it turned out that it was just an illusion. The doctor carefully looks at the guy's face and says that he has come to his senses, and that's good. But the next second, Zhang Ma suddenly sits down and his and the doctor's foreheads connect in a strong blow. A hospital employee grabs the reddened forehead and calls the staff for a nurse to come, as well as 2 more, because there are victims here. Soon, loud voices were heard outside the door, and medical workers quickly arrived at the scene of the call. 3 charming girls in white coats brought a mobile table with various medical supplies. Zhang Ma looks on in admiration. These 3 ladies have incredible beauty. In addition, the guy notices that his eyes now see things more clearly and expressively. For example, if you look at one of the nurses, you can see what is hidden under her clothes. Zhang Ma is surprised to think what happened to him. After all, this has never happened before. But soon the guy realizes that this is just a hallucination after an injury and everything will be restored. However, after the young man rubbed his eyes and looked at the women again, nothing changed. He still saw what was hidden under their clothes and watched the beautiful ladies with pleasure. In general, we must admit that Zhang Ma even liked these observations. However, This scared him very much. The guy had never seen through clothes before, and now it was happening in reality. Trainee nurse Li Huiruyi approached him and asked the guy to relax because he needed to measure his blood pressure. However, Zhang Ma was not thinking well. He wants to understand why such an unusual phenomenon is happening to him. And the girl, meanwhile, took the tonometer and said that if the check did not reveal any problems, then Zhang Ma would be discharged after lunch. She noticed how much the young man's hands were shaking and said that he shouldn't worry so much because it was just a blood pressure test. And then the nurse asked that perhaps the guy was feeling some kind of discomfort. But Zhang Ma could only babble that the girl came too close because it really bothered him. Meanwhile, Li Dakui was waiting for his friend and noticed girls training in a nearby building. When Li Huiru checked the young man, she said that all indicators were normal and he could be discharged. Meanwhile, Li Dakui watched with admiration as slender beauties practiced yoga. His friend could have stayed in this hospital for another week because there is a fitness room across the street. However, unexpectedly, Li Huiru interrupted his observation and said that it was indecent to peep, let the guy better follow her to pay. The girl thought with indignation that the young man did not remember her at all. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma was looking at his phone and wanted to find information about his illness. The guy read that as a result of the impact, there is the emergence of extraordinary abilities of the human body. He also learned that some people who experience an accident or extreme shock, giving an impetus to the development of physical potential, receive supernatural abilities. That is, it turns out that after being struck by lightning, Zhang Ma has X-ray vision. However, the young man decided that he should not tell his friend about this because he would think that Zhang Ma was a little crazy and moved his head after the electric discharge. But suddenly, the guy noticed another feature of his eyes. Now he saw a chamber that was located directly below his own. Zhang Ma was horrified to discover that now he couldn't see the floor, he had simply disappeared. Now the young man could observe what was happening in each of the chambers located on the lower floors. Zhang Ma fell to the floor in horror. This is so unexpected and at the same time very scary. In addition, the guy discovered that he could not stand, but he had to go to the toilet. The young man is very glad that he has supervision, but now he can't use stairs because he doesn't see them. And why exactly at that moment he wanted to go to the restroom? Now somehow he had to get there. Soon the young man discovered that there was indeed a toilet nearby, although it was for women. Zhang Ma sighed with joy. Has he really gotten there and now he can alleviate his condition? The young man thought that although he couldn't stand it all, fortunately he had wit and intelligence. At this time, two women decided to look into the ladies' room and were laughingly discussing their colleague. Suddenly, they saw Zhang Ma crawling out of the door, and they were very confused. And then they ran away in horror because they thought that there was a pervert in the toilet who was spying on everyone. Zhang Ma shouted after them that they were mistaken. He was absolutely not a pervert. He was in such a hurry that he only found the women's restroom. But that's not a crime. The guy looked after the running ladies and did not notice how a sewer pipe appeared next to him. And when he discovered this, he was completely bewildered because Zhang Ma definitely did not expect this. He realized that he could even observe how the air moves. This is something incredible. It's like this sewer drain is sucking him in and the guy can't fight it. Now, the young man understands that his vision is even capable of seeing through the pipeline. This is a fascinating spectacle that shows all the movement of water inside the sewer. And soon Zhang Ma discovered the exit where the sewer pipes led. It turns out that the young man can watch even through the water of the toilet. Suddenly, he discovered that someone came in and sat on the toilet. Most likely it was some kind of plump woman. An elderly lady who decided to go to the toilet and did not know that someone was watching her. However, she cannot shake the feeling that someone is really spying on her. How disgusting it is. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma is in terrible shock. It turns out that the observation will leave psychological trauma for the rest of his life. Soon the nurses arrived and brought Li Huiru and showed the girl the pervert who was still in the toilet. She looked at Zhang Ma in surprise. Who would have thought that he would do such a thing? Meanwhile, Li Dakui ran up to him and told his brother to come to his senses. The guy grabbed him and started shaking him to bring him to his senses. Li Dakui asked his friend not to scare him like that. Soon this small misunderstanding was cleared up and Zhang Ma could safely leave the walls of the hospital. The guy spoke with trainee nurse Li Huiru and thanked her for her care and also apologized for the inconvenience. Zhang Ma added that if a girl needs help, she can always turn to him and he will help. Unexpectedly, Li Huiru looked into his eyes with excitement. Can she really turn to him with any problems? The guy assured that this was really true because he never goes back on his words. In this case, Li Huiru just needs help because she has a difficult situation. The girl was silent for a few moments. She didn't know how to choose the right words. But then she took a deep breath and asked Zhang Ma to become her boyfriend. Some time passed, and the friends were heading towards their home along the large streets of the city. Li Daqui asked again about what the doctor said to Zhang Ma's brother so amazingly. However, the guy was thoughtful. He silently steps on the green grass and laments that his friend is not listening to him at all. Zhang Ma states that the girl offered to become her boyfriend, and this somewhat puzzled him. Li Daqui. They look at their comrade in surprise. Is he really saying this seriously? And then began to cry loudly because he, like a brother, helped Zhang Ma get over the breakup, paid for all the treatment, and was the first to meet the nurse, and this brat just took her away. Zhang Ma looked angrily at his comrade. Everything was not as he imagined. After all, at that moment when Li Huiru offered him this, she explained why she was doing it. She asked Zhang Ma to just pretend to be her boyfriend at the party to make himself significant. The girl no longer has a person who could help and play this role, so the guy began to console his friend and said that their relationship would be for fun. Li Daqui calmed down. He assumed that his friend was just kidding, but now the guy wants him to return the money for the treatment. Zhang Ma furiously shouted that money was more important to his comrade than their friendship, and they began to argue about this. But suddenly, their argument was interrupted by a company that approached and began to address Zhang Ma. It turns out that it was his ex-girlfriend who met her new boyfriend. Sun Nai Na contemptuously said that she was shopping with such pleasure until she met these non-entities. Zhang Ma responded mockingly that after learning how great he was, he ended up in the hospital. The ex and her new friend decided to make a special visit to him. However, this statement greatly angered Li Ningyu, who is the heir to the Hentai Corporation. Suddenly, a crowd of spectators appeared around the guys, watching with pleasure what would happen next. Li Ningyu thought with annoyance about why so many people had gathered here. However, this is not so important, because in any case, a person with his position in society should not reckon with someone like the insignificant Zhang Ma. The boy knows who his father is. But in response to these contemptuous words, Zhang Ma said that he knew who he was. Li Ningyu burst into contemptuous laughter because he believes that he enjoys unprecedented authority and can do anything. His father is the chairman of the board of the Imperial Hentai Corporation, and his rival will regret his words. Zhang Ma ironically remarked that he was very scared, but he continued to boldly look into Li Ningyu's eyes. The guy angrily said that if his young man kneels down and licks his shoes, then he will forgive him. Li Daqui is really a little taken aback and asks the big shot not to be angry. He will treat them to dinner as an apology. However, in response to his words, Li Ningyu only looked at him with contempt. Is this poor fellow worthy of such an honor to sit at the table next to such a great man like him? And having said this, the guy raised his leg up to strike. Li Daqui tried to dodge but did not have time to do so, because suddenly Zhang Ma intervened in their brawl and sharply threw back his opponent's leg. Li Ningyu shouted furiously that this brat didn't dare stop him, and he swung his fist at the guy to teach him a lesson. However, Zhang Ma managed to intercept the attack and prevent his opponent from hitting himself. But probably the guy miscalculated his strength a little, so Li Ningyu flew very far away. The angry young man flew straight to the trash cans and painfully hit his head on them. Li Daqui looked at this in amazement, and Zhang Ma himself did not expect this from himself, but did not show that he was surprised. At that time, Li Ningyu was trying to recover from such an incredible blow. Zhang Ma thought that it was all because of the lightning. Now he has not only supervision but also incredible strength. After some time, the guys were called to the director of the university, and loud screams were heard from the office. Li Daqui tried not to listen to the man scolding his friend for attacking Li Ningyu. This guy's family is related to a member of the board of trustees. Soon the door opened and a voice was heard from it. What is this? The last warning? If Li Ningyu's family comes to investigate, then he will not help in any way. Li Daqui stood up. He saw that his friend was already leaving, and an upset Zhang Ma appeared in the corridor. His friend began to ask if everything was okay with him, but the guy did not answer right away. After all, such loud screams were coming from the office that Li Daqui was a little taken aback. After thinking a little, Zhang Ma said that everything was fine, they just scolded him a little, but it's not that bad. Li Daqui began to ask when his friend became so cool. He didn't even blink an eye when Zhang Ma killed that scoundrel. Zhang Ma said that he did it with his hands. He just became stronger over time. The guy decided that he shouldn't tell his friend too much, And at this time, Li Daqui continued that now their opponent would go through the forest because Zhang Ma, with the help of his strength, put him in his place. The guy asked him not to flatter him. And now the issue of paying for treatment has been removed because he saved the life of a friend. With these words, Zhang Ma decided that it was time to hide and should not continue this conversation. Meanwhile, in the hospital, which was under the direction of Imperial, a very tense conversation is taking place. Li Ningyu lies unconscious. The doctors said that everything is fine. He just needs to recover from the blow that occurred. The lady who visited him asked what the bodyguards were doing when they attacked the young man. They are probably not doing a very good job and should therefore be punished. The enraged lady hit the insolent faces of the bodyguards with force. She said that the men have 3 days to quickly find the one who hit Li Ningyu. Otherwise, instead of lying on the ground, they will be under it, the angry woman added. Suddenly, a serving man approached the lady and said that there was a call on her phone. It was the father of the injured young man who called. She picked up the phone, and they started talking. At this time, night fell over the city, but the lights were still on in the hostel. Zhang Ma couldn't sleep at all. He looked at his eyes, which turned red. The guy was surprised to think what happened to him after the lightning strike. His eyes became red, and he also had the ability to see through objects. He remembered how he first realized his abilities in the hospital ward. Slender nurses were in front of him in their underwear. Moreover, the fight was on the street. He only slightly pushed Li Ningyu and could not even imagine that it would be such a powerful blow. The guy flew off from one push straight to the trash cans and hurt himself painfully. Zhang Ma now doesn't imagine what other abilities he might discover, but the guy won't be the same as before. Now he will be able to use these abilities to save the world, and from now on, he will rise to the very top. He will have a lot of fans. However, suddenly the thought came to Zhang Ma that all these were stupid dreams incompatible with reality. Suddenly, the guy heard some noise happening behind the door and looked in horror at what it was. Suddenly, Zhang Ma squinted at him. An incredible stream of very bright light descended on him. An unknown female voice told the guy that this was the inner world. Her name was Yi Sheng, and the lightning that struck him was spiritual energy. Zhang Ma said that he doesn't care who this woman is. Why did she bring him here because a second ago he was in the dormitory? Is this really dark magic? The girl who said that she was with him replied that his body is still in the dormitory. And now he is just spiritual energy, mortal people call it the soul. The guy shouts in horror that if she came for his soul, then he is not ready to die now because he just received superpowers and will not have time to save the world if he dies. Ishin replied that he did not die and could always return. Some of her abilities were absorbed by him, and all the skills that the guy possesses are only one of these powers. But the girl needs help to get out of captivity. And yet Zhang Ma didn't quite understand what she was talking about and asked again what she meant. At this time, a car arrived at the large dormitory building and stopped nearby. Several people headed towards the main entrance. One of them said sternly that they were there. The bald man told his boss that the one who hit young master Li Ningyu lives right here. The guy is on the 6th floor in apartment number 6081, and the name of this daredevil is Zhang Ma. The boss thought for a bit. Apparently this guy will now deeply regret what he did. Yi Sheng continued to say that her spiritual essence can be here for a limited amount of time, but she will give the guy a special system for teaching the techniques of immortals. In this way, she will teach Zhang Ma to perform and control superpowers. With these words, the girl directed a magic beam towards the young man, and he screamed from the pain piercing him. Zhang Ma found a tattoo on his arm and said that it really stung, and the lady waved her hand at him and told him to work and practice. They would see each other a little later. Zhang Ma asked her to wait, because he understood little from this story. Yi Sheng didn't even say how he should use this tattoo correctly. Suddenly, the young man felt that he was in his room, in a familiar environment. I opened my eyes in amazement and realized that this was just a strange dream. The guy sat down on the bed and began to think about what really happened to him. This dream was very strange, but at the same time, everything looked and felt so realistic. Zhang Ma even dreamed that he had a tattoo on his arm, and the pain was so realistic. However, the next moment, the guy screamed because he discovered that he actually had a tattoo on his arm. That is, it was probably not a dream, but it actually happened to Zhang Ma. And it's hard not to look at it anymore. It's just a useless tattoo. She didn't even tell him how to use it and thus train him. Suddenly, he noticed that some amazing light was emanating from the drawing on his hand. Suddenly, a voice was heard, which indignantly declared that the boy did not dare call her a useless tattoo. After all, this is a powerful cultivation system that has no equal in the world of immortals. The guy repeated this word in delight, and something began to clear up in his head. Meanwhile, the voice continued to say, "What will help Zhang Ma become the most invincible person in heaven and on earth? But first of all, he will look at his natural abilities. It will be good if they surpass the ordinary abilities of mortals." Seeing that the guy has a meager supply of spiritual units, and as for other characteristics, it's all trash, the voice began to be indignant. It's no wonder that at 22 years old, Zhang Ma is still a boy. The young man shouted that this was unfair. He was not such a loser as the voice thought him to be. But the next moment he received a strong electric shock and calmed down a little. And the voice continued that Zhang Ma must obey and be respectful. Otherwise, he will end his days not very favorably. Moreover, the young man can become a real hero if he follows all the instructions. Ah Xiu speaks to it. In order to use it correctly, you need to learn to control the spiritual energy in the body. To do this, you need to monitor your breathing and try to perceive the energy in this room through your eyesight. The guy followed these instructions and his gaze became fiery red. And the voice continued to explain that what Zhang Ma sees now actually looks like the true essence of the world. The young man looked around with excitement. From this day on, he will no longer be the same. While in the auditorium, Zhang Ma thought about what happened to him. Until recently, the guy was an average student at the Capital Medical University in Beijing. But due to a lightning strike a few days ago, he gained some superpowers. In addition, something more amazing happened to him that defies any logic. The source of this superpower is a great immortal girl named Yi Sheng. And although Zhang Ma saw everything with his own eyes, he still has doubts about the reality of what is happening. He still can't believe that he has acquired such incredible powers. But Ashu explained that this is just the basis. The young man not only sees the movement of energy inside the room, but also the spiritual power is concentrated in the eyes. This is why nothing interferes with his X-ray vision. And if you concentrate, Zhang Ma can feel the power of any objects. He noticed that he can really even see a mouse in an air duct. In addition, the young man can feel how his comrade is sleeping on the other side. Zhang Ma notices everything in great detail and clearly sees an insect on Li Dakui's body. And finally, the young man understood why he had X-ray vision and the ability to see 1,000 miles into the distance. After all, nothing can appear or disappear by magic. You can only transfer from one object to another or transform forms of energy. Zhang Ma realized that this was elementary physics because the laws that Ah Xiu was talking about were taught in high school. The patron continued that just as people get energy from food, water, and sleep, immortals need to absorb a large number of spiritual objects to restore their strength. He will help the guy quickly convert spiritual items into his own spiritual power. After all, if you need to build a multi-story building, then the building materials from which it is built are equivalent to its energy. In the end, it turns out that the building will be this force that is needed for cultivation, buried centuries-old antiques. Consisting of rare metals, this is also the spiritual pill of the Venerable Lord, containing a huge amount of energy. These are some of the characteristics of Ashu. The young man listened enthusiastically about this. That is, it turns out that in front of him is a real artifact. And Ashu continued and added that he can extract knowledge from books that will allow him to quickly master some skills. He can also help Zhang Ma with making the immortality pill in the alchemical furnace. The guy thought for a few moments. From the very beginning, it sounds so unscientific. However, if so, then Ashu can help him with assimilation of knowledge from the textbook, because next week he needs to take a test. In the next moment, Zhang Ma realized that this was not a very good idea because he was again pierced by an electric discharge. Does the young man really think that the great Ashu will engage in such nonsense? He has offered secret knowledge, and he disgraces him with such questions. Suddenly, Zhang Ma's gaze fell on the book that Li Dakui had given him to read. Perhaps an intractable patron will help me learn a book that teaches the technique of fighting without rules. And Zhou approved the guy's choice and said that this book was suitable for study. He needed 5 minutes to collect all the information. Zhang Ma enthusiastically threw it to Ashu, anticipating how well he would fight after the knowledge he had gained. It's fucking awesome and the best moment of the guy's life. Meanwhile, the elevator car opened on the 6th floor and several people came out. They were rapidly approaching room number 6081, and soft footsteps were heard along the corridor. The thugs with batons headed towards the room where, according to their assumptions, Zhang Ma lives. So they approached their goal a few more moments, and the guy will regret that he was born into this world. The man furiously kicks the door open and bursts into the room. The rest of the guys arrogantly followed the boss. Lee Da-kui, half asleep, opens his eyes and asks, "Who is here?" It's night outside. Why make so much noise? However, the next moment he realizes that the bandits have arrived and grab him by the scruff of the neck and pull him off the bed. And then the bald bandit throws Lee Da-kui to the floor and the guy hits his face loudly. The arrogant man asks where that fearless Jiang Ma is now. However, Lee Da-kui cannot understand at all who these people are and what they want here. He is not allowed to think. And the next moment the guy gets punched in the face. And then the young man again flies several meters away and hits the floor painfully. Lee Da-kui is boiling with anger. And how did this bastard have the courage to hit him? Now he will answer for his actions. But suddenly the guy takes a closer look at Baldy and finds out who he is. The young man backed away in horror because this thug is very dangerous. This bald man is Li Ning-yu's bodyguard. It's incredible they came to sort it out, all because of that fight. Lee Da-kui says that he has no idea where his comrade is and holds his head. After the blow, it is still making noise. However, the villains decided to tie him up, which they actually did in the next moment. Jiang Ma, who was undergoing training at that moment, listened. Some sounds were coming from Lee Da-kui's room. The guy decided to go see why he was yelling so much in the middle of the night, what happened. However, his spiritual mentor advised him not to go in and first see how things were because Ashu scanned the door and realized that there was a lot of energy nearby. Jiang Ma concentrated on his strength and focused on seeing. The guy discovered that a group of men had grabbed and tied up Lee Da-kui and they were now heading towards him. They were almost out the door. Jiang Ma was all tense and wondering what he should do next. He remembered that during the day his strength was quite powerful. But would it be enough now to deal with these men? The guy lightly pushed the door and it opened with lightning speed. He was ready for the fight. Everything happened so quickly that he hit one of the thugs with the door and he flew to the side. It was the boss of the group of villains. They ran up to him and began to ask if he was okay. However, he was bleeding from his forehead. Jiang Ma's blow was too powerful. The boss shouted in anger that he was most likely blind and couldn't see where he was going. Jiang Ma said that it was not he who went blind but the door. He hopes that his elder brother is okay? Lee Da-kui began to mumble something to his comrade. However, he could not say anything because his mouth was closed. The bald man said that this is Jiang Ma, who they are looking for. Their goal itself came into his hands. The thugs have their clubs ready now. This desperate boy will get what he deserves. Jiang Ma, in a panic, shouted for them to wait and raised his hands up, and then approached his enemy and decided to test his abilities by aiming his finger at him. The next moment, he buried the man. However, nothing happened. He didn't even move. Probably the mechanism broke and the angry man swung his fist at it. Jiang Ma realized that his power was not working. But where did it go? Because during the day there was such power. In any case, the guy decided that it was best to flee. And Zhou explained that during the day, he was able to fight well because Master Yisheng's strength was unstable. But now his combat endurance is somewhere in the C grade. Jiang Ma shouted in horror that he could have warned about this earlier. But now he ran into serious problems. The elevator is blocked and now, how will it move because it will run nowhere at all? And yet he is ready to adequately respond to his opponents. The guy decided to fight. He clenched his fist tightly and looked sternly at the scum. The leader smiled wryly and said that although Jiang Ma is quite famous, unfortunately he is finished. If the guy was obedient, he would get punched in the face a couple of times, and then they would go to the young master, where he could enjoy the last moments of his life. Lee Da-kui spat out the gag from behind his mouth and shouted to his comrade to quickly run away from here. But a moment later, the guy felt a strong blow on himself. The scoundrels asked him to keep his mouth shut. Jiang Ma watched in anger as his friend was hit. These villains will still pay for their behavior. And Lee Da-kui, once again overcoming the pain, told him to save himself. The bald man jumped up to the guy in a rage and began kicking him with all his might. The boss looked at Lee Da-kui with gloating. What does he think? Jiang Ma doesn't want to escape, but no one will allow him to do so. At that moment, the guy heard Asu's words that he had studied the book and now he could apply the knowledge. However, Jiang Ma must be careful because his level is equal to John Johnson. This means that the villain in front of him has an attack of about 5, and the guy has all 20. If he uses his powers to the fullest, the enemies will die. The young man decided that since this was the case, then they would not live. How dare they mock poor Lee Da-kui? So the guy sternly told the bald man and his friend to keep his stinking hooves away from his brother. The scoundrels look at Jiang Ma with mockery. And what does this guy think he is? Apparently, he has gone crazy. There are more thugs, and even more so, they have excellent physical training. One of the bandits began to slowly approach the guy. Well, the moment has come when you need to answer for your words. Did the bastard tell his opponent to try to fight him? Or is the young man not so tough anymore? However, the next moment the man felt a strong blow from a fist, from which he lost himself. The blow was so strong that the thug flew away, his ears ringing. Zhang Ma saw his enemy flying at a fairly long distance from him. The rest of the bandits stared at their comrade in bewilderment. And when did this guy manage to acquire such power? And Zhang Ma furiously told them that they broke into his house and injured Li Dakui. They would not live. The boss ordered the gang to attack the young man and knock all the crap out of his head. The bald man shouted that now Zhang Ma would definitely not live, and prepared to attack him, clenching his fists. However, the guy fearlessly ran towards them. Now he did not doubt his abilities. Having accelerated, Zhang Ma struck a strong blow to one of the bandits. Unable to stay on two legs, the man flew head over heels backwards. And at this time, the guy is already approaching the bald man, who is a little confused. The man shouted that Zhang Ma should not dare touch him. But there was fear in the bastard's eyes. However, the guy said that the bald man's head was crooked and needed to be corrected, and for the fact that the bastard hit Li Dakui's friend the hardest, he'll get a punch in the face in return. Taking a strong blow, the man flew back and hit the floor as the rest of the gang watched in panic. The bald man tried to sit up, but he only let out a shrill sigh and didn't move anymore. The boss watched this in fury. His strongest pawns were killed. What will happen next? Zhang Ma mockingly asked why the scum froze and was no longer so eager to rush into battle. And then, the young man shouted in anger that they should come if they want to die. And if they are cowards, then let them quickly get out of this building. The men thought for a while, but there were no people willing to say goodbye to life. Li Dakui can't believe his eyes. It turns out that little brother Zhang Ma has incredible hand-to-hand combat skills. Meanwhile, the thugs made a decision. At this moment, it's really better for them to get out on good terms. The boss wanted to stop these cowardly bandits, but they had already disappeared from sight. Therefore, the man decided that he could punish this boy himself. He tightly squeezed the metal brass knuckles. Let the boy not think that he is the bravest here. The man will show him how to speak with important nobles. Li Daikui warned that behind the guy's back an angry bandit intended to hit him with brass knuckles and raised his hand to strike. But Zhang Ma remains unperturbed. He bowed his head, and the scoundrel's blow missed his head. The guy used evasive skills, with the help of which he deftly and skillfully wriggled out while the enemy lost his balance. But that was not all. Zhang Ma did a clever trick and took the leader by the head, and then threw the man over his body and told him never to come back here again. He should not come here with bad intentions and disturb the quiet life of the guys. The leader did a somersault in the air, but after a moment he rose to his feet again. Then the man said that if these arguments do not convince him, he will bring many more people tomorrow. However, in the next moment, the scoundrel's eyes widened as Zhang Ma accelerated for the next blow. Zhang Ma swung his hand and quickly approached the frightened man. And the next moment, the scoundrel felt a strong blow from his leg and thought that this guy was incredibly strong. The man suddenly realizes that he doesn't want to be at enmity with this guy. Did he really admire him? The next morning, a police car arrived at the tall dormitory building. A very impressive girl came out from there, probably a law enforcement officer. Zhang Ma and Li Dakui look at her with delight without taking their eyes off her. So beautiful. The girl said that she was an officer named Li. She was assigned to investigate. Li Dakui said that they are very happy, and if the officer needs it, they can accompany her and also help in this matter. Li replied that at the moment there was no need for this, but if the guys needed it, she would definitely contact them. Zhang Ma said that they can exchange numbers and next time go together and chat. To this, the girl replied that as soon as the opportunity arises, they will do so. And then the car drove off to the police station. Zhang Ma suddenly remembered that he promised Li Huiru to accompany him to the party, and at that time a police car stopped nearby, near a large bridge. The door slowly opened, and two slender legs of Li appeared from there. She displeasedly scolded these idiots who could not beat one student. If she hadn't arrived on time, those fools might have gotten her brother Li Ningyu into even more trouble. The men fell to their knees and asked the lady for forgiveness, but they really could not cope with Zhang Ma. The guy is incredibly strong. The girl looked angrily at the idiots bowing in front of her. She herself would take care of the guy. They will also check how strong this Zhang Ma is and whether he can cope against Li. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma and Li Huiru had an amazing view of a beautiful large building. The guy would never have thought that the meeting would take place in such a luxurious place. His companion agreed and said that it was also her first time participating in something like this. The girl is very glad that Zhang Ma agreed to accompany her, otherwise she would never have dared to come to such a place alone. She hopes that the guy will continue to accompany her. The young man said that in general he had a good attitude towards this, and maybe next time he could join her company. But when the friends approached the turnstile, it turned out that the passage was closed. The helpful footman smilingly said that this is a special area. Only for VIP guests, the guys must provide an invitation. The girl looked at him in surprise, but she did not have an invitation. Li Huiru was not warned about this. The man's gaze suddenly became disdainful. Probably the guys were going to go to a closed party in order to steal food and drinks there. Zhang Ma angrily asked what the footman meant, but he calmly explained that this happens often. You need to be careful. It is not known how this dispute would have ended. But suddenly, one of the invited guests recognized Dr. Li Huiju. The guy wanted to be polite and meet the girl in person, but he didn't think that she would dare to come and also take with her a young man who looked like a loser. Jin Tai-shun, a doctor of medical sciences, said that they can pass. He arrogantly added that people like them will only take pictures, giggle, and post what they see on social networks. Zhang Ma angrily clenched his teeth. These bastards only see the status of people. God forbid they met him on the street. Li Huiru tried to calm her companion. When they entered the hall, they heard an enthusiastic speech from Zhao Tianlin, the chairman of the medical society. He joyfully greeted everyone present. The man announced that to his greatest surprise, General Manager Jin Tai-sun joined this meeting today. The doctor received many medical awards in the country and abroad, while he adhered to the traditional methods of treatment of ancient medicine. And now the chairman wants to give the floor to the guy so that he can go to the podium and give a welcoming speech. Loud applause rang out in the hall, and Jin Tai-sun began to approach the podium with an important air. But suddenly, Zhao Tianlin clutched his heart, his skin color taking on a blue tint. Zhang Ma said that the chairman looked bad and seemed to have serious health problems. Meanwhile, the man began coughing up blood and fell to the floor while continuing to hold his heart. Zhang Ma watched this in horror. It looks like Zhao Tianling needs help. People began to talk among themselves in panic, and the chairman fainted. People were confused. They did not know what to do and approached the man, surrounding him from all sides. And the chairman was still lying on the floor and didn't even move. He needed to be rescued immediately. Jin Tai-sun called on everyone to be calm. As long as he was here, there was no need to worry. This is a heart attack that caused him to cough up blood, but the guy knows what to do in such cases and has prepared a set of needles. The chairman's illness cannot cause any difficulties for such a specialist. He will give only one injection. Suddenly, Zhang Ma's inner voice said that Jin Tai-sun also had a cultivator, but he was using the wrong technique. The chairman did not suffer an ordinary heart attack, but an internal leak of spiritual energy, which led to an increase in the load on the body. If a heart attack was caused by such a technique, then he will not live even 3 hours. Zhang Ma must stop this idiot. And when the needle was already approaching Zhao Tianlin's body, the guy shouted that he shouldn't do this. Zhang Ma explained that this is not an ordinary heart attack. If Jin Tai-shun continues his treatment, the chairman will die. Jin Tai-shun turned around and looked at him contemptuously. Again, this guy is interfering with unsolicited advice. The rest of the guests began to whisper. What a fool! How can one doubt the actions of the great doctor of medicine? And Jin Tai-shun told the guards to take this crazy person away. If there really are problems with Chairman Zhao Tianlin, then he will quit practicing medicine. And with these words, the guy injected himself with needles, and literally a few moments later the man came to his senses. But after he opened his eyes and screamed with a wild cry of pain, apparently the chairman still felt worse. Zhao Tianlin fell again and began to cough up blood. Jin Tai-shun looked at this in confusion. After all, judging by all the symptoms, the chairman had a heart attack. Why didn't acupuncture help? It only got worse. Zhang Ma decided that he still needed to intervene. He angrily pushed away the people holding him back. After all, if you hesitate any longer, it will be truly unforgivably late. And Xiu told the guy to concentrate spiritual energy in his eyes, and the cultivator would show Zhao Tianlin's acupuncture point. Then the inner voice said that I needed to use a needle to seal the acupuncture point, and then close the spiritual boundary. It is located on the carotid artery. Zhang Ma needs to act quickly and at the same time carefully. The guy started to say that such a technique was too complicated, but Ashu interrupted him. It's too early to panic now. The most important thing at the moment is to save a person's life. Zhang Ma did everything as his inner voice told him, and the result was not long in coming. The chairman opened his eyes. All the guests began to quickly talk. It was so hard to believe. The young man is incredible. Who would have thought that he would cure the chairman so easily? In addition, people began to doubt Jin Tai-sun's abilities. Perhaps he was even a charlatan. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlin stood up and turned to Zhang Ma with thanks for saving him. The guy said that there was nothing special about it. He just saw that the chairman was in danger. The man invited the young man to go upstairs to him. Zhang Ma told his companion that he was a little delayed. He should spend a little time with the chairman to make sure that he was completely healthy. The girl replied that she was very scared. She couldn't even imagine that Zhang Ma was so good at medicine. The guy waved goodbye to her and told Li Huiju to go home carefully. With these words, Zhang Ma and the chairman disappeared into the elevator car, which went to the upper floors. Jin Tai-sun angrily looks after them. It is necessary to find out all the ins and outs of this person, and if he does not have patrons, then he needs to be removed. They arrived at Chairman Zhao Tianlin's cozy office. He couldn't stop talking about how grateful he was to the guy. The man added that in the confusion he forgot to ask the guy his name. Zhang Ma introduced himself as his name. He said that everything was fine. He was happy to help the person, and Zhao Tianling continued to say that people who can cure his illness are very rare. Perhaps the guy is a cultivator. However, he decided that he should not say much. So he replied that he simply knew a little about medicine. The chairman noted that his interlocutor was very modest, but he wanted to thank Zhang Ma. With these words, he asked the assistant to bring a small suitcase containing real money. The guy was taken aback for a moment and was speechless. He had never seen such an amount before. Zhang Ma pulled back. A lot of thoughts were wandering in his head. It turns out that the old man is so generous. But you can't lose face, a man must have self-esteem. The guy hesitated and then said that Chairman Zhao Tianlin is too kind, but how can he accept this? Zhao Tianlin laughed good-naturedly. This guy has a surprisingly good sense of humor. Meanwhile, a fashionable gray foreign car appeared near the building. She stopped right next to the entrance. The car door began to open. An important lady came out and hurriedly went inside. It turns out that Gao Meiqi, the granddaughter of Chairman Zhao Tianlin, has arrived. The guests stared at her in amazement with their mouths open. Such a beauty had arrived. Jin Tai-sun walked towards her and said that everything was fine with her grandfather. However, she did not listen to him and headed towards the elevator. The guy called her. He helpfully offered to help call the elevator, and at the same time check what the chairman was doing with Zhang Ma. Meanwhile, a friendly conversation was taking place upstairs. Zhao Tianlin became friends with the young man. He said that he was very interested in chatting with such an educated person as Zhang Ma and suggested having a couple of glasses. But unexpectedly, an excited Gao Meiqi burst into the office and began to ask in tears what was wrong with her grandfather. The chairman greeted her joyfully and introduced the young man Zhang Ma, who saved him during the attack. The girl looked at him with disdain. This is an ordinary poor student? Here Jin Tai-sun intervened in the conversation. The guy thinks that you really need to be careful with this rogue. It is not known what is in his head. However, Zhang Ma looked at him contemptuously because the one who recently almost killed the chairman was Jin Tai-sun. He flashed his eyes furiously. The bastard dares to say that, but nothing. His people will find enough information about this guy. But then the secretary called him. Apparently, the girl already had some information about Zhang Ma. She approached the doctor and quickly whispered something in his ear. He listened and approached Zhang Ma, inviting him to fight in medical skills. If his opponent wins, he will receive 10 million, and if he loses, he will lose both his arms. After all, his people found out that this is just an ordinary student. He will not be able to show good skills. Zhao Tianlin intervened in the conversation. He wanted to stop these senseless disputes because the facts directly say that the young man saved him. However, Zhang Ma importantly stated that he agreed to the conditions. The guy was ready to prove and take this money for himself. And Xiao remarked sadly that he should not have agreed, because in case of defeat he would not help in any way. And Jin Tai-sun began to say that Mrs. Gao Meiqi has a strange illness. If the guy cures her, then he will admit defeat. The girl backed away embarrassedly. She certainly wants to get rid of her illness. However, the disease is so personal that I would not like to tell strangers about it. Jin Tai-sun then added that even though the girl is already a high school student, she still wets the bed. Meiqi remembered the caustic ridicule of her classmates. The girl really had such a disease and was very ashamed of it. She suffered from her illness. A seemingly sweet and beautiful lady had such childhood problems. Zhang Ma noticed how tears rolled down from her eyes. He decided that it was necessary to help the poor thing. A tall northern building with mirrored windows reflected the blue sky, and inside there was an intense conversation going on. Zhao Tianlin said that he himself wanted to ask his dear guest to help with this problem, but he still couldn't decide. Mei Qi said offendedly that she would not allow an ordinary rogue to treat her with incomprehensible methods. The guy smiled good-naturedly and said that everything was fine. He understood his grandfather's concern, and then Zhang Ma secretly called out to his inner system. What could she advise? But unexpectedly, he realized that his faithful inner voice had disappeared in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, the chairman rose from the table and said that if the guy knows how, he can start treatment. Zhang Ma convulsively grabbed his head, wondering where the patron went. And Jin Tai-sun did not miss the opportunity to add that even his teacher could not cure the girl's illness. And an ordinary student was even more incapable of such a thing, but the guy decided that he would not lose face. He told the chairman that he needed a place hidden from prying eyes. The man pointed to the stairs and said that there are many rooms on the top floor. Zhang Ma can use any of them. The girl tried to resist, but Zhao Tianlin sternly told her to go upstairs. Mei Qi said that if the guy does something outrageous, she will castrate him. And then she began to climb up the stairs and told Zhang Ma to follow. The young man was terribly worried. He did not have a ready-made method of treatment. He decided to stall for time and then act according to the situation. Perhaps Ah Xiu would return. He mentally asked his inner voice to hurry up, because Zhang Ma could not stand being with such a woman for long. Soon they arrived in one of the beautiful rooms. It was very cozy. There was a bed near the large window. The girl once again repeated that Zhang Ma should not even think about doing anything obscene. Otherwise, the guy will be very unlucky. He will feel the wrath of Mei Qi. The young man nodded and told Miss Gao to lie down on the bed, and in the meantime, he would begin the treatment. Mei Qi approached the bed and began to climb onto it, and then asked how she should lie down. But the guy was silent. He felt awkward and tried to stall for time. The girl lay down on her back and asked if it was convenient to carry out the treatment this way. Zhang Ma realized that he had to put on a serious face, and replied that now Miss Gao could just lie down and not move. And the young man himself at that moment was boiling with anger. He could not understand where Ah Xiu was, and thought that perhaps the system had broken down at such an inopportune moment. But unexpectedly, Jaixing Ma was suddenly shocked, because Ah Xiu had to go away for a while and the guy was already cursing. Because the electrical charges hit him, the young man fell straight onto the frightened Mei Qi. When he realized what had happened, he quickly jumped up and said that he was asking for forgiveness from the girl. He just tripped. And then, he joyfully turned to his inner voice and asked to find out what kind of illness the girl had. Ah Xiu replied that this uncontrollable urination, which has many causes, he advised the guy to use supervision and check whether there are red dots on her body. Zhang Ma concentrated and saw that there was a bit of red power that was affecting her body. The inner voice continued to explain that these were symptoms of the flame, and it was understandable why Jin Tai-sun and his teacher could not remove the problem. But for it to be effective, it was necessary for Mei Qi to take off her clothes. The guy took a deep breath and asked Miss Gao to undress, saying that it was necessary for treatment. The girl pulled away in fright. She thought that Zhang Ma was going to do something indecent. Meanwhile, downstairs in the living room, there was a tension in the air. Jin Tai-shun said that the treatment had been going on for several hours, and probably the poor student had deceived them. But the chairman remained unshaken. He believed the guy. Zhao Tianlin mentally turned to Zhang Ma and said that he did not doubt his abilities. But Jin Tai-shun was thinking at this moment that his opponent would not be able to win their argument. Screams were heard from the upper room. The treatment was probably quite painful. The girl obediently did everything Zhang Ma told her. She herself wanted to get rid of the disease, and the guy looked so confident. However, in fact, Zhang Ma was also very worried. They had finished with one of the procedures. He asked Ah Xiu if everything he did would really help. Such procedures exhausted him greatly. An inner voice said that everything is in order. Now you can relax, there is very little left. At the last stage, the guy had to concentrate and listen carefully to all of Ah Xiu's instructions. Zhang Ma needs to find the qi high point on the girl's body. To do this, she needs to concentrate and look. After the young man found these places, an inner voice commanded to inject there 3 times and perform a medium acupuncture massage. When the guy did this, he noticed how red energy began to gradually flow out of Mei Qi's body. However, the needle injections were quite painful and the girl screamed. Soon the guy smiled good-naturedly and said that now the treatment is over and Miss Gao is completely healthy. And at this time, Chairman Zhao Tianlin stopped by and was eager to find out how the process was going. Zhang Ma said that everything is fine, he finished, and now his granddaughter is completely healthy. Mei Qi furtively looked at the guy. She didn't even think that he was such a good master. The girl decided that she would make him hers. Soon the girl joyfully approached the guests and grandfather and said that her illness was now cured. Jin Taishun could not believe his ears. This cannot be called anything other than a miracle. And Mei Qi looked at the guy carefully and thanked him for a job well done. The guy modestly said that her illness was not as terrible as it seemed and it was easy to heal. But Dr. Jin Taishun still had doubts. He approached the girl and began to check her pulse, hoping to catch her in a lie. And when the guy was convinced that Mei Qi was telling the truth, he was both surprised and angry. Zhang Ma, meanwhile, approached him and asked whether their deal was valid or not. But then the guy added that in fact it doesn't matter, because he only cured a small illness and there is no need to follow such a minimum rate. Jin Taishun responded angrily to this so that Zhang Ma would not be proud. He was just fulfilling the condition of the dispute, and then the doctor turned away and headed towards the exit. He told the guy to wait a little. Zhang Ma couldn't believe that he was really rich, and after saying goodbye to the chairman, he went home. But Mei Qi didn't want to let him go and decided to let the guy down and at the same time get to know him better. Zhang Ma thanked her for her kindness. The girl replied that she should say thank you. Zhang Ma thought that money could be earned so easily, but he did not know how to spend it and decided that he would ask Li Dakui. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by an inner voice that said that some powerful energy was approaching them, and they needed to be careful. The young man watched in amazement as a bright, round, and luminous ball flew across the sky. Ah Xiu said that this item is not from their world, and we need to go see what it is. When the ball approached, the guy could see that it was burning with a bright fire. This confirmed that he was not from the mortal world. A blinding flash cuts through the sky, leaving behind a trail of fire and light. The trees growing at the edge of the forest tilted under a powerful gust of energy. Their crowns lit up with bright electrical discharges that were visible through the foliage. A huge cloud of thick white smoke rose into the sky and quickly spread through the forest, eclipsing the trees in the background. A dark forest stretched across the hillside, its thick crowns contrasting with the bright daytime sky, and smoke rising upward. The guy jumped out of the car and began to look at this unusual phenomenon in surprise. Mei Qi also came out next and asked why they stopped at this place. The girl could not see what her companion was paying so close attention to. Therefore, she did not understand the reason for the stop. Zhang Ma asked his inner voice why the girl couldn't see this, and Ah Xiu said that such a sight is not for everyone. Then the system added that the guy should leave Miss Gao because it is very dangerous to go further with her. The young man listened to him and decided to go alone to the place where the fireball fell. But this had to be explained to his companion, so Zhang Ma came up with a story that he had a relative living in these parts, and he decided to go visit him. He hurriedly said goodbye and waved his hand, but Mei Qi did not expect this at all and wanted to stop the guy. She looked after him dreamily and said to herself that he was behaving very mysteriously, but one day he would definitely belong to her. Meanwhile, the guy was cautiously approaching the place where a meteorite from another civilization fell. He followed the trail and thought that he was going in the right direction and would soon see this object that had fallen. Finally, he noticed that between the trees there was smoke rising from the sky, and although Zhang Ma was a little apprehensive, he invited his inner Ah Xiu to go see what awaits them there. The guy made his way through the smoke but couldn't see anything no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, he discovered that right in the middle of the weightless fog, there was a red object similar to a crystal. Zhang Ma was surprised to pick up the object and look at it more closely. The stone was bright red. It must be a treasure. Ah Xiu asked the young man to show it, and in this way the system will check what kind of stone it is. When the patron took the crystal, he said that the analysis would take 7 hours and 38 minutes. Ah Xiu also added that he felt the same similar stones nearby, and the guy decided to check it out. Zhang Ma dug for several minutes, carefully examined the surface, and soon discovered. The guy called Ah Xiu and said that deep in the soil there was a similar crystal, only green. He delightedly picked up the object and began to examine it, wondering what it was. Ah Xiu suddenly remembered that this was a purple gold crystal. If he could refine it, it would be a nice portable space. Zhang Ma repeated these words in surprise and asked what portable space means. An inner voice said that this is very useful. All the immortals in the mortal world use many weapons, and there should be a storage room for them. They can use this space as a telescope and look into the distance over long distances. Zhang Ma felt his heart beating at a breakneck speed. This is real teleportation. Ah Xiu explained that this is just a basic skill, but if a guy uses it at the moment, then his strength will not be enough to indicate the destination. But when he raises the level to cultivation, he will be able to control this ability. Suddenly, an inner voice detected danger and warned the guy to be careful, and then added that now was the time to hide. But Zhang Ma did not see any danger and did not understand why he should run away. But suddenly, a wind rose around him, which brought with it amazing energy. Zhang Ma realized that an unknown aura had rallied around him, which made him feel heavy. And the next moment, the guy noticed a strange man on the tree, who had a bald head, but at the same time had a small corolla on the sides. The man introduced himself that his name was Lutan, and said that if the young man voluntarily gave up the crystal, he would not kill him. Zhang Ma looked at this man in surprise. He said that perhaps the cultivator was joking. After all, he has nothing. Suddenly, the system belatedly warned that with the help of these crystals, he would attract many other cultivators from whom he needed to escape. Ah Xiu added that this man's skills were higher than the young man's, and he couldn't handle it. However, the brave guy said that he had a plan. Therefore, Zhang Ma decided that he would not give up so easily, but his interlocutor angrily repeated that the crystal should be returned to him. The young man said that Lutan was handsome, carefree, and could give away the treasure. Why be greedy? The cultivator realized that the guy did not intend to have a good conversation, so he would have to fight. He quickly jumped from the tree, and then landed in front of Zhang Ma. Rogue decided that he would defeat this guy anyway. His eyes burned with rage, and the man told Zhang Ma to return the stone to him, otherwise he would smash it into pieces. The guy remained unshakable. He looked directly into the eyes of his opponent and did not feel fear. Lutan came close to him and mockingly said that the young man was scared. He added that he was actually a good robber and would not fight without a reason. Zhang Ma warned his interlocutor not to be so cheerful because someone else was approaching them. The man turned around in anger. He decided to destroy anyone who would dare to covet his treasure. But when he turned around, he saw no one. The forest around was deserted and gloomy, and when Lu Tan turned back to the guy, he realized that he had simply deceived him and used the disappearance trick. Zhang Ma ran very quickly into the forest thicket and moved at such a speed that it was difficult to catch up with him there. However, such jokes did not please the cultivator, and he decided that he would definitely punish this deceiver. The guy quickly ran away, and Lu Tan spat fire with anger and intended to grab him. Zhang Ma soon realized that he was beginning to lose this race, and that the enemy would soon catch up with him. Well, the young man decided that he would not give up so easily, and when Lu Tan swung at him, he jumped back sharply. Thus, the enemy missed, and this infuriated him even more. He looked angrily at the guy. The next moment, he raised his leg to strike, but Zhang Ma made another jump in the air. The guy noticed that, after all, the cultivator was much faster and more resilient than him. The villain was overtaking him at that time and said that the young man would not be able to hide far. An inner voice warned Zhang Ma to be extremely careful. Lu Tan swung his hand to deliver the final blow and knock the guy down. But suddenly he realized that he was fighting with the air. In fact, his opponent had disappeared. The cultivator looked around puzzled, but saw no one and was very surprised. But at this time, the guy was catching his breath. He was very tired of running away and his strength was leaving him. He was in weightless space and thought that a little more and Lu Tan could kill him. And when the young man transferred the spirit, he told Ah Xiu that he had calculated the time of his purification. The guy decided that as soon as he returned home, he would be able to enjoy this skill to the fullest. Then he looked at the space in which he was and thought about how people could hide in such a place. Ah Xiu reminded that the guy should not stay there for too long because this place is not for mortals. And at this time, the confused Lu Tan looked around and could not understand where the guy had gone. Zhang Ma was behind a tree at that time, watching his opponent suffer. Lu Tan felt movement behind him and turned around, angrily asking who dared to steal his property. But when she turned around, she again saw no one, and this completely unsettled the cultivator. He shouted that the guy would not fool around for so long and would soon pay for his jokes. But a moment later, he saw that Zhang Ma was again rapidly moving away from him and disappeared into the forest. The man began to swear in rage. He always defeated ordinary mortals, but this time the cunning guy deceived him. Lutan wandered through the forest in search of the guy and wondered whether his opponent had managed to escape or was still hiding. He did not notice how Zhang Ma appeared behind him, clutching a large brick in his hand. The cultivator realized at the last moment that another second separated him from this heavy block. He didn't have time to dodge, and the brick hit Lutan's furious face directly. The guy shouted that you shouldn't take other people's things and then start a scandal. Zhang Ma said that now his enemy's attractive face has turned into a cracked egg. Lutan came to his senses from the blow and swung at the guy. Tears flowed from his eyes, but he held on and shouted that he would fight with the young man who had offended him. However, before the robber had time to raise his fist, his opponent disappeared again with lightning speed. The man began to look around furiously. He couldn't believe that this boy had fooled him again. Suddenly, he discovered that the enemy was standing behind him. The guy said that he had warned him about these games in advance. Therefore, now Lutan will not get off so easily and will get what he deserves. The robber shouted in rage. He felt severe pain and could not restrain himself. Zhang Ma grabbed him by the forelock and said that he could give his opponent free advice. The guy said that before you try to take other people's treasure, you need to think about who you are messing with. So now Lutan can't count on getting away with impunity and threw him to the ground. The robber took a breath and asked the guy not to touch him anymore. He realized his mistakes. Zhang Ma told him to get lost and added that he no longer wanted to see this guy around him. But his opponent looked at the young man from under his brows and said that soon everything would change. An inner voice warned the guy to remain on guard because his enemy was up to something. The cultivator began to rise and breathe slowly. Zhang Ma closely watched his every move. But suddenly he increased in size and, literally in a split second, and screamed furiously. Zhang Ma backed away in surprise. He did not expect his opponent to transform so quickly. Lutan said that the guy is capable enough to force him to reveal his main trump card. Then the robber said in a rage that today he must give Zhang Ma a ticket to hell. But the next moment, the terrible villain realized that he was dissolving into space and could not harm his enemy. The guy influenced him using teleportation and thus threw him out of space. Xiu said that the guy is very capable and learns quickly. Now he can teleport others. And at this time, Lutan found himself in the middle of an abandoned desert and peered around in amazement. The young man laughed and said that he hoped the robber had ended up in a good place and that this would teach him good manners, but the system warned that someone was nearby again. Another cultivator, Lu Zhou, who was the younger brother of Lutan, approached him and said that he was asking to voluntarily give up his stones. Zhang Ma could not help but laugh. He finished off one robber and another one came instead. The man's eyes flashed in rage and said that his brother came to this place to warn him. And the guy just killed Lu Tan. This is outrageous. Zhang Ma said that his interlocutor has the opportunity to personally ask his brother how this happened. With these words, he sent Lu Zhou too, to the very desert where Lu Tang was. The younger one was flying at a rapid speed and was unable to brake in time. He fell on his brother, and they looked at each other for several moments trying to understand why they were in this place. Lu Zhou began to blame the elder for coming here and not saying anything. Lu Tan replied that he simply wanted to save his brother from unnecessary worries. Two large buildings rose against the dark night sky, their facades glowing with hundreds of lights reflecting the light from the glass windows. Zhang Ma was returning from the forest. He felt very tired that day. Xiu explained that this was normal because he teleported people and used his energy. And teleportation requires a lot of spiritual power, so the guy needs to be careful with his body. Suddenly, from around the corner, the guy heard strange screams, which were probably made by a girl. She was calling for help. Zhang Ma looked there and saw a very unpleasant picture. He decided that he should intervene. The girl was sitting on the ground and holding a stick in her hands. She asked several men not to approach her. However, three creepy-looking types just laughed loudly and said that they wanted to play with their little sister. The girl, whose name was Wang Sui-er, waved her baton belligerently. She said that the scoundrels should not approach her. But one of the men in a multicolored shirt came close to her and laughed loudly. But suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a man who grabbed the impudent man by the shoulder. Zhang Ma sternly said that he would like to join and glared at the scoundrels. A little time passed and the young man was able to defeat all three men who behaved obscenely. He thought that he was very tired of using teleportation. It took too much energy. Then he looked at the girl he saved, but she pressed herself against the wall and prepared a stick to hit him. The guy friendly said that she shouldn't be afraid because he had already killed those men who pestered her. He wanted to say that he came to pick her up from this place, but suddenly the guy got caught up in one of the men. Everything happened so quickly that Zhang Ma did not have time to orient himself and began to fall. It landed directly on the girl, who jumped up in horror and tried to move away. She swung and hit the guy, who did not have time to say that it happened by accident and he did not wish her harm. Wang Xue slapped him in the face, and the young man said offendedly that he saved her and fell by accident. You can't treat people like that. However, the next moment he realized that the girl had fallen and lost consciousness. This probably happened from fright. Xiu warned that one should be careful. A bad dark aura had accumulated around the girl. Perhaps she was poisoned? This could become a problem for Zhang Ma. But Zhang Ma took it and headed to the nearest hotel because the man was unconscious and needed help. But even in such a situation, the young man first of all thought about his own benefit. The way to save the girl increased his chances. When Zhang Ma walked up to the reception, the plump man said that there were no more ordinary rooms. Room number 105 is large and shared, but you were not allowed to drink in it after 12 adult. The guy didn't care. He was very tired and wanted to rest, so he went to the room intended for him. When Zhang Ma arrived, he threw the girl on the bed and sat down next to him. He felt very tired. Xiu said that he needed to restore his energy and then start treating this lady. Meanwhile, a blue car stopped near the hotel. Police officer Li Wanyu was in it. The girl said on the phone that she was already there and hurriedly got out of the car towards the hotel. She wanted to teach Zhang Ma a lesson and angrily thought that she would show him her skills again. She was rapidly approaching the room in which the guy was staying, and the sound of her heels was heard along the corridor. At this time, Wang Xue had not yet regained consciousness. She was severely poisoned, and detoxification skills did not help her. Xiu told the guy that there is only one way to cure her. When Zhang Ma heard about what this method was, he became indignant because this was not part of his plans. Their discussion continued for some time, an inner voice saying something the only way. After all, if you look for an antidote, then this is a very difficult process, but at the moment you can alleviate the girl's condition by lowering her body temperature. Zhang Ma began to think about what was the right thing to do and how to do it. Soon he came up with an idea and filled the bathtub with cold water, threw ice in it, and then put the girl in. He completed this task and asked Xiu what he proposed to do next. But suddenly he heard footsteps behind him, and a familiar voice said that student Zhang Ma probably had not forgotten her yet. The guy turned around and saw police officer Li Wanyu next to him. Then he really liked the girl. Of course he didn't forget. However, the young man did not expect to see her here and sat down on the rug in surprise. Xiu warned Zhang Ma to be ready because this girl is not so simple. Her fighting skills have reached 100% level. In the next room, a couple of young people were chatting happily and spending time laughing. But suddenly the wall collapsed and they jumped back in fear. Stones and debris fell down. Zhang Ma did it. He punched the wall to escape from the officer. The girl looked at him with mockery. She assumed that the guy was a cultivator, but did not suspect that he was so weak. Zhang Ma asked for help from his inner advisor. He had very little spiritual energy left. However, this time Xiu could not influence in any way. He said that the guy is really very weak compared to her, about like an ant against an elephant. The guy in a panic asked what he should do. Meanwhile, Li Wanyu's heavy hand had already grabbed him. She said that she was warning him. Their Li family is not one who can be easily provoked, so he should obediently run to the hospital and apologize to his brother. Zhang Ma said that he made a mistake, and the lady is so beautiful and talented, he shouldn't have done that. He was confused about what to do, and at this time the system said that the crystal had been studied, and it was an ordinary red stone that was made by the goddess Nuva. Li Wanyu looked at Zhang Ma angrily and said that the guy probably didn't want to give up, so the girl took a swing and threw him out into the street, breaking through the ceiling. She thought with satisfaction that after such an attack he should have flown straight to hell. But suddenly, she saw that the young man had returned and said that even though she was the police, she would have to pay for the destruction of a public building. The girl turned around in anger. She expected that after such a flight Zhang Ma would be dead, but she was cruelly mistaken in this. Meanwhile, an inner voice said that the stones they found could not only strengthen the young man's body, but also create a protective shield, although his opponent's attack was powerful, but would not be able to penetrate it. Zhang Ma told the officer not to be so stubborn, but she angrily said such words, accelerated and kicked him on the head. And the guy jumped aside and said that although her appearance is very glamorous, she behaves simply terrible. The girl swung at him. She wanted to teach the guy a lesson, but again she missed and hit the wall. All her attempts to strike Zhang Ma ended in failure. The guy deftly dodged. Lee Wan-yu furiously shouted that the guy probably had too much guts. He could only wriggle out, and the young man cheerfully continued to move away from her blows, and she could not hit the target exactly. But having improved the moment, Zhang Ma hit her in the neck area, and the girl staggered. She felt that her consciousness was clouded, and her head was very dizzy. Soon she fell. Zhang Ma picked her up and said that he had to do this because he now does not have the opportunity to play with Lee Wan-yu for a long time. He turned his attention to Wang Sui-er, who was still lying in the bathroom and probably had not yet regained consciousness. Zhang Ma threw the officer onto the bed and told her to lie there for a while he treated the lady. However, the next moment the guy felt a powerful blow on himself. It turns out that the girl had already come to her senses. He said mockingly that he noticed she was missing underwear. Lee Wan-yu angrily shouted that she had everything, just transparent clothes, and swung again, but the guy managed to dodge and she broke the wall again. Finally, the fight ended. Zhang Ma entered the bath and noticed that the water had turned black. Ah Shu said that the girl will be safe for a while, but the guy needs to find an antidote. He looked at the girl. She was lying in a bathtub filled with water and ice cubes. Her eyes were closed, her face regaining calm. The guy resolutely walked towards the door and asked what ingredients were needed for the antidote. However, Ah Shu told the young man not to be in such a hurry, because the ingredients are very unusual and cannot be found quickly. And as long as her symptoms are stable, there will be no trouble. Zhang Ma looked at his inner advisor with displeasure. He could have said this earlier. The guy decided that if her condition was stable, then he shouldn't keep the girl in the bathroom all the time. But suddenly, a familiar female voice was heard behind him, who asked whom the young man would like to hug now. He turned around and saw Mei Qi standing at the door. She winked at him cheerfully. The young man looked at her in surprise and asked what the girl was doing here. The lady happily replied that she suddenly wanted to see Zhang Ma, and there were never any obstacles for her. However, the next moment she noticed that the guy was not alone in the room. Mei Qi asked indignantly, "What are the two girls doing on his bed?" Then she added that the young man should not say that these were his patients. This simply cannot happen. But Zhang Ma said that this is really so. He is treating them, or rather one of them, and the second just ran into problems. Mei Qi pretended to believe it, but said that the reason she was looking for a guy was not to find girls in his bed. The young man asked why she was looking for him so persistently and what she wanted to say with her appearance. The girl hesitated for a moment. She was looking for words and didn't know how best to start the conversation. She then turned to Zhang Ma and said that she wanted to make him her private assistant, but only to treat her illness and massage her every day. The guy replied that he was a student and could not create a Mei Qi campaign every day. The girl said that she had never asked anyone before, and Zhang Ma could have taken advantage of the moment. But suddenly screams were heard from the corridor that a search was now taking place and the police had arrived. Ah Xiu said that this is a dangerous situation. The police are probably searching the rooms and looking for Officer Li, and the two girls on the bed may arouse suspicion. You can't stay here and need to run away. Zhang Ma understood everything and turned to Mei Qi. He said that he was already late and he needed to go back to school. The girl offered to let him down. Soon the car stopped. Two security guards in black suits greeted the owner, Miss Gao, and next to them, in front of them, lay a large stack of money, folded into neat bundles. One of the men approached Mei Qi and reported that the bills she instructed had been sent to the school. The girl said that she had an offer for Zhang Ma, which would be paid very generously. She added that she could not throw this wad of money into the street. The guy replied that of course he wants this amount, but he never asks for anything in return for his treatment, so Miss Gao can go. Mei Qi said in parting that she hoped that the guy would think carefully and then give an answer. She wouldn't give up so easily. Zhang Ma looked at this pile with displeasure and asked his inner voice what he should do with this mountain of money. Let me remind Ah Xiu that he has portable space and you can send them there. The young man was happy and said that now money will not be a problem for him. However, the guy could not understand. He asked the question what reality of this world is. Ah Xiu explained that it depends on perception, but it is better not to think about it, but to go and have a good rest. And then, the system said that tomorrow it would provide the young man with a good training session. They headed towards the main entrance, and the guy angrily said that Ah Xiu wanted to completely exhaust his body. They did not notice how closely they were being watched. The large building of the elite hospital shone under the blue sky, its stylish architecture and well-kept facades creating an atmosphere of luxury. In one of the chambers there was Li Wan Yu, who was trying to recover from the battle. when her mother suddenly looked in on her. The woman anxiously asked what happened because her daughter fainted at the hotel, after which she was taken to the hospital. The girl said that she lost to this guy, whose name is Zhang Ma. He was able to disarm her. Her mother, Hua Wangling, angrily said that the arrogant young man was again involved in this. Her son was beaten by Zhang Ma and now lay in the hospital for a long time without regaining consciousness. And now he is abusing Hua Wangling's daughter. And this goes beyond all boundaries of what is permitted. The woman angrily said that she didn't care who this young man was, but she would definitely kill him today. The facade of a large bank, made in a modern style with mirrored windows, sparkled in the sun. Zhang Ma and a friend went there. Li Daqui asked a friend what was in the bags they were carrying. Because the burden was very heavy, is there really a need to drag them early in the morning? Soon, the two guys approached the entrance of the bank. Zhang Ma squinted and showed a sign with the name. They were met by an important employee who asked what service the guys wanted to receive. Zhang Ma said that they would like to deposit money and create a VIP card in this bank. The man mockingly asked if the guys had 600 million to carry out such an operation. The guy replied that 600 million is not enough for him, and he could get a card of a higher level. However, the bank employee did not believe it because the guys looked too simple. They had torn clothes. He told the security guard to take the crooks out of the building. Zhang Ma began to shout indignantly that he really wants to make a contribution. He has $1 billion, and they do not treat clients properly. Frightened Li Daqui said that if he had known in advance what jokes his friend had come up with, he would never have gotten up so early. The man said that this guy is incredibly insane and should be thrown out as soon as possible. The mocking laughter of clients and bank employees was heard around the guys. They watched everything that was happening with interest. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the manager's office. The main one asked what happened and why they made a noise so early. A fat man walked up to the door and looked out of the office. He began to look at what was happening. The bank employee explained the situation that two insane guys had come and he would cure their minds. Zhang Ma turned to the manager and said that he came here to deposit his $1 billion, but that guy didn't let him in. The bank clerk mockingly said that if the guy really has $1 billion, he will call him Grandpa. The guy silently unzipped the bag. The bills shone inside, neatly folded and tightly packed. They were waiting in the wings. The bright light from the window created a flickering effect. Zhang Ma told his grandson to kneel now and call him grandfather, as he promised because he publicly disgraced himself. And then he turned to the manager and said that if he wants not to miss such profitable clients, he should force the employee to shut up. The manager told the guys to calm down and come through in order to complete the deal, and shouted to his subordinate to hold his tongue and not say anything. The bank clerk bowed low at the guy's feet. He said that he was wrong. Zhang Ma said that he could give them free advice: never look down on others with your dog eyes. Li Daqui began to ask his friend in surprise where he got so much money. But instead of answering, the guy handed him the created VIP card and said that his friend could use it. The young man then added that his friend should not allow anyone to look down on him. Li Daqui felt that tears welled up in his eyes, and he sincerely said that he loved his comrade. And in the meantime, Ah Xiu hurried the guy and said that if he finished his business, he should start training. He said that he had scouted the area and learned that there was a mountain nearby called Miao Fneg. There was a lot of spiritual energy there. It was a good place for cultivation, and they should go there. Zhang Ma told his friend that he could go home, but the young man needed to go to Miao Fneg Mountain. His friend got very worried and said that he shouldn't go there because recently they said that a ghost in red clothes was wandering there. In the old days, one car went between the mountains in these places. The tired driver had already traveled a long distance. The navigator said that there were only 5 miles left and we needed to be careful, as there was a sharp turn ahead. The man thought that it was a mistake to take buildings so far away. In addition, he had drunk the day before. Suddenly, an eerie silhouette appeared in front of him. An unknown lady with long hair and a red dress was standing right in front of the car. The driver screamed in panic, his heart pounding with fear. He couldn't believe that there was a ghost in front of him. But literally, a second later, he saw that the road was empty and there was no one there. The man thought that it was his imagination. He concluded that it was just because he was tired and that when he got home, he would definitely get a good night's sleep. However, suddenly he looked in the car mirror and saw that a creepy creature was sitting in the back seat. The man turned around in a panic and looked at the woman who was actually in his car and smiled predatorily. He screamed loudly, and suddenly thick clouds and fog gathered around him and visibility deteriorated sharply. It was a terrible legend after which no one dared to go to the mountains, But soon dawn came, and Zhang Ma's car drove slowly in these places. The car was moving along a narrow mountain road. The sun was breaking through the clouds, casting golden rays on the path, winding like a ribbon between the hills. Zhang Ma heard this story from his friend and said that even after that he agreed to go with him. Li Daqui replied that he could not do otherwise because the ghost could attack Zhang Ma. At this time, Ah Shu quietly whispered to the guy that if the ghost really exists, he will be a good source of spiritual energy. The guy asked if there really were ghosts in this world, and the system replied that it was impossible. After all, human souls also consist of spiritual energy, and after death they leave the body. Zhang Ma sadly thought that it would be nice to meet the souls of his dead parents. To this, Ah Shu couldn't find anything to answer and looked at the guy sympathetically, and then said that the soul of mortals can live in this world for 7 days and only a few are able to remain forever. And at that time, 2 people, a guy and a girl, were watching them. She said that this was the person who stole the treasures before them. She added that even the Liu brothers were not his opponent. Probably the guy is really very dangerous. But her interlocutor had a plan. Soon, dusk fell in the sky, and a view of the local hotel opened up before the friends. When they went inside, they enthusiastically noticed that it was very spacious and bright. The friends were given the keys to the presidential suite. When they were waiting for the elevator, Li Daqui repeated in amazement that he had never been to the presidential suite, but he wondered why Buddy needed to go to the mountains. Zhang Ma replied that he came here to relax and enjoy life properly. He then said that Li Daqui should not ask too much. While they are rich, they need to have fun. The elevator arrived, the guys went inside. The door was already closing. Suddenly, this movement was stopped by a girl. She said that she also needed to go and ask the guys to wait a little. Then she went into the iron cabin, and they went to the upper floors together. During the trip, no one broke the silence, but Li Daqui enthusiastically looked at his companion. The guy thought that he had come to these places for a reason and would be able to find very useful acquaintances. Soon they arrived and the iron doors gradually began to open. Ah Shu felt something was wrong and said that he needed to pay attention to this girl. After all, she was trying to restrain her spiritual energy, but Zhang Ma could observe this. The patron confidently said that they had met an average cultivator, and the guy might be surprised. In fact, there are a lot of them roaming the world. The girl left the booth and headed forward along a large, bright corridor. Li Daqui noticed that she was approaching the room that was located directly opposite theirs. The lady silently approached the room and did not show that she was interested in the young man. Zhang Ma watched her with curiosity, but did not find anything suspicious in her behavior. When they entered, Li Daqui kept repeating that this girl was very beautiful, and since she lives opposite, they could invite her to play in the evening. His friend said it was a great idea and he could go greet her later. Then Zhang Ma said that his friend could rest in the room while he went to get some fresh air. Soon he went outside and arrived at the place indicated by Ah Shu. The inner mentor said that he checked this place, which was the Fang Shan Spring. This is where it would be good to start training. The guy listened carefully to the instructions and did not notice that a ghost had appeared behind him. Meanwhile, the hotel in which they settled stood against the dark background of the night sky, its facade illuminated by the soft, warm light of the lanterns, creating an atmosphere of comfort and tranquility. Li Daqui listened to the cheerful melody with pleasure and sang along while combing his curls. Suddenly, he heard the front door slam and thought it was Zhang Ma returning. He went to the entrance to look. The guy hoped that his friend had brought a snack. However, he was very surprised when he saw their neighbor. The girl introduced herself as Ruo Bing and said that she did not have hot water in her room. She would like to ask them to wash herself. Li Daqui was very nervous, but tried not to show it and remained tensely silent. The girl asked if she could count on such a small favor. Li Daqui good-naturedly said that this is not a problem and she can swim as much as she wants. No one will spy on her, especially since his friends went to get some fresh air. Ruo Bing was very upset. She decided that in this case she would not behave politely. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma listened intently to all the mentor's warnings and prepared for training. The young man was impatient to begin and he asked what test awaited him first. Ah Shu reminded about the chairman whom the guy treated and began to explain further. The system said that the best training for a cultivator is water, and if there is too much spiritual energy, then the body will not be able to contain it. It will spread throughout the body, as in the case of Chairman Zhao Tianlin, until he dies. And Zhang Ma's body has all the energy of the Master Ansheng, but it is blocked, so you can train his muscles to hold back a colossal amount of energy. The guy understood this and asked how the training was related to the place they arrived at, Miaofeng Mountain. Shu replied that due to the increase in energy from absorption, the goddess Nuwa created the stone. The source of power within a 10-mile radius is Miao Feng Mountain, which is located behind the usable temple. This source contains the spiritual energy of an entire mountain, causing strong gusts within a 20-mile radius. Shu said that he would train him here for 3 days. Enlightenment in this place is the same as an ordinary person cultivating for 3 years. After this time, the young man will be incredibly strong. In this temple, the restoration of spiritual energy is 10 times faster than outside. And then the system added that such a chance is rare, and he should train harder. Suddenly, the door opened by itself and a strong wind blew from there. And then a terrible creature, a woman with blue skin, attacked the guy while uttering furious screams. The guy managed to pull away and thus avoid the blow aimed at him. Only part of his clothes was damaged. Apparently, the ghost was actually very strong. They stood opposite each other, and Zhang Ma felt an unbearable anger overcome him. The guy said that he noticed how someone was chasing them. The appearance of a ghost did not surprise him. Zhang Ma said that this was the same ghost that was haunting them, and it looked very ugly. Suddenly, the woman burst out of the darkness again, her blue figure quickly rushing towards the young man, leaving behind a cold whirlwind. The heart beat faster in his chest. Zhang Ma swung his hand to remove the creature approaching him. But suddenly he realized that his enemy had suddenly disappeared. Just as suddenly as he had appeared, Zhang Ma began to look around to see if the ghost had disappeared and decided not to fight anymore. But the next moment he felt that the creepy creature was behind him. The guy turned around sharply and grabbed his opponent by the hair. Now she couldn't get out. But when he looked at the ghost, he was surprised to find that her appearance had changed. Now she looked very beautiful, and her upset face and tears under her eyes gave her a harmless appearance. The young man, in a panic, asked Shu why the girl became so beautiful. How could this even happen? The girl said that about a year ago, a noisy event occurred. 4 students from Zhejiang University disappeared. Zhang Ma said that he remembers this case. Then the university lost many students. But after they found scalded women, the case was closed. The stranger said that she was one of those girls who disappeared and her name was Shu No. The guy listened to her attentively and in surprise. What she said next shocked him. She said that she wanted to take revenge on a man named Jin Tai-sun and asked the young man to help her in this matter. Zhang Ma remembered the arrogant doctor he met at the event. Meanwhile, Shu No continued telling that all these events happened a year ago. Her parents sent her to study, but the girl needed money and she got a job in an international hotel. She liked the favorable conditions of the vacancy, and the girl decided to try, but she didn't even think that on the first day of work she would be forced to drink alcohol and would be harassed. Then, Dr. Jin Tai-sun helped her and interceded, driving out the scum. The guy introduced himself as Dr. Genius, and the girl kept him company every time he drank, and over time they became close. She realized what kind of person he was, and all the anxiety went away. On the Qingming holiday, he invited her on a trip to the Miao Feng Mountains. He brought the girl to this temple and gave her a drink. She became dizzy, and then she heard strange words. An unknown person said that the time had come. She doesn't know how long she was unconscious, but when she woke up, she became like this. Shu gloomily said that he never thought that Jin Tai-shun was so cruel. He made a ghost in red clothes out of a beautiful girl. Before Zhu Nao died, this guy put red clothes on her. He had vile intentions. That night, he hung the unfortunate girl on a wooden plank and she died in such an inhumane way. He used a weight tied on a rope to hold 3 souls in his legs, and the remaining 7 energies left the body. This happened quite painfully, and now in order to return it, he needs to collect all the lost parts. Zhang Ma said that this was cruel, but it is unclear why the doctor acted this way. Shu replied that such procedures are used only to prolong someone's life, and meanwhile the girl threw herself on the guy's neck and asked him to save her because she was still experiencing terrible torment. Zhang Ma said that he promises to help her, and Jin Tai-sun will still pay for it. Then the guy asked the smart Shu how to stop Shu No's torment. The mentor said that his new friend needed to stop behind the mountain where the source is located. This will help reduce her unpleasant sensations. Zhang Ma told the girl about this. She looked him in the eye and thanked him. And meanwhile, the guy went forward to look at the source. When he saw the waterfall, he said it was a great place for cultivation. The inner mentor warned that the doctor knows a method of turning a person into a ghost, and it may be too strong. They must be careful. The night sky, showered with stars, framed the hotel. Large windows with light curtains reflected the glow, which made it possible to create a magical view around. a young lady was taking a shower. She stood under a stream of warm water and thought that her plan had failed. Lee Da-kui was watching TV at this time, but could not concentrate. He was thinking about their new acquaintance. After all, she came to wash in the middle of the night. Logically, the girl should have turned to the administration. But she came to them perhaps. She just liked him and decided to seduce him. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ruo Bing. She said that she had already finished washing. The guy was a little scared because she approached silently and completely unnoticed. He offered to sit next to her and watch TV. The girl smiled good-naturedly and said that in general she didn't mind because she was still bored in the room. But she herself thought that she should find an opportune moment and finish the guy off. She sat down on the sofa and asked what program they would watch. The girl suggested watching an entertaining and interesting show. She asked, as if by chance, where is Zhang Ma Yi now? She said that it would be more interesting to watch with the three of us, but suddenly a bell was heard at the door. Probably the guy had arrived. Lee Da-kui opened the door and said that brother was a little late and they were already having fun. However, when he saw Zhang Ma, he was speechless because his friend had gained sculpted muscles. Lee Da-kui asked in surprise where his comrade was and why he became so pumped up. But Zhang Ma did not want to tell the details. He asked his friend to let him into the shower. The next moment he noticed Ruo Bing, who waved her hand at him and smiled. Lee Da-kui said that this was their neighbor. She did not have water and she came to them to wash. Zhang Ma gestured to his friend not to talk too much. Everything was obvious. The guy wished his brother good luck and headed towards the shower room. He washed himself and looked at his muscles, which had become so pumped up, an incredible effect in just 30 minutes. Zhang Ma could not be happier with such a good result. All this thanks to the energy of the source, which is simply colossal. According to Ah Soo, in 3 days of training, he can become several times stronger. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The guy displeasedly asked who came there. It turned out that it was Ruo Bing who stopped by. The girl said that she was changing a lot, but she needed to come in. She said that she had not completely washed her hair, and she needed to wash it again. Ruo Bing asked to give up her seat and said that she would do it quickly, and Lee Da-kui was lying unconscious at that time. Zhang Ma shouted at the girl to take her time and not come in because he was not dressed. But suddenly he heard that she had already come in and was standing next to him. And then she said that she was also not dressed. Ruo Bing asked why the guy was so nervous and prepared a sharp dagger. She swung at the young man and said that it was probably because she had come to kill him. But the next moment, the girl discovered that her plan had failed because the guy had intercepted the weapon. Now she has become his weak-willed victim. Ruo Bing thought with disappointment that this guy was too clever. He said that if a girl needed to wash her hair, she would wait until he came out. A moment later, the towel she was covering herself with fell to the floor. Ruo Bing turned away in horror. Everything did not go as she expected. Soon they allowed her to get dressed and tied her hands and feet so that she would not run away. The guy angrily began to ask who directed her. The girl answered in a panic that she would call her brother Niu Lan. He is the best student in the crazy sword class. However, Zhang Ma did not believe that her brother was a cowboy who was originally from Japan. He decided that she had made it all up. The guy said that he would have to use several skills and show her how to behave. The girl called her brother to help her, and suddenly a young man actually burst into the room. The next moment, Zhang Ma flew into the wall with incredible force, flying debris surrounding his body. The impact was so powerful that the concrete cracked and scattered in all directions. The guy stood ready, his hand hanging in anticipation and clenching a strong fist. He leaned towards Zhang Ma and asked him to give him his purple golden gourd. Soon, Lee Da-kui came to his senses and rubbed his head. He remembered that the girl hit him. The guy suddenly realized that his brother was in danger because Ruo Bin was possibly ready to attack him. So Lee Da-kui went into the room and shouted that this girl was not as harmless as she seemed. But suddenly his friend appeared, who was probably pushed hard, and he flew backwards, not realizing that his trajectory led straight into the doorway. The next moment, there was a clash between them. Lee Da-kui walked in abruptly and did not suspect anything of the impending danger. The two guys ended up on the floor because Zhang Ma was pushed and he landed awkwardly right on top of his friend. The young man stood up and angrily said that his opponent was too strong, but he did not understand why the fall was so soft. But when Zhang Ma looked at the floor, he found himself sitting directly on top of a confused Lee Da-kui. The guy noticed that his friend had lost consciousness. To bring him back to his senses, he began to shake him. At that moment, Niu Lang burst into the room and mockingly said that Zhang Ma had finished off his best friend, and he could show his true strength. The guy answered fiercely that the enemy was just a Japanese cowboy who was not worthy to see his true strength. Nu Lang gritted his teeth angrily and told the young man to repeat his words. Zhang Ma turned to Ah Xiu and reported that he had said several nasty words to his enemy, but the guy did not know what to do next. His advisor replied that Niu Lan was a master in the Mad Blade clan, so he would not be able to defeat him. Zhang Ma said that he was still not ready to give up so easily, but unexpectedly, Zhang Ma saw his enemy clenching his fists, and his hand suddenly flew up, preparing to strike. Ah Xiu quickly said that the guy should run, and they could talk later when he was in a safe place. However, the guy needed to defend himself, and he used a Chinese symbol to deflect the blows. But he stood near the window and, unable to resist, fell out of there and began to fall rapidly. Nu Lan shouted that their enemy was leaving and they urgently needed to catch up with him before he disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, the guy was rapidly falling down, and after a moment he still landed on the ground. He asked his inner voice what he should do next because his friend Li Da Kui remained in the room. Ah Xiu replied that their target is Zhang Ma, and his friend will not cause them problems, but the characteristics of each of the crazy sword clan are higher than his own. And yet these people have a weak point, Ah Xiu continued to explain. Meanwhile, the enemies had already descended on the young man. Zhang Ma listened intently to his inner patron so that he could quickly find out what weak point they had. Ah Xiu finally revealed that they have a weakness in the form of physical strength. However, it was difficult for the guy to understand this, and he asked the system to tell about this more accurately. And meanwhile, the guy continued to defend himself. Ah Xiu said that their fighting technique is combining their spiritual power to strike. When attacking, they channel a lot of spiritual energy into the attack. But their disadvantage is too much use of spiritual power, so the guy has to run. He can use his speed to make them waste energy. Zhang Ma did as Ah Xiu advised him, and really quickly began to run away and then climbed a tree. He pushed off from the thick bark and made a rapid jump down. Nu Lan commanded his sister to block the guy's path, thus preventing him from moving. The fair-haired young man again insistently demanded that Zhang Ma give him the purple golden pumpkin. Zhang Ma replied that he had cleaned it a long time ago and now it belongs to him. However, his interlocutor mockingly said that it would take 10 years, or at least 7 to clean up, so he didn't believe it. And then Nu Lang said that he would definitely get what he wanted and took out a bright glowing sword. Members of the Blade Mad are the best sword warriors, and their best tactic is channeling spiritual energy and then fighting with this sword. In order to combine their sword with their body and turn them into one, they hide the swords under their skin, supporting it with their human essence. But supporting the sword of the human essence greatly harms the body, while people must feed the spiritual sword with energy. And the purple golden pumpkin has a special skill that protects the body, so they need it. Ah Xiu explained it all, and Zhang Ma said that he felt this pain all over his body. People from the clan are just real masochists. Ah Xiu warned the guy to be careful. With their sword strategy, each blow requires a lot of spiritual energy. A good strategy requires a good supply of energy. Therefore, their path to victory will deplete their energy reserves, allowing them to use their strategy. Zhang Ma decided that thanks to this, their fight would be truly interesting and fascinating. He shouted to his opponent that he could help him with this matter later, and they could end up becoming very rich. However, such ridicule greatly infuriated Nu Lang. The young man clenched his teeth in anger and said that the trees would not save desperate Zhang Ma. After all, the guy himself said that he had already peeled the purple pumpkin, but Nu Lang still decided that he would get it. After he gets victory and destroys Zhang Ma, he can easily find her. His eyes glowed with anger, his pupils narrowed, his whole face reflected rage which increased with every moment. Zhang Ma was sitting on a branch on top. He looked down and his gaze challenged, and his posture spoke of complete confidence. The patron opened his eyes. They reflected a mixture of amazement and anxiety. He was worried about Zhang Ma. Nu Lan approached the tree with quick, decisive steps, clutching his sword, his eyes fixed on the enemy on the branch. The sword soared into the air, sparkling in the sun, and slammed into the trunk with a deafening sound, causing the tree to shake with a strong blow. Zhang Ma's eyes widened in horror. His face turned pale. The awareness of danger erupted in every feature. He did not expect such a sudden attack. The tree split in half with a loud crack, and the two halves slowly began to fall, showering the ground with splinters. Zhang Ma jumped from the tree at the last moment, desperately trying to avoid the blow, and behind him the tree broke, collapsing with a crash. Nu Lang looked at this. His eyes widened for a moment. He did not expect the enemy to react so quickly and managed to escape. His hands clenched the sword, raising it above his head. The force of the impending crushing blow felt in every muscle. With a powerful movement, he swung his sword, his body tensed to the limit. Every muscle worked in this crushing blow. Zhang Ma, like a shadow, instantly slid to the side, dodging the blow with graceful ease without losing control of his pursuer for a second. Once at a safe distance, he carefully watched his opponent's every move, preparing for the next maneuver. Lightning struck the concrete with a deafening crash, splitting it into pieces and scattering fragments to the sides. Niu Lan again clenched the sword in the muscles of his arms, tense, and determination burned in his eyes. His opponent grinned, raised an eyebrow and said in a sarcastic tone, "Is this all the Japanese cowboy has learned?" Under the open sky and amid the dusty fog, he stepped forward, his silhouette gradually emerging in the cloud of smoke destruction. Niu Lan froze in amazement. Looking at the enemy who appeared, could he really survive the final blow? Zhang Ma, who appeared from the dust, grinned, clenching his fists with a defiant look, as if answering a recent challenge. Taking up his sword again, Niu Lan concentrated, preparing for the decisive blow, his arms tense in anticipation of the fight. Ruo Bing watched them with concern. Her brother had already exhausted all his strength. They clearly underestimated this guy. But his stern gaze and clenched teeth spoke of the seriousness of his intentions. He swung, forcefully pointing his sword towards Zhang Ma, ready for a powerful blow. The guy quickly seized the moment and, turning, suddenly launched a strong kick with his legs, trying to take him by surprise. In the dead of night, the car carefully moved along a narrow mountain path. Bright headlights cut through the darkness, a winding path between the rocks flared up, the wheels raised clouds of dust, dissolving in the shadows of the mountains. There was a couple sitting in this car who were happily talking. The guys were complimenting each other. The guy said that his girlfriend was very beautiful and she lowered her gaze in embarrassment. But suddenly their idol was destroyed by Niu Lan, who broke the windshield and landed right on them. The young man sat down among the rubble and shouted furiously that his enemy still did not want to surrender. Suddenly, Zhang Ma made a sharp jump and in a few moments found himself on the car. He said that Niu Lang interfered with this couple on a date. This is an unworthy act for a master and a cowboy. However, his opponent said that he was simply giving in, and in fact the young man is not as strong as he wants to seem. Niu Lan stood up in anger and promised that today he would definitely finish off his enemy. Zhang Ma smiled and asked the enemy to show how strong he was. And then the young man quickly jumped up and began to deftly dodge the blows, not noticing that the car had shattered into pieces. The guy and girl who were inside were seriously injured. Zhang Ma told his opponent that he was giving him one last chance and let the cowboy take advantage of it. Niu Lang did not agree. He decided that he would defeat this clever and resourceful young man. His hand suddenly stretched out, and suddenly the sword, obeying the call, appeared in his palm, shining in the dim light. He swung instantly, his muscles tensed. The blade rose into the air, ready to attack. With a quick jerk, he struck, putting all his strength into it. The sword flashing through the air, its tip sparkling. Zhang Ma dodged with ease and, grinning, said that the cowboy was too slow. And then, he lashed out with his fist, aiming for his face. And the attack was so strong that his enemy had no time to defend himself. The blow cut the air, and blood appeared on his face. Splashes scattered in different directions. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhang Ma flew into the air, and without hesitation grabbed the stone, throwing it down with great force. Niu Lang's body pressed to the ground. His face was distorted with rage, and he was rapidly losing strength. As he accelerated, Zhang Ma landed directly on the stone, his foot hitting it with a loud crash, causing the cobblestone to crack. The guy furiously trampled the stone, knocking out pieces of blows with each heel until fragments scattered around. But suddenly the young man realized that his opponent had disappeared and he had not stepped on him. A moment later, he noticed that Ruo Bing grabbed her brother and decided to run away as quickly as possible. The girl said that this was very strange because Zhang Ma was not his opponent, but he was able to find out about their weakness and immediately began to run so that they would waste their energy. Niu Lan shouted in rage that next time he would definitely deal with this guy and destroy him. Zhang Ma boldly looked after him and said that the next time they meet, he will be even stronger. This training was so relaxing, he didn't even think that he would provoke the cultivators with his behavior. However, the young man was worried that Li Dakui was involved in this. He decided that he needed to become stronger, and they could not live in this room anymore, and they needed to find another one. Zhang Ma moved his comrade to another room, and he was unconscious. When Li Dakui woke up, and when he looked at his phone, he read a message from a friend. His friend wrote that he had resolved the situation. There was no need to worry about him. He was getting ready to go on a hike, and he had a surprise for Lee Da-kui. Literally the next moment, there was a knock on the door. The guy thought what a surprise it could be. He hoped that his friend wouldn't play a prank on him and didn't bring the girl they had the day before. However, when he opened the door, he saw several ladies on the threshold. They said that they had come to give him a massage and the services had already been paid for with the card. A hand gently touched his shoulder, as if conveying a gentle warmth that gradually enveloped him. The girl stood behind him, gently placing her hands on his neck. He closed his eyes, plunging into an atmosphere of calm and comfort. Her attentive gaze and his relaxed posture created a feeling of harmony at that moment. From the side, one could see how her hands carefully touched his neck, evoking a feeling of confidence and peace. Joy was expressed on the guy's face, and he enjoyed this moment, filled with care and calm. Beneath the steep rocky slope lay a clear sky with fluffy clouds, and fog rising along the surface shrouded it, adding to the mystery of the surroundings. Zhang Ma had been climbing up the large, massive steps for a long time. His body was covered with drops of sweat. It was hard for the guy. He clenched his teeth and constantly told himself that he needed to pass this test with dignity. Finally, he shouted out that he had climbed to the top and climbed 2 million steps. The guy was relieved and delighted and told Ah Shu that he had completed 2 million steps on the stairs. However, his patron said that after this, it is impossible to get very tired. Zhang Ma must walk another 5 million. The young man smiled. He had already taken a breath and prepared to train further. He decided that if he wanted to become strong, he had to train his endurance. Meanwhile, a tense conversation was taking place in one of the offices of a tall office building. Turning to the window, the young doctor asked what sacrifices were needed for the practice they decided to create. He added that he needed the best victims, and there were already several candidates. The girl who talked to him said that she had information about the people he needed. Jin Tai-shun looked at the folders with documents that contained information and said that it was a reward to be chosen by him personally. He eagerly unfolded one of the folders to see what kind of victims were prepared for him. The doctor looked with curiosity at the girl's personal file. She seemed familiar to him, and he remembered that this was Li Hui-ju, the girlfriend of the student who was at the event. The document contained all her personal information, name, age, as well as information that she was a student at a medical school. Under the light of the blue sky, one could see a cozy cottage with a facade decorated with natural materials. A conversation could be heard in the shower stall. Mei Qi was asking her interlocutor on the phone if he had thought well about her proposal. She recalled that she wanted to make Zhang Ma her personal assistant. The guy at that moment was near a large waterfall. The water was noisy nearby. He said that his interlocutor was too stubborn. But after thinking a little, Zhang Ma said that he accepted the offer and agreed to become her personal assistant. The girl asked, again in delight. Did she understand correctly and the young man really didn't mind? She said that she wanted to meet him and asked when they could do this. Zhang Ma said that she can pick him up at Miaofeng Mountain, where Demu Hotel is located, tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this point, the conversation was over, and the guy hung up. He still had urgent, complex matters to attend to. He said that he was going to teach Jin Tai-shun a lesson, because he did wrong and killed Shu Nua. If the guy doesn't stop him, then who knows how many more girls he will destroy, and Mei Qi could be a great reason to meet him. Ah Ju enthusiastically said that Zhang Ma is thinking in the right direction and needs to show everyone who this doctor really is. But the patron also wanted to tell us about another problem, which is the beautiful waterfall. According to Ah Xu's knowledge, this source exists only in a few worlds. No one has explored them yet, and the young man had to do it first. Meanwhile, a normal working day was taking place in a large multi-story hospital building. Li Hairu told the patient that he had been given a new prescription and told him how to take the pills. The girl said that it is very important to follow the dosage and also take it on time, otherwise the patient will not recover. The guy looked at her admiringly and said that the girl was the best doctor he had ever met. But at that moment, a nurse looked into the ward and said that Li Huiju was looking for a handsome man. The girl thought that Zhang Ma was probably asking her. He had not left her mind for a long time. However, it was another person who was very interested in Nurse Li Huiru. Against the background of the rock, a narrow crack was visible, from which an unforgettable golden light emanated, illuminating the surroundings. A solar stream of energy was directed towards this source. surrounded by electrical flashes, which created a feeling of strength and tension. Zhang Ma looked around in admiration. He never thought that there could be a cave there. Ah Xiu suddenly became wary and said that he felt something was wrong here. It must be dangerous. The young man asked his patron if there really were things that he might not know about, but in any case, Zhang Ma could stand up for himself. Ah Xiu again persistently warned Zhang Ma to be careful until the system analyzed this place. The guy stepped forward and said that he had nothing to be afraid of. He was already strong enough. But suddenly Zhang Ma realized that he was rapidly falling down. He probably stepped on a stone that was standing very unstable. The next second, the young man flew down and began to scream loudly in fear. Ah Xiu once again warned that caution must be exercised. The guy extended his hand forward and shouted loudly for his patron to save him because he was rapidly falling down. The guy screamed loudly while falling, but it didn't stop, and it seemed like it was happening forever. Soon, Zhang Ma fell to the ground. Clouds of dust rose around him and a deafening ringing sound was heard. He was lying on the ground, but a large dome rallied around the guy which protected him from falling. Ah Xiu reproached that the young man was too wealthy, and if not for the shield, he would already be dead. Zhang Ma stood up, rubbing his limbs, and said that he would never have thought that the cave was so deep. He began to peer around and asked with interest where they ended up. Ah Xiu said that it was necessary to look in the opposite direction. The guy turned around in amazement. What he saw shocked him. A large monument that depicted a monster with 6 arms and 3 heads. The young man asked what it was. The monument looked very creepy and intimidating. He added that it looked very suspicious. The sculpture emitted negative energy. Suddenly, Zhang Ma noticed that the floor near this amazing creature was strewn with many bones. Ah Xiu suggested that there was probably a large-scale fight here, and the sculpture depicted a demon in the mountain waterfall. It seems that everything is so simple in this place. The guy said that this creature has 3 heads and 6 arms. It is unknown what kind of demon it is. The patron added that the body, heart, and mind of the demon king are intact. Probably unknown creatures tried to hide this statue. He added that it was very likely that there was a trap hidden here and that caution should be taken. Suddenly, a powerful blue stream of energy began to revolve around Zhang Ma. The guy stood in surprise, surrounded by this unusual phenomenon. The next minute, he saw a strange creature that appeared through this blue stream and sat down on the steps. Ah Xiu said that things were bad. It seems Zhang Ma activated the trap and these bones. The guard who protected the demon. The guy began to look at strange creatures that began to appear out of nowhere. Probably they really were guards. The creepy living skeleton, grinding its bones, growled ominously and rushed at the guy with terrifying speed, fixing empty eye sockets on him. The guy quickly reacted and, without hesitation, swung his leg at him, trying to repel the attack and stop the attacker. But having missed, he lost his balance and, unable to resist, swayed sharply back, falling to the ground. Ah Xiu said that if a guy suddenly dies, he might become one of them. So you need to find something that protects the Demon King and then immediately leave. But Zhang Ma put on a hood and said that there was absolutely no need for any rush. A crowd of terrible creatures whose eyes sparkled in the darkness was rapidly approaching him. The guy clenched his fists and prepared for a fierce attack. He decided that he would definitely protect himself and achieve the goal for which he came here. He said that he wanted to see the abilities of the sculpted Demon King. Meanwhile, Li Huizhu went outside to meet the man who was looking for her. She looked around the area but could not see him anywhere. The girl was sure that it was Zhang Ma. Li Huizhu did not hear how they quietly approached her from behind and came close. The next moment, she felt a strong hand grab her and bring a handkerchief dipped in an intoxicating liquid to her nose. The girl tried to break free and scream, but nothing happened. Suddenly, she began to lose consciousness. The glasses fell sharply and broke on the ground, but the villain did not pay attention to this. He grabbed Li Huizhu, who was already unconscious, and whistled for reinforcements to arrive. The next moment, a black car quickly appeared next to him. 2 men grabbed the girl's limp body and carried it into a car where there were many different boxes. The lady with the short hair called her manager and said that the plan worked and everything was fine. Jin Taishin heard the news and responded with satisfaction that everything was going according to plan. The young doctor disconnected and mockingly said that now Zhang Ma would definitely be confused and wouldn't know what to do. After all, he caught his girlfriend to make sacrifices, and he will be very happy if Zhang Ma starts begging him not to do this. And at this time, a real brawl broke out in the mountains. One of the stones fell away and released a stream of bright daylight into the cave. Zhang Ma looked decisively at his enemies and told them to approach him. The guy swung his fist and struck sharply, hitting one of the skeletons in the jaw. Without wasting time, he quickly turned around and hit the second one in the side with his elbow. The attack was significant and stunning. Concentrating, the guy noticed another enemy and stopped him with a blow to the stomach. Having completed the series of attacks, Zhang Ma sharply raised his leg and powerfully hit her in the head of the next skeleton. However, he noticed that the monsters were not decreasing, but they were present again and their number was increasing. Enraged enemies growled and approached him from all sides. Zhang Ma said that there were too many of them and he did not know how to defeat them. The option of fighting could no longer be considered. Ah Xiu said that the young man would not be able to defeat them with his current skills, but he could use X-ray vision to find the thing that protects these demons and then immediately attack. Zhang Ma concentrated and began to carefully observe the situation, including all senses and processing. He soon found in the head of the sculpture an unusual rectangular thing emitting a radiance. The patron praised him for his resourcefulness and said that it was necessary to get this item. The guy accelerated and began to push the skeletons gathered around in different directions. He pushed off from the head of one of them in order to make a powerful, rapid jump. The next moment, he was already flying towards a huge, rocky statue. He began to climb up the demon's hair. The skeletons could not catch up or somehow interfere with his actions. Soon, the young man reached the top of the head and saw a chest there that emitted a bright light. Zhang Ma suddenly realized that the treasure was his coffin and suddenly felt the earth tremble. It became difficult for the guy to resist and he asked Ah Xiu, "What could this mean? Has an earthquake started?" However, the next moment, he saw that the statue came to life and turned into a real red demon. Ah Xiu said that the guy probably angered him when he removed the stone. In the foreground was Western University, its brick facade painted bright blue, wide steps leading to the main entrance. The teacher entered the spacious auditorium and greeted the students. She said that now it is necessary to check those present. The teacher's name was Wang Su-er. She began to do a roll call with the students who were present at the class. Zhang Mo responded and said that he was there. Then Chang Shu followed, who also responded and said that he was present at the lesson. When Wang Shui-er called Zhang Ma's name, there was silence in the audience. The guys looked at each other in surprise. They didn't know where their classmate had gone. The teacher told them to tell him and Lida Kui to come to her office when they arrived. At this time, streams of water rapidly fell from the steep rocks, forming a cloud of spray, and a blinding light emanated from the cave. The guy looked in amazement at the huge monster that was trying to crush him. Zhang Ma asked the patron what was happening and why this monster appeared. Ah Xiu replied that perhaps the young man had angered him, but they had already received that stone, so they could just quietly escape. However, a huge red giant noticed them and the guy pulled away in horror. The next moment, he saw a powerful big fist heading straight towards him. However, the young man was able to jump away and dodge the danger, overtaking him in time. He did a sharp somersault in the air. The guy thought that his enemy, although big, was not very smart. Zhang Ma carefully watched every move of his opponent and calculated his moves forward. And at this time, a huge palm was already approaching him in order to grab him. Zhang Ma decided that it was time to use his teleportation abilities and thus get rid of the enemy. The next moment, he jumped back again, and his huge hand fell straight into a strong cobblestone. The young man watched with mockery as the monster hit a huge wall, and now his hand was stuck in the rocky surface. He said that the form of this opponent was not dangerous, and he could have fun with him. But suddenly, something attracted the attention of Zhang Ma, and he noticed the strange phenomenon with surprise and fear. After all, the red monster was in front of him just a second ago and suddenly disappeared into the air. However, after a short amount of time, he appeared on the other side and stared at the guy with a red, fierce gaze. He dodged again, and thus managed to escape again. However, such racing exhausted him a little. Suddenly, a crash was heard, and cave stones fell from all around. The guy got out and rose from the wreckage. He did not understand how his enemy ended up behind. Ah Xiu said that he couldn't keep track of such a big monster, and they really needed to escape. Zhang Ma said that he agreed and they would discuss everything when he was safe. The young man rushed forward upward, like an arrow piercing the air and moving very quickly. But suddenly, when Zhang Ma turned around, he saw that his opponent was rushing after him. The guy suddenly burst out of the deep tunnel, his body rushing upward, surrounded by thick darkness. The enemy followed him, gnashing his teeth angrily. The monster was ready to attack. The enemy dealt a powerful blow with enormous force, but the guy deftly dodged, missing the attack. Zhang Ma looked forward and exclaimed that he saw a way out. Hope sounded in his voice. In the distance, a round hole was visible, from which a bright light was visible. He quickly imagined that he would soon get out of this place, and his face filled with determination and desire. Despite the obvious outcome, his opponent continued to pursue, trying to grab the guy, but he was not going to give up and evaded capture. Finally, he got to a safe distance and sat trying to catch his breath. The guy said in horror that a little more and the terrible monster would have grabbed him. Ah Xiu added that this cave hides a lot of secrets. It couldn't be that simple. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma noticed the red flickering light of his opponent, which emitted a deafening roar. He looked down sharply and fiercely. The young man decided that he would definitely defeat him, and at this time his friend Li Dakui was in the beautiful mountain hotel. He ate the grapes with pleasure, and then thought that life was wonderful. Suddenly the guy heard a knock on the door and lazily stood up to see who it was. But when he saw his comrade at the door, this sight shocked him, because all of Zhang Ma's clothes were torn. The young man looked tired and looked at Li Dakui with a devastated look. He asked what happened, and the next moment Zhang Ma stumbled into the threshold. He quickly began to fall and his friend jumped up sharply to catch him. Li Dakui began to ask what happened, but Zhang Ma could no longer say anything. The guy asked Zhang Ma not to scare him so much and to quickly come to his senses. Suddenly, Li Dakui heard a cheerful phone ringing in his friend's pocket. The young man picked up the phone and asked who Zhang Ma was asking. Mai Qi called him. The girl asked why he didn't answer the call for so long. However, Li Dakui replied that it was his friend who could not answer the call. He came barely alive. Mai Qi still asked what happened. She thought that the young man had been beaten. The girl shouted into the phone that she was already leaving and quickly headed forward along the road. Meanwhile, in the room, the guy was lying unconscious on a soft bed. His body was shrouded in a warm sheet. Soon he began to come to his senses, slowly opening his eyes as if returning from a long sleep. Every moment his eyes opened wider and wider, and suddenly he noticed Ah Xiu in front of him, who sadly said that he needed to wake up. The guy rubbed his eyes, and the patron said that he would never have thought that the stone box could contain such treasures. Zhang Ma made an effort and stood up near the pillow. He said that his whole body was bruised after such an outing, but he did not understand what kind of chest they found. Ah Xiu said that this is called a time controller, a very important thing. The owner of this box can stop time and control it. Zhang Ma stared at his patron in amazement. He would never have thought that this was possible, and Ah Xiu said that time slowing is a skill that allows you to control it. He can slow down whatever he wants in space. But the number of uses of this ability is limited and requires a lot of vitality and energy. Ah Xiu said that he also found 3 keys in the box, which were probably the most important for the Demon King. The guy asked in surprise, "What kind of keys are these? Why are they unusual and so important?" But suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Mai Qi, who quickly burst through the ajar door. The girl in tears began to ask where Zhang Ma got hurt, and asked him not to scare her like that. She added that the guy was still supposed to become her personal assistant. The girl rushed forward and wanted to hug the guy. Zhang Ma shouted in horror for time to stop because he didn't want this woman to get closer. And time really stopped. Mai Qi did not have time to approach him. The young man thought that it was very good to have such abilities. It was very helpful not only in battle but also in everyday life. However, the next moment he was disappointed, because the girl still achieved her goal and hugged him tightly. The guy asked in bewilderment what this meant because the patron said that he could control time. Ah Xiu explained that this requires a lot of energy, depending on his current strength. Time only stopped for a second. After some time, the red car was already moving rapidly along the noisy highway. Mai Qi kept asking her wounded friend what happened and why he was beaten. She suggested that perhaps this was due to the fact that he was treating another lady behind her back. Zhang Ma said that he was hiking and accidentally scratched himself on a tree branch. The girl looked at him and said that the guy cannot wear these clothes because others might think that she beat him. But fortunately, the international market was nearby, and they decided to go there and buy clothes. Zhang Ma said that Mai Qi did not have to go, and she could let them go. They would buy their own things. Li Dakui looked at her friend in surprise. He asked what Zhang Ma meant. After all, such a beauty wanted to buy him clothes and he still refuses. If Zhang Ma had no desire to accept such gifts, then he could go shopping instead. Mai Qi said that she only wants to buy clothes for Zhang Ma and she is not interested in any other guys. Li Dakui narrowed his eyes slyly and said that he would soon be able to call her little sister. However, the girl did not like this statement very much and she furiously demanded that he repeat his words. Zhang Ma sat silently. He decided not to get involved in this squabble, but he was somewhat surprised. Uh, the girl looked at him furtively but did not say anything. But this look betrayed her intention. Meanwhile, the car moved on, and suddenly they were cut off by a black car that was quickly rushing along the road. Meichi angrily said that it is very dangerous to do such stunts. Probably all the drivers are sick, and Zhang Ma should treat them. However, the guy didn't say anything. He looked straight ahead, thinking about something of his own. Meanwhile, the black car was driving faster and faster along the big, noisy highway. By that time, the master had already prepared all the necessary items for the sacrifice. The unknown person looked at the unconscious girl. He said that he would take good care of her and very soon he could take her soul. Jin Tai-shun was on his way and called the master to say that he had only a short time to go. He then turned to his assistant and said that their meeting with the master would take place in the international market on the 44th floor in the Yunduan bar. After this, the young man ordered his assistant to stay in the car and take good care of the girl. Soon Mei-chi stopped near a large elite building, which was an international market. The girl said that she would be away for a while, and at that time the guy could find some clothes for himself. Mei-chi added that if he finds a suitable one, he can safely buy and not worry about the price. She is ready to pay everything. Li Daqui looked sideways at his friend and asked him to finally tell him what was happening. Zhang Ma told his friend that if he was jealous, they could find a girl for him too. Li Daqui dreamily said that if this happens, he can become the best romantic. Zhang Ma laughed, and his friend continued. He said that he admired his ability to find girls. They slowly walked towards the entrance to the store, but suddenly they were stopped by a woman who blocked their way. The lady said that the guys look like homeless people and, judging by their appearance, they are not able to buy anything in this elite establishment. Li Daqui looked at her angrily and told her to repeat who she called homeless. However, Zhang Ma stepped forward and politely said that he noticed they had some good quality items and would like to buy them. The girl mockingly said that they were not able to purchase such clothes because they were very expensive. Zhang Ma went up to the display cases and began to silently sort through them, not paying attention to the angry cries of the saleswoman. The next moment, the young man defiantly threw several things that he liked onto the sofa, and then turned to the girl and said that he wanted to purchase the things that he had selected. However, the saleswoman indignantly said that this was impossible and decided that her interlocutor was sick. Zhang Ma calmly asked to find his measurements, as well as more clothes suitable for his friend. The girl looked at them indignantly. She could not find words because she was sure that the guys were not able to pay for all these purchases. Meanwhile, near the same building of the international market, another black car stopped. The elevator was moving upward. The uniform hum of the engine filled the cabin in which there were people. Soon the doors opened and Jin Tai-soon emerged from the cabin with a menacing look. The girl meeting him said that the master was already ready to meet the guy and he could go to him. They walked along a spacious, bright corridor with high columns. A woman in a business suit walked first, and a doctor followed her at a short distance, and soon they approached a small statue depicting a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. The girl approached and pressed on the sculpture, thus opening a secret door. A few moments later, 2 doors opened in front of them, inviting them to go inside. They stood in front of a massive door with stained glass patterns. Jin Tai-soon looked closely at the woman, who lowered her head and motioned for him to enter. He stopped walking and held his gaze for a moment, his face reflecting a mixture of respect and suppressed excitement. Then he confidently stepped inside, plunging into twilight. The floor was strewn with many candles, whose flickering lights illuminated the ancient stone steps. In the very center of the hall, a huge statue towered majestically and ominously, casting long shadows. On the top step stood a man in a long cloak, motionless and majestic as the guardian of this place. Jin Tai-soon bowed deeply and, expressing respect, quietly said words of greeting. The man turned around. On his face was a creepy mask of an evil creature, with an evil, angry look. Meanwhile, a few floors below, in one of the stores, Zhang Ma and a friend chose things for themselves. Finally, they decided. The guy carefully watched as the saleswoman laid out the purchased clothes. Soon the last bag was collected and the girl began to approach them. She apologized for her behavior and told the guy not to hold a grudge. The girl announced the amount of 134 million. Zhang Ma said that payment would be made by bank transfer and took out his plastic card. The saleswoman took it in her hands and discovered damage in the place where the chip was located. She said that it would not be possible to pay this way and asked if there was another one. Zhang Ma began to frantically think that the card was probably broken during the fight with the Demon King. The guy remembered that he only transferred 100 million to Li Daqui's card. However, this would not be enough. So he suggested putting everything back for now and said that they would return a little later. However, the girl did not believe them. She told the guys to stay in place and not move. The girl angrily said that if they are not ready to pay, then she will be forced to call security who will take them out. But suddenly Mei-chi appeared at the door. Customers began to whisper that the daughter of Chairman Gao herself had appeared. The saleswoman ingratiatingly said that they had a misunderstanding and two ragged people decided to deceive her. But Mei-chi walked majestically around the hall and said that she should be given all the things that the guys had chosen. And then she threw herself on Zhang Ma's neck and said that if he liked the clothes, he could tell her right away. And then she turned to the saleswoman and ordered the manager to find similar things for each season and send them to the Eastern University. They left, and the visitors began to whisper among themselves about what happened. They assumed that the guy had abilities with which he attracted Mei-chi Gao. Meanwhile, the guys went down to the underground parking area where several cars were parked. There was also a black car that belonged to Dr. Jin Tai-sun. With his captive inside, Li Hairu noticed how three people, led by Zhang Ma, walked along the spacious hall. She tried to scream and call for help, but through the dull glass she could not be heard. The girl burst into tears, but soon froze because they brought a knife to her neck and ordered her to remain silent. And as friends walked leisurely through the basement, Li Daqui said that his friend had changed a lot when he changed his suit. In this outfit, they suited Mei-chi very well. The girl happily said that she also noticed it. Li Daqui said that if Miss Gao would deign to buy him new clothes, the two of them with Zhang Ma would look even better. The girl told the young man to stop flattering because such methods did not work for her. Then she said that only bad words came from his mouth and she did not want to continue the conversation. Suddenly, Zhang Ma noticed something suspicious and became a little wary. The guy noticed a black car, but couldn't see anything through the tinted windows. Lan Yi, who was holding Li Huiru hostage, sarcastically said that the girl's friend was walking with another girl. She looked carefully into the captive's face, trying to discern the pain and suffering from such a betrayal. However, Li Huiru did not pay attention to her words and continued to burst into tears, and her thoughts called Zhang Ma for help. And meanwhile, the guy was still standing near this car because an unclear anxiety gripped his soul. Mei-chi also looked at the car in surprise and asked why they were becoming. Meanwhile, a terrible ritual was taking place on the upper floor. The soulless statue watched all the ugliness and sparkled with empty eye sockets. The master went down the steps and sat down on the massive rocky throne. He lowered his head and spoke quietly. And on the floor, in an outlined circle, lay his unfortunate victim. The girl was wrapped in a red sheet. The master folded his hands and kept repeating strange words that sounded terrifying within the walls of the spacious hall. The girl exhaled hopelessly, but she was in an unconscious state and did not understand what was happening to her. Several creatures in the same red, creepy masks crowded around her. They were casting terrible spells. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, which were filled with tears. Red, thick energy emanated from her entire body. A barely noticeable steam rose up, and the master watched as this energy approached him. He breathed into himself with pleasure. This energy, which spread throughout his entire body. This continued until the unfortunate victim lost all his vitality. After a while, the ritual finally ended, and the master looked contemptuously at his victim. The doctor silently approached the pensive monster and looked at him hesitantly. Jin Tai-sun bowed and asked how everything went, whether the master liked it. However, he was in no hurry to answer and looked at the guy with hatred for several moments. He was confused. The master turned around with rage and slapped the young man with a resounding slap in the face, from which he flew to the side. In amazement, the guy looked at the master and asked what happened. Why did he hit him? The monster angrily said that this girl is full of lust and it is unknown where she was found. Jin Tai-sun bowed again and said that he did not know this and apologized. The guy also added that he could provide the next victim that the master would definitely like. The frightened doctor said that he had already found a suitable candidate who could completely satisfy the master's hunger. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhang Ma told his companions that he needed to go to the toilet, and the guys could wait for him at the car parked at the entrance. His friend asked what happened to his brother. Did he really have bad kidneys? But his interlocutor was not in the mood to talk and said that he just needed to go away. Li Daqui told Miss Gao that it was better not to anger his friend, and they could really wait for him at the entrance. Meanwhile, a real drama was happening in the black car. Li Huiju huddled in a chair and looked at the knife with fear. But suddenly the girls heard a strange male voice who said that he was glad to meet. And then Zhang Ma turned to them and asked Li Huiru to meet his new girlfriend. It turns out that 10 minutes ago, the guy noticed a suspicious phenomenon in a black car. Therefore, he said that he wanted to go to the toilet so that his friends would not see his plan. Ajio warned that weak spiritual energy was coming from the car on the right. The guy looked closely, and after a moment understood why he was so attracted to this car. Because in the back seat he noticed Li Huiju, who was being held hostage by a ruthless girl. An inner voice warned the young man to remain careful and not attract attention to himself. After waiting for Li Dakui and Mei Qi to leave, the young man concentrated on his superpower. He approached the black car and was able to get inside using teleportation. And then he turned to the back seat and asked his friend why she didn't tell him her new friend. Lan Yi looked at him angrily and asked how he was able to come to them. Li Huija cried out in tears for her brother Zhang Ma to help her get out of this captivity. But Lan Yi launched a sharp blade at him and said that he would not achieve his goal. A few moments later, a sharp knife pierced the windshield, but did not hit the guy who managed to evaporate. Catching his breath, Zhang Ma asked why this girl is so fast. Xiu said that the guy used teleportation and he ran out of spiritual energy, and his rival's current combat strength at the moment was 1,500. But this number could increase rapidly and she had the ability to control her strength. In the next moment, Xiu said that her combat power had increased by 2.5. However, in addition to having this advantage, she also possessed another secret weapon. After all, Lan Yi was a member of the Shadow Knight clan. The next moment, the young man noticed that his opponent had disappeared. From this, he concluded that the girl did not have teleportation abilities. Suddenly, she materialized right behind Zhang Ma and mockingly asked who he had lost. Then the girl leaned towards him and said that death was her best friend. However, Zhang Ma managed to dodge and quickly pull away while kicking her in the stomach. He was disgusted and said that this girl was very nasty. He wouldn't want to let her get close. He also noticed that as soon as he lowered his concentration, the enemy immediately disappeared from sight. Zhang Ma could not understand what technique she used and how she achieved such results. But the next moment she pushed him, and the guy flew back with all his might. Hitting a standing car, the metal under his body crumpled, leaving a deep dent. Lan Yi mockingly asked if this is all the guy is capable of. Then she added that if the young man began to whine like a dog, then his death would be faster. However, Zhang Ma angrily muttered that his opponent had stained his new clothes and now he was very angry. Then he turned to the patron so that Xiu would tell information about this girl. He wanted to know what the words from the Shadow Knight clan meant because she did not use teleportation. The young man came to the conclusion that she was hiding in the shadows. This skill in controlling silhouettes was her ability. Xiu confirmed the guy's guesses and said that the difference between the Shadow Knight clan and the Mad Blades is that they turn spiritual energy into shadow. This is an unusual skill of the shadows that are here. They are her assistants and are able to move to any place with her. Xiu warned the guy to be careful and not allow the enemy to get close to his shadow. Meanwhile, Miss Gao was still sitting in the car. She was worried that Zhang Ma still had not appeared. Li Dakui reassured her in every possible way and said that she needed to be patient. Their friend would probably arrive soon. But the angry Mei Qi looked at him angrily and said that if Zhang Ma never showed up, she would strangle the guy. After these words, Li Dakui looked at the girl with caution and said that he agreed to everything. Meanwhile, a fierce battle continued in the basement parking lot. Lan Yi struck with her leg from behind with lightning speed and the guy flew forward with all his might, crashing into the wall. Stone and plaster fell around, and electric discharges ran from the destroyed place, highlighting the cracks. A crash was heard, and the place where the guy crashed lit up with lights. Zhang Ma began to slowly rise, lowering his head, his shoulders quietly rising from his breath. The girl, slightly raising her eyebrow, cast a contemptuous glance at him. Confidence and hidden mockery of his weakness were visible in her eyes. The young man looked at her angrily and said that she is very stubborn but cannot fight honestly. With one look at this girl, you can say that she is a thief with a bunch of successors. Lan Yi replied that their clan was created for killing, and the guy's words absolutely could not stop her. Xiu warned that it is necessary to come up with a plan if the young man continues to run away, then sooner or later she will kill him. Zhang Ma said with confidence that he already has a plan, and soon the patron will see everything with his own eyes. The guy understood that such a rival could be defeated by using cunning. However, the next moment, he noticed that his opponent had disappeared again. An inner voice warned the young man not to be so careless, but Zhang Ma rushed forward with all his determination. The guy did not take his eyes off the closed elevator and quickly approached the metal doors. With every moment, the iron cabin was getting closer. Suddenly, Lan Yi appeared from above. As if out of nowhere, she hovered right above him. The young man continued his movement towards the elevator while his opponent hovered in the air to prepare for the blow. She dropped sharply and delivered a powerful kick, sending the guy to the wall. In the next few moments, there was silence, but suddenly a crash was heard. Suddenly, dangling broken wires appeared on the empty ceiling, flickering with sparks. Ah Shu watched all this carefully and asked how Zhang Ma was feeling. The guy replied that he could have dodged the blow, but he didn't do it on purpose in order to implement his plan. He said that if his opponent's attacks depend on shadows, then he can take advantage of this. If the Shadow Knight clan operates without shadows, there will be a contradiction. But using his X-ray vision, he saw all the corners of this parking lot. The young man noticed that there were 3 lines of wire on it that provided electricity lamps. But if they deliberately broke apart, Lan Yi would immediately understand the plan he came up with. She would not allow it to be realized, and Zhang Ma risked dying before he could cut the wires. So during the battle, he analyzed all the paths of the electrical cables in order to break them. Thus, his opponent dug her own grave and could soon say goodbye to life. Now, the last power line was left in the guy's hands, and the moment he broke it, darkness fell in the room. The lamps that were burning with bright light instantly went out, and at the moment when the light disappeared, the shadows also disappeared. Zhang Ma said that he had to turn off the lights in the entire room so that it would become dark. Ah Xiu said that this plan is very good, and however, there is one caveat. Although the clan puts the task of killing as a top priority, they also have a skill that resurrects after death. If they understand that it will be difficult to win, then the fighters redirect all their energy to increase their combat strength and then attack the enemy. Therefore, Zhang Ma should still be careful because such strong opponents are not easy to defeat. The young man looked with all his eyes at his opponent, who began to transform with lightning speed. At this moment, the security service sounded the alarm because the electricity in the room suddenly disappeared. 2 workers were sent to go downstairs and check the condition of the electrical panels. They were told to find out the cause of the breakdown and fix the problems so that the lamps would light again as usual. The men walked forward and lit their way with flashlights. They talked among themselves and were surprised at such a strange phenomenon. They passed by and didn't notice how Lan Yi was holding onto the ceiling and was right above their heads. One of the workers noticed the suspicious movement and directed a flashlight in that direction. However, the second one said that there was nothing and probably his comrade just wanted to scare him. Lan Yi suddenly appeared in front of them and looked at the men with an angry gaze. They realized that this girl was very strange, and in despair they began to crawl back. But suddenly, they were grabbed by someone's strong hands. It was Zhang Ma who decided that they had no place here because people could interfere with his plan. He pulled 2 workers away, but one lost consciousness due to the excitement they experienced. The second man began to look at Zhang Ma in horror and asked him to return his flashlight. However, the guy in a rage grabbed the spotlight and crushed it in his hand. He said that this light almost killed him, and yet the man did not want to give up. He showed that he also had a flashlight on his phone. The next moment, he felt a sharp blow and did not say another word. Zhang Ma decided that for his own safety, the man could lie down unconscious. Then he looked around and realized that his opponent had disappeared somewhere again. However, after a moment, he noticed that she appeared and almost grabbed him. The guy turned around, but it was already too late, and Lan Yi raised her hand to strike. The girl launched a powerful attack in the stomach. He lost his balance and flew to the side. She watched as Zhang Ma slowly moved away from her as his body rotated helplessly. Soon, the guy crashed into a parked car that was standing in the area with a roar. The impact caused the body of the car to visibly break and sparks burst out from under the hood. Ah Zhu was sad. He said that his friend was clearly losing, because even the shield was broken. Zhang Ma turned to his patron and said that he did not want to die. He was interested in whether he had enough mental energy to use the time stop. The patron replied that this fight took a lot of strength from him, and the guy can only use it once. Zhang Ma stood up decisively and boldly looked forward. He said that this would be enough. And then he turned to his opponent because she tore his clothes and now had to work out. Lan Yi looked at him with anger and told him to repeat his words. She swung at the guy and shouted that he didn't dare talk to her like that. However, at this very moment, Zhang Ma was closely watching the girl's every move. He thought that now was the time when the time stop could best be used, and after a moment, he spoke spells that stopped time. Taking advantage of this slowdown, he sharply hit his opponent in the stomach, and she did not have time to react. The girl flew several meters away and screamed loudly. She did not expect such an attack. Zhang Ma looked at her furiously and asked how she liked this turn of events. He added that the weakness of their clan was not in fighting and dodging, but in defense, and this played into his hands. Ashio confirmed the young man's words and said that the Shadow Knight clan is indeed strong, but is very weak in defense. If someone hits them, they can die. Zhang Ma said that he was not going to kill Lan Yi, but he warned her not to touch his girlfriends anymore. The guy also told her to tell the boss that he won't be afraid of anyone, and he doesn't care how many people attack him. With these words, he grabbed the exhausted Li Huiju in his arms and added that if Lan Yi was not satisfied with this, then she could come to him and they would fight to the end. Meanwhile, in an African seaport, there was an old massive ship on the pier. Two brothers Lu Tan and Lu Rong were surrounded by other people who were also traveling on this flight. Junior Lu Rong turned to Lu Tan and said that the guy who sent them to this place had a divine weapon. The eldest turned around and told his brother not to worry because they would soon go home. And when they returned, this man would pay with his life for his actions. He turned around angrily, shouting that he would tear into pieces the young man who dared to do this. However, Lu Rong tried to calm his brother down because of these screams, the patrol service began to pay attention to them. Meanwhile, Lan Yi returned to the international hotel and told about what happened. The girl said that she was very sorry, but she was unable to stop Zhang Ma. Lan Yi lowered her head guiltily and asked, and said that she couldn't keep track of the victim, but she was ready to do whatever the boss wanted as an apology. Jin Taishin looked at her and sighed sadly. He would never have thought that Zhang Ma could go so far. The guy angrily squeezed the glass in his hands and asked what clan their opponent was from. Lan Yi stammered and said that based on his fighting skills, it can be said that Zhang Ma was not a member of any clan, but he is very fast. The confused doctor approached her and said that this sacrifice was very important to them. He then added that he did not need any apologies. He needed the girl who missed Lan Yi, and she must find her. Having said these words, he grabbed her face angrily. Jin Tai-sun finally shouted out to her to bring her and get her out of the ground, and if she doesn't find her, he will be in her place. The girl guiltily backed away towards the exit and did not dare to look at the boss. He thought that he must find Li Hui-ru until the time of the next sacrifice comes, but it is also necessary to deal with Zhang Ma. He must be removed as soon as possible. After some thought, the doctor invited one of his workers, whose name was Jin Gang. A menacing man covered in tattoos arrived in the office and looked devotedly at his boss. Jin Tai-shun handed over a card with a photo and told Jin Gang to throw away this garbage. The doctor also warned that this young man should not be underestimated. Although he is a student, he is very smart. And at this moment, Zhang Ma had already taken Li Hui-ru to the hospital to be examined and prescribed treatment. He was told that Dr. Li Hui-ru was slightly injured but would be able to recover soon. Zhang Ma thanked the doctor and said that if everything is fine, he will not interfere and goes home. When he met the offended Mei-chi in the corridor, he said that everything was fine now. However, these explanations were not enough for the girl, and she asked the guy to tell him in more detail about his adventures. She could not understand how the young man could find a wounded lady and tear her clothes during a routine trip to the toilet. She threatened that if he did not tell the truth, she would kill him. Li Daqui looked at the girl in horror and asked his friend to tell the whole truth, because he did not want to die. Zhang Ma explained that Dr. Li Huiju, one of his friends, and he was informed that she had been detained, so the guy went to help. Mei-chi looked at him in rage and said that she would check this information, and if the young man lied, then he would be in trouble. The guys, taken aback, looked at her guiltily and said that this was the absolute truth. Meanwhile, the ship sailed from the port, and the brothers rejoiced that they would soon arrive home. They developed a plan for revenge. One of them said that he would distract the guy and the second should grab his hands. However, Lu Rong objected. He did not understand why he should grab the guy and bite his hands if he began to resist. They again began to argue and shout. The younger one said that it was dangerous, but Lu Tan replied that he would take care of his brother and should not be afraid. At this time, Zhang Ma scratched his nose in surprise and thought about what kind of beauty remembers him. Soon the guys arrived at the student dormitory. They were delightedly laying out the packages. Li Daqui looked at the purchases and said that there was nowhere to put so many clothes. He added that there was not enough space near his half and asked to temporarily put it near Zhang Ma's bed. The guy looked sideways at his friend and said that they had just acquired money, and he was already showing off. Li Daqui replied that his friend got a job as a secretary for Gao, and they could move to a larger room now they could afford it. Then he added mockingly that maybe Zhang Ma and Mei-chi would like to talk in private. Zhang Ma displeasedly pushed her comrade in the face and said that his thoughts were too dirty. Li Daqui said offendedly that he only mentioned Mei Qi's name, and his friend was already furious. This indicates that a spark had definitely flown between them. However, the guy ended the conversation and said that he would think about moving next time. And then Jiang Ma thought to himself that his friend's chatter reminded him of his unclear relationship with Jin Tai-sun. He decided that he needed to see this doctor. But suddenly, a classmate stopped by and said that the class teacher had been looking for them for several days. Jiang Ma looked at him in surprise. He had completely forgotten that they had a new homeroom teacher. 2 cars were parked in front of the university building. On campus, there was a tall gray building with visible windows located next to the gate. A black SUV stopped. Its headlights were burning brightly, as if warning of the driver's serious intentions. Soon the car door opened and a man in a business suit began to get out. He tightly clutched an open umbrella in his hands, protecting him from the sun's rays. It was Li Ningyu who returned. The young man was going to the university, and 2 guards were constantly walking next to him. The girls looked after him enthusiastically. They were talking among themselves about the fact that Li Ningyu, the heir of the Huitai Corporation, had finally arrived. And then they started arguing about who would approach the guy first. Because each of these girls wanted to get his attention, Li Ningyu looked at them with contempt and said that he was sick of this hillbilly. It was their own fault that no one fell in love with them. However, the guy had only one name in his head: Zhang Ma, the scoundrel who disgraced him and dared to hit him in public. The hostel building rose against the backdrop of the clear day sky. Its facade was slightly faded. Li Daqui said that their class teacher had changed and now it would definitely not be possible to skip school while studying. However, his friend said that he didn't care about the prohibitions. He gained strength and was struck by lightning. Meanwhile, one of the guards turned to Li Ningyu and offered to drink some water because it was very hot. However, the guy turned around angrily and covered his mouth with his hand, and then said that he did not need water. He returned for only one reason: to find the scoundrel Zhang Ma and talk to him. He then told the guard to repeat this name and never forget it. Li Ningyu did not notice that the young man was already watching them. The corporate heir kept telling his subordinate to go and find this guy. Li Daqui stared at them in amazement and said that it was Li Ningyu who had appeared, but his friend had already noticed it. When Li Ningyu turned around and saw the guys, he was speechless for a moment, and then his gaze became fierce. His eyes widened. A spark flashed in them, reflecting a storm of emotions, surprise that changed with cold anger, and the crowd around was talking with pleasure that Zhang Ma had recently beaten the heir to the corporation. He probably left the hospital, and they met again for a showdown. Li Ningyu looked at the guy with a gloomy look. His gaze sparkled with a cold light. Zhang Ma met this gaze. His eyes radiated the fire of confidence, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. The heir to the corporation said that he was just looking for him. The young man asked for what purpose. Majestic mountains covered with green thickets spread under the bright heavenly light. Suddenly, the figures of a man and a woman appeared in the sky, floating on a giant sword, sparkling in the sun. Suddenly, they landed on the side of a mountain, the ground shaking under the weight of the sword. The girl's foot touched the ground as if she had confidently entered the new reality. Rua Bing turned to her brother and said that this time, although they managed to discover the location of the Zijin pumpkin, they did not have the opportunity to inform the master about it. The guy replied that his main goal this time is Zijin gourds, the most important magical remedy for recovery, and he must get it no matter what price he has to pay. But first, they decided that they had to go back, and so they summoned their sword again. And the next moment, the sky darkened. A huge sword descended from the sky, emitting a bright light. Under this bright ray emanating from the sword, Ruo Bing and Nu Lang approached him. The next moment, the huge weapon turned into massive stone steps. The guy stepped on them first. The children had a view of the airy building to which there were many steps. This building was called Zhijing University, and this was where they would carry out their mission. Meanwhile, within the walls of the university, rumors were circulating among students that a major fight was planned on the street. Teacher Wang Shui-er was walking down the corridor and heard teenagers discussing this topic. They said that something amazing was happening below, and she listened to what the guys were talking about. The guys said that last time Zhang Ma and Li Ningyu fought for a girl, and now a continuation was planned. The teacher looked out the window thoughtfully and said the name Zhang Ma, thinking about something of her own. When she saw the crowd in the courtyard, she began to carefully observe what was happening there. In the middle of the circle stood a guy, and opposite him was the heir of the corporation. She looked at the young man and remembered that this was the same Zhang Ma who constantly skipped classes. Meanwhile, on the street, the guy congratulated his opponent on his discharge and said that he had recovered well. Then, he added that if you pay attention to the face, which cramps from time to time, the back of his head has not yet completely healed. Zhang Ma mockingly asked if the guy had decided to attack him again. Meanwhile, the crowd was saying that Li Ningyu should make the first 2 light punches with his fist. Others shouted that Zhang Ma was just lucky last time, and now there will be no mercy for him. Li Ningyu looked carefully into the eyes of his opponent, but did not say anything. Zhang Ma thought that he didn't want to fight at all, but he probably still had to. He clenched his fist tightly and decided that if he needed to stand up for himself, then he was ready to do it. Li Ningyu began his speech and said that Zhang Ma's past was quite bad, but today he came here specifically to apologize for that incident. And then, he turned to the guards and asked them to remove the crowd. He had a serious conversation with the guy. Zhang Ma was taken aback for a few moments. He didn't understand what was happening and thought that this guy was definitely crazy. Meanwhile, his opponent said that he didn't know Taishan last time, but today he formally apologizes to the guy. He has booked a table at a restaurant for tonight and invites Zhang Ma to have dinner together. The guy looked at him incredulously and didn't know what to do right, because it was quite suspicious. Meanwhile, Li Ningyu said that brother should not think so much. This time, he really did everything from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Ma said that he has no desire to accept this invitation, but on the other hand, it is impolite to refuse. Li Ningyu praised him for his straightforwardness and said that we can assume that they agreed, and he will wait for him. And then, the guy waved his hand and said that they could discuss everything the following evening. Li Daqui looked at his friend in surprise and said that maybe this was a setup. However, Zhang Ma replied that he was no longer afraid of anything because he had become completely different from what he was before. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Wang Sui-er, who appeared. She said that the guys were behaving inappropriately. The university appeared before the eyes of the words, a large rocky castle, its facade decorated with carved windows and arches that rose to the sky. Meanwhile, a tense conversation was taking place in the teacher's office. Wang Sui-er asked Zhang Ma and Li Daqui what they had been doing all week while they were missing classes. Li Daqui said that his friend was sick, and he helped him and took care of him. The teacher looked at Zhang Ma incredulously. She noticed that the presence of the disease was completely invisible to him. Zhang Ma let go of his gaze. He thought that the girl didn't remember that incident at all. After all, then he saved her from evil bandits and took her to a hotel, put her in a bath with pieces of ice. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Wang Sui-er. She said that she was waiting for an answer. Zhang Ma said the first thing that came to his mind. He had terrible diarrhea and vomited without getting up from the toilet. Wang Sui-er squinted her eyes in dissatisfaction. She said that this was not very true. However, the young man looked at her and replied that this was the truth. The disease was very insidious and everything seemed to be fine. But suddenly it became unbearably bad. And then, he said that he could no longer restrain himself and now his stomach sank again and he began to unbutton his pants. The teacher told Li Daqui to help his friend go to the toilet, and after that they need to go to the infirmary. When they left the office, Li Daqui laughed and said that this trick was just cool. But noticed that their class teacher was beautiful. Zhang Ma, in response, he told his friend that there was no connection between him and the beautiful woman. Such a lady was definitely too tough for Li Daqui. Then the guy said that he would go to prepare for the banquet and his friend would not go with him since it was very dangerous. Li Daqui replied that his uncle had just arrived and he had other plans. Meanwhile, the ship was getting closer to its destination and Lu Rong and Lu Tang were looking forward to seeing land. They soon left the ship and were glad that they were finally back, but they had spent all their money on tickets and were now hungry. Lu Tan told his brother to find food, and as soon as he was satisfied, he would immediately deal with the boy who caused a lot of inconvenience. However, his sad brother replied that he shouldn't be so optimistic. They were still very hungry. Moreover, they didn't even remember the guy's name. Lu Tan began to frantically touch his hair. He said that he must remember this name. However, Lu Rong impatiently said that he would definitely help with this, but first, you need to have a snack. After a few moments, they still realized that they did not know the name of this young man at all. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of police officers, who told the two arrivals to present their documents. The brothers decided that they should run away, but on the way they continued to argue that they did not know the details of the guy who had offended them. They shifted the blame for this onto each other. Meanwhile, in a large elite building there was a restaurant where Zhang Ma arrived. The guy dressed up like a brand and arrived in an expensive black car. He got out and headed to the entrance. Li Ningyu was already waiting for the guy and said with a smile that he was glad to see his face. Zhang Ma asked in surprise why his interlocutor arrived alone and did not take the girl with him. However, he heard the answer that this vile woman was seducing everyone around, and he was no exception. Ah Xiu reported to the guy that everything was fine, no special energy was felt, but Zhang Ma had to be careful. The guy said that he understood the rules of the game, and only by going inside is he able to find out what kind of food awaits him. Meanwhile, two waitresses opened the doors and let the dear guests into the banquet hall. A strange company was sitting inside, a girl, a man with a mustache, and a small man. A man with blonde hair sat in the middle, his gaze dull and distant, but under his well-groomed mustache a shadow of fatigue was visible. A strange little man sat next to him, his black hair pulled back into a bun at the back of his head, creating an unusual contrast with his short stature. And on the other side sat a girl, with soft purple hair flowing over her shoulders, her big blue eyes shining like the sky. She greeted the guy. Li Ningyu looked at the guest suspiciously and grinned, and then told him to come inside. Ah Xiu warned that he didn't notice right away, but this room is sealed. Perhaps it hides danger, Zhang Ma chuckled. He thought that it definitely couldn't be called a meal. Closed, deep red folding doors led to the entrance of the restaurant. Zhang Ma carefully looked around the assembled audience and thought that he was under a lot of pressure. A man with blonde hair and a dark, thin mustache did not take his eyes off the guy. The short, brown-eyed young man also carefully watched Zhang Ma's every move. The guy asked Ah Xiu to check on those two guys because he felt a strange energy from them. Li Ningyu affably said that he was ready to introduce the guy to new acquaintances. The guy had already met his sister Li Wangyu under very unfavorable circumstances. And then he presented General Claude, who had arrived from Europe, who said that it was a great honor for him to meet the guy. Ah Xiu, meanwhile, checked the data of these people and said that this foreigner has a great power of almost 5,000 houds. Also, Li Ningyu introduced Qiu Moi Yang, natural leader, who cheerfully greeted Zhang Ma. Ah Xiu said that this man must be 100 years old. His psychological strength is higher than that of this golden retriever. And then the young man said that real masters had gathered here. So he decided not to make an intriguing pause, and directly tell him that he had hope, and that each of those present could help him in finding the legendary Kongdong seal. Zhang Ma repeated this word in surprise and prepared to listen carefully to what Ah Xiu would tell him about this. The patron said that the Kongdong seal is an ancient artifact, not an ancient source. The seal is an artifact of the immortal dragon guardians, engraved in the image of a five-sided god, and surrounded by a jade dragon. According to legend, it is thanks to the power of this seal that dragons are immortal. They say that whoever receives this seal will be able to live forever, appropriate lands for themselves, and rule the world. Li Ningyu said that his father was seriously ill, and this seal was a real opportunity to save his loved one. This time, his father planned to allocate $1 billion to search for the seal. Claude said that this time they can do it only 3 of them, and they must complete this task brilliantly. Li Ningyu replied that this is not the case. However, other than the 3 of them, no one should know too much, just finding the seal is also suitable. Qiu Mayong mockingly said that $1 billion to buy the life of an old man is too simple and you need to try. However, Li Wangyu said that their father's financial resources are one of the best in this city, and $1 billion is a drop in the bucket. Li Ningyu said that he invited everyone to dinner and just wanted to hear people's opinions. He had the hope that he could get more support. He then said that everyone present had mobile phones, and if anyone had any objections, they could simply take the phone with them. Claude picked up the phone and said that he was glad to help and get his billion. Qiu Maiyang added that he also feels interested and this billion should become his. But Zhang Ma shouted that he was not interested and did not need this money. He continued, thanking his classmate Li Ningyu for organizing the banquet, but said that he could not help and decided to leave. The guy added that they were looking for a lot of people. However, he is not going to participate in this. He has other more important things to do. Li Wangyu wanted to return the young man and say that he should clean up the dishes, but her brother said that this man would return. Zhang Ma went out into the street and walked thoughtfully along the big noisy road. Ah Xiu asked why the young man decided to refuse and not start searching for the seal. Zhang Ma replied that his friend Xu No had still been tortured. The enemies behind Jin Tai Shun had not yet been destroyed, so he had no intention of looking for some kind of seal. The young man was silent for a few moments and then said that he did not understand what was happening in his soul. Ah Xiu just looked at him sadly but didn't say anything. They moved on. Zhang Ma said that when he thinks about this girl, he feels like something is missing. He walked thoughtfully along the road and lowered his gaze, not noticing how the silhouette of a large man approached him. Jin Gang looked angrily at the young man and told him to come up to him and face him in a fair fight. The tall, dark red folding doors closed and hid the events that were taking place inside. Ju now sat on the floor with her head low, feeling very depressed. Suddenly, the door opened and she felt an incredibly strong rush of wind. The girl turned around in horror and asked who had appeared here. But at first, she didn't see anyone. She soon noticed that a strange silhouette was approaching her. However, the face was difficult to see. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma walked along the noisy city streets and spoke with Ah Xiu. The guy asked his patron if he had a full name and surname. Ah Xiu began to explain that he had no other name. That's what the creator called him. Unexpectedly, Jin Gang appeared before them. He said that the creators are the most powerful people in this world. Zhang Ma recoiled. He did not expect that the creator would suddenly appear in front of them, and would also be so narcissistic, and the man walked past, but not before hitting the guy painfully on the shoulder. The young man told him to look where he was going and go, but he only looked at him contemptuously, and then chuckled faintly. This man was much taller and stronger in appearance than Zhang Ma. The young man said that the man who pushed him was very strange, and he didn't even know how to react to him. Suddenly, Zhang Ma turned around and saw rocky walls around him that did not at all resemble city streets. There was a garage in front of him. The guy looked in surprise at the surroundings and asked where he was. Zhang Ma said that he did not understand at all what happened and where he ended up. He noticed that burning torches were tied to the rocky walls. The young man was very frightened by what he saw, and he asked the patron to tell him how this was possible. Ah Zhu replied that theoretically the young man is still on the street, but it can also be said that he is not on the street. Zhang Ma guessed that this was due to the person who pushed him. The patron explained that the guy's body was still on the street, but his soul had moved to this place. And the man who pushed him and took the guy's soul, he was probably not so simple. However, Zhang Ma still could not understand how this was possible and how this person could take his soul. But suddenly he saw that Jin Gang was right in front of him and said that he was inviting him to a new place. And then the angry man said that here he would become his real father and laughed menacingly. The guy asked Ah Xiu to quickly explain what he was getting at. The patron reminded him of those creators who brought Zhang Ma Ai into the spiritual space. In this world, there is a martial art called Spiritual Gate, and its ability was to create a fantasy world with spiritual energy. The man who stood in front of Zhang Ma is a master at building spiritual gates. He hit the guy and left his body on the street, and the soul moved to this place. He also added that if his soul is destroyed in this world, he will die for real. In order for this not to happen, it is necessary to win, or wait until he disappears. But here time worked differently, and 10 minutes are equivalent, 0.1 second, to the familiar world. Jin Gong laughed fiercely and said that his opponent's eyes were full of panic. He looked like a sheep that was about to be slaughtered. With these words, he swung a huge sharp axe and began to rush towards the guy. He shouted that he would kill Zhang Ma today and began to rapidly approach him. Ah Xiu warned that now is the time to try to escape and hide. The weapon rushed very close to the guy, and he barely had time to deviate, but still continued to look in front of him very boldly. Stones fell behind him and sparks flew in different directions from the blow with an axe. Suddenly, the weapon reappeared in his enemy's hands straight from the darkness. Zhang Ma noticed that it was incredible power. Ah Xiu said that this world was created by Jin Gang, and here the rules were also created by him. Zhang Ma asked in horror what this meant. It turns out that everything around was helping his opponent, and the patron said that this is just the beginning. This world can benefit him endlessly. Meanwhile, Nu Lang and Ruo Bing approached the task that was rising on the steps. They went inside and saw 3 large magical swords in front of them. Nu Lan lamented that he could not complete the task, did not take the pumpkin from that guy, and he did not even dare to look at the master who would soon arrive. Ruo Bing calmed him down and said that the boy radiated pure cunning, and it was not her brother's fault. At this time, they heard that the spirit sword master had already arrived and was ready to meet them. The guys said in unison that they were greeting the master, and he stood proudly surrounded by 3 swords. The master, whose name was the Mad Swordsman, arrogantly asked why Niu Lan went to look for a pumpkin this time. The young man replied that they had discovered the location of their target. However, the boy was able to take it. The Mad Swordsman looked at them in surprise and said that if he was able to take the treasure from the hands of such a hero, then what other things he could do remained a mystery. Ruo Bing said that his name was Zhang Ma. He is a complete and shameless villain, accustomed to dirty tricks that are very difficult to handle. The master thoughtfully repeated this name and began to think about something for a long time. Meanwhile, a real battle broke out in the mountain cave. Zhang Ma watched as a huge fireball approached him, and he barely had time to dodge. He told the patron to analyze this space and what the rules of the game are here. However, the patron replied that it was not easy for him because everything was based on the personal decisions of one person, and it was difficult for him to parse all the rules of this place. Zhang Ma said that then. He had no choice but to fight at the risk of his life. Jin Gong mockingly said that his opponent runs faster than a dog and he could call him not by his name but by a dog. However, the guy looked decisively at his opponent and then said that he needed to use teleportation. The next moment, the young man disappeared and the thug began to look around in surprise. The guy appeared in front of him again and mockingly replied that his opponent's reactions were slower than those of a pig. However, this statement made Jin Gang very angry, and he looked at the young man with fury. The next moment, Zhang Ma sharply hit him with his fist and said angrily that he would show who the daddy is. From this attack, the man instantly fell and did not move for several minutes. Zhang Ma said disdainfully that his enemy did not have the stamina to withstand even one blow. However, it was not clear to him why the guy was still in this space because the enemy was defeated. But Xiu warned Zhang Ma to be careful and quickly avoid the danger approaching him. Zhang Ma dodged and noticed a weapon right in front of him that almost injured him. Jin Gong angrily said that his opponent is not so simple and can sneak up correctly, but he still continues to look down on the guy. Zhang Ma looked at the enemy in surprise because he had just recently killed him. The body lay on the stones and showed no signs of life, while exactly the same person tried to attack him again. The guy said that he doesn't understand how this is possible. Were they really twin brothers? Xiu explained that this method is called cloning, and their opponent is clearly not easy. All the people in this space can follow the rules of the game, so theoretically Zhang Ma could create clones. Zhang Ma really liked this idea and asked how many clones he could create. Xiu said that given his spiritual energy, the guy could create 4. Zhang Ma replied that this was enough and prepared to materialize allies exactly like him. However, Jin Gang mockingly said that his opponent was extremely stupid because he had just been deceived. Meanwhile, the two traveling brothers Lu Rong and Lu Tang finally arrived in their hometown. They noticed that in Africa it was much warmer than here. Moreover, the brothers were very hungry. Lu Rong saw fried rice with eggs in a street stall and wanted to order it. However, Lu Tan hit him sharply and said that they shouldn't be embarrassed, they shouldn't eat at a roadside kiosk, they should go to a restaurant. The younger one, rubbing his forehead, said that he understood and agreed not to eat low-quality food. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Ma, who was in this place not far from them. Lu Rong shouted that it was the enemy who sent them to Africa and must now be punished for his actions. However, Lu Tan quickly covered him with his hand and told him to behave quietly. It was necessary to first check the situation. They thought that the opportunity had come to take revenge and tear this young man to pieces. Meanwhile, Li Wangyu was walking nearby. She told her brother on the phone that she would try to convince Zhang Ma to be present in their operation. She then added that even if he didn't agree, she could still get the seal. Unexpectedly, the girl saw 2 guys surrounding her recent acquaintance, Zhang Ma. They did not understand why this boy was dumbfounded and did not make any movement. However, this was to their advantage. The robbers decided that they could beat him. Lu Tan raised his fist in anger and said that now he will pay for all his actions. But suddenly his fist was intercepted by Li Wangyu, who did not allow him to strike. She said she was sorry, but the guy belonged to her and they shouldn't have touched him. Lu Tan stared in surprise at the girl, who suddenly appeared. He did not understand why she caught his fist so easily. Meanwhile, in the large rocky cave, the fierce duel was still going on. 2 clones grabbed Jin Gang, and Zhang Ma struck him one after another. He then jumped high in order to kick his opponent with all his might. The last blow dealt to the enemy knocked him out, and he did not move anymore. Zhang Ma said that he was finished and the real Jin Gang, as well as his clones, were defeated. However, despite this, the guy still continued to remain in the rocky cave. Suddenly, he heard words that Jin Gang was not so easy to defeat. Xiu was surprised to notice that his opponent's combat power had increased to 4799. Zhang Ma didn't understand how this was possible because the clones took away energy, and therefore, when they were created, the strength should decrease. The patron himself could not understand why this was happening, because instead of combat power decreasing, it increased. The guy looked angrily at his enemy and said that most likely they had been fooled. If this space is determined according to his rules, it now seems that he deliberately introduced the wrong clone to them in order to weaken Zhang Ma's strength. Now, the ability to absorb his attacks and turn them into psionic energy was the rule of this place, and all the power that the guy studied was absorbed by his enemy. Jin Gong laughed and said that the guy was very smart and the first who could solve the riddle of this world, but this no longer mattered because he was soon to die. He said that all the clones that were created by Zhang Ma have now become his own energy. The next moment, he cut off the head of one of the clones and it flew to the side. He simply cut the other in half with a sword and the clone fell unconscious. He cut another one lengthwise and was also able to brilliantly get rid of all his opponents. He looked at Zhang Ma with fury and said that now the game is just beginning. Zhang Ma turned to the patron and asked him to help unlock the power of 1/100th of a billion psionic energy of the creator. And then, the guy boldly looked at his enemy and said that it was time to borrow the powerful energy of the creator. Meanwhile, Li Wangyu called 2 robbers to take the guy to her home. The men looked in surprise at the room they found themselves in. Luxury and abundance reigned all around. Lu Rong barely reached the bed and threw Zhang Ma to the floor with all his strength. He said that he didn't even realize how heavy the young man was. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he turned to his brother and added that there was nothing to be afraid of, because the two of them could easily cope with this girl. But his older brother did not share this opinion, and said that she could tear them apart in a matter of minutes. But suddenly, they heard Li Wangyu sternly calling them to come closer. She said with a businesslike expression that Zhang Ma belongs to her, and the robbers should remember what he looks like so that they never pay attention to him in the future. And then she said that they probably don't have much free time. But since Zhang Ma is not honest enough, they should keep an eye on him at all times. The 2 robbers nodded at the same time and said that they understood all the instructions. After that, the girl told them that she was tired enough and wanted to rest. They could be free. They walked along the road and discussed this conversation. Lu Rong said that they should not be dogs for this girl, but his brother objected that she is not as simple as she seems, and they should take a closer look at her. The robber said that revenge must be taken, and he intends to return the pumpkin that rightfully belonged to them. But suddenly, the younger one remembered that they were still hungry. It had been 4 days since they had eaten anything, and they really wanted to sleep. Lu Tan suggested going to the bathhouse, which was located nearby. Meanwhile, the bloody duel was still going on in the cave. Xiu sadly asked the guy what he was going to achieve with his behavior. However, Zhang Ma was not worried. He said that he needed to use the energy of the creators in the real world because his body could not use the energy of the creators, and he used it only so that it could recover. But in this world, he could distribute all the power to the clones he created, and then they could all become very strong. And if, theoretically, enough clones were created, then he could unlock all the energy that was available. Xiu said that this was a great plan, and the guy could prepare to unlock it. However, his opponent was already angrily approaching and said that it was unlikely that the young man would be able to fight back. He added that this time he would not just throw an axe again, but would purposefully kill him. At this time, Xiu reported the wonderful news that 1% of the energy had already been unlocked. And in the next moment, the enraged enemy flew away because Zhang Ma was able to stop him with his strength. However, the next moment, Jin Gang stood up and mockingly said that these attacks were only making him stronger. But after a split second, he realized that he was cruelly mistaken because his opponent had acquired a completely new level of power. Zhang Ma suddenly began to float in the air, and blue power energy spread around him. Jin Gong looked at him in surprise and said that this was simply impossible because the guy was in his space, but he only became stronger. And the guy said that his enemy likes to absorb other people's energy, and he prepared this for him. But on the other hand, if Jin Gang absorbs all this power into himself, then irreparable things could happen. After all, this power can fill Jin Gang to such an extent that his heart will not stand it and he will die. And then the young man added that his enemy faces a choice. He can absorb all this energy and explode, or leave it to Zhang Ma, and then the guy will kill him. The following events happened very quickly, and the guy realized that he was moving in space. After a while, he opened his eyes and realized with relief that he was in his own world. He looked around in surprise and asked the patron where they were. When he was still in the cave, he was happy to notice that his plan was a success. After all, the defeated enemy admitted his defeat and asked the young man not to kill him. However, Zhang Ma wanted to know who sent Jin Gang and who he worked for. The man hesitated for a few moments. He didn't want to tell because excessive talkativeness could cost him dearly. The guy looked down at him and said with contempt that his skin was still moving. Jin Gong, in fear, blurted out that Jin Tai Soon had sent him and ordered the guy to be killed. The young man's eyes filled with anger. He thought that this doctor was again trying to make an attempt. He told the man to tell him everything he knew. He lowered his eyes and replied that he was simply following orders and no longer had any information. In his task, a prerequisite was that he had to kill Zhang Ma. He added that no matter how much effort he needed to put in, he definitely had to do it. Suddenly, stones began to rapidly fall from the ceiling and fall to the floor with a roar. Zhang Ma was taken aback and asked what all this could mean. Why the cave suddenly began to collapse. Suddenly, his opponent began to literally disappear into thin air. He said that this conversation had not finished yet. The guy shouted for Jin Gang to stop and tell him why the doctor needed his death. But his opponent had already disappeared. And Zhang Ma shouted after him that next time he would perish along with Jin Tai Soon. The next moment, he felt that strange things were happening to him. He began to dissolve in space. The guy realized that he was being sucked into space and began to grab the air in confusion. Meanwhile, Li Wanyu was in a large luxury building at home. She thought about what happened the day before. She always looked at the mirror and thought about why she suddenly needed to save this guy. Not a single man in 20 years could interest her, but did she really fall head over heels in love with this Zhang Ma? The girl thought that perhaps it was because he once managed to defeat her, or maybe this happened because he hugged her. Then, however, this was impossible because she cannot feel anything for this person, but just wanted to find the seal. And then Li Wangyu thought that perhaps he would sleep for a long time and she would have time to take a bath. She decided that if the guy didn't wake up today, then she would have to deliver him to her brother. There was no point in keeping him with her. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma sat down on the sofa and said that he was very dizzy. He asked the patron what had just happened in the space he had recently visited. Ah Xiu replied that in order to survive, this desperate man Jin Gang destroyed his own world. To create this world, it took a lot of energy and about 10 years. Although his world was simple, it took a lot of energy. Just before the destruction, the space was cleared and thus the guy was thrown out. Zhang Ma, thoughtfully, said that his enemies are increasing all the time. The next time they meet him, they need to destroy a few more people. And yet the guy did not understand where he was and began to look around with curiosity. He looked around and smelled perfume, from which he concluded that there was probably a girl living in the room. Meanwhile, Li Wanyu was bathing in the bath and suddenly noticed something shiny on the floor. It turns out there was a ring there that she lost and couldn't find for a long time. The girl bent down to pick it up and suddenly Zhang Ma appeared, who was passing by. Just at that time, he was discussing with Ah Xiu what the mistress of this house could look like, and suddenly their eyes met with Li Wangyu. The next moment, the girl hit him in the face with all her might, and blood flowed from the guy's nose. But she was not satisfied with this, and the next moment she also kicked him. The girl shouted with anger that no one allowed him to come here. After some time, Li Wangyu told what happened. The guy was just standing on the street and he was suddenly attacked by 2 robbers. The girl said that she saved him, and now Zhang Ma had to thank him. All these events surprised the guy, and he thought about why exactly she met him. After some time, they calmed down. Li Wangyu went to the kitchen, and the young man was left alone. Zhang Ma lay exhausted on the sofa. He said that just looking at this lady caused him to bleed heavily. He then added that this little girl, Li Wangyu, had excellent fighting skills. She approached him and sarcastically said that Zhang Ma still kept saying bad things about her. The guy smiled and replied that he was talking about how good the girl looked, and besides that, she had a good inner world. Li Wanyu condescendingly said that she would take this as praise and handed him a bowl of hot noodles. And then she looked carefully into the guy's eyes and said that today she saved him and he could pay her for it. Zhang Ma agreed. He said that he noticed how Li Wangyu looked at him, and he suspected that some feelings were stirring up in her. However, the next moment, he again received a powerful blow with his elbow. The girl said that she really meant it to me. She added that she had a request, and the guy could thank her by helping him find the seal. Zhang Ma looked at the girl with disappointment and asked why they needed the seal again. Li Wangyu said indignantly that she did not understand why the guy was refusing because he could have received $1 billion. But instead of answering, Zhang Ma asked if she knew a certain Dr. Jin Tai Soon. The girl replied that she had heard about him. He is just a dog of the northern lands, but she became curious why the guy was so interested in him. Zhang Ma looked at her with a distant look and said that he was driven by the thirst for revenge. Meanwhile, in the building of a large international market, A tense conversation was taking place. Jin Gong fell to his knees in front of his master and said that he never expected such cunning from his opponent. Jin Tai-sun looked at the man with contempt and replied that he had heard about it and also knew that he had to destroy space to escape from that young man. But when the man began to make excuses and say that he could not do otherwise, it was just a necessity, the doctor abruptly interrupted him and loudly slammed his palm on the table. He angrily shouted that he was wasting his energy on them in vain, and also noted that if it weren't for him, it's unclear what Jin Gang would have been doing. And then the doctor said that the man should be taken out of this place and properly punished. Jin Tai-shun kicked his subordinate in anger, sending him flying to the side. The doctor continued to shout that he would beat Jin Gang to death, who allowed Zhang Ma to laugh at him. The man tried to justify himself and said that he did everything possible in his power. However, the doctor no longer wanted to listen to this and the man was taken out, and he again angrily slammed his palm on the table. He didn't understand why this guy was so strong and no one could cope with him. But the doctor also decided that he simply had weak people. Lan Yi, who listened to all this, clenched her fist in anger, many different thoughts wandering through her head. Meanwhile, Li Wangyu was in her room thinking about that conversation with the guy. She said that she did not expect this at all. It turns out that under the leadership of Jin Tai-sun, there were masters of the spiritual gates, and yet she turned to the young man and said that she did not believe that he could defeat them. Zhang Ma looked away and replied that he didn't necessarily have to brag about it. The girl approached him and said that she had fought with Zhang Ma before and he could not defeat two masters, although perhaps the young man was hiding his secret from her. She carefully looked at his eyes and asked if she really guessed that the master had helped him. However, the guy said that he did not understand at all what she was talking about. The next moment, he felt that she began to fall on him and pressed him to the ground. The guy looked at this dumbfounded and suddenly realized that his hands were completely in the wrong place. He muttered in embarrassment that the floor in this house was very slippery. The girl worriedly asked how he landed and if he was okay. The beaten Zhang Ma said that he unfairly received a strong slap in the face because Li Wangyu herself attacked him, and he simply reciprocated. Li Wangyu muttered in embarrassment that she acted instinctively and did not want to hit him so hard. She said that she could look at the wound, but the guy pulled away. The girl added that Zhang Ma had recently been interested in the doctor, and she had information about him that she could tell. The young man's eyes lit up, and he said that he would listen to it with pleasure. The girl thoughtfully replied that she was ready to tell it all and then slowly began her story. In the deep dark night, the full moon was shining, surrounded by soft silvery light. It lay on the slope and contours of the mountain. The sky was dotted with many bright stars, which created an atmosphere of mystery and mystery. The master looked carefully at the night sky, and Vital was in his thoughts and reflections. Suddenly, behind him, he heard the greeting of Nu Lan, who approached him with reverence. The master said thoughtfully that his clan was at one time the best in the world of martial arts. Nu Lan replied that he knew about this and was ready to continue to fight for this clan title. The master, meanwhile, continued that 300 years ago, he sent his ancestor for a walk in the mountains, and unexpectedly he was killed by a thief and the pumpkin flew away. After the loss of this pumpkin, they began to suffer losses and their ancestors were constantly being killed. The rest took advantage of the situation and ousted the master. He noted with bitterness that the clan was no longer the same as before. Nu Lan shouted with enthusiasm that his sword glorifies this clan, and now everyone respects and fears them. However, the master replied that this was empty glory, and if the young man could not find the pumpkin, then there would be no way to revive the art of the mad sword. After all, before they were looking for the location of the pumpkin, but for 300 years there were no clues. They did not think that by chance it would be found, and now it turned out that some boy had the treasure. Nu Lan promised that he would take people and they could kill Zhang Ma and then return the pumpkin. However, the master objected. He decided that this should not be done and said no, for now, with his head. He said that the guy should not be killed. He may turn out to be an important person who can help them. Nu Lan looked at the master in horror. He couldn't believe that this guy they met could become an important person. Meanwhile, in the cozy home of Li Wangyu, the girl talked about what she knew about the doctor. She picked up the glass and began to say that the story of Jin Tai-sun began about 3 years ago. 3 years ago, a certain Lu Huainan quickly became rich. He controlled the entertainment industry in Xinjiang, but did not suddenly become seriously ill. Zhang Ma listened attentively, and Li Wangyu said that this happened because of the bad things he did. The disease worsened every day and no one could cure him. And then Jin Tai-shun appeared next to Lu Huainan. and the two of them used a sinister method to support life. Zhang Ma reproached the girl for turning a blind eye to this kind of murder, just like the police. However, she replied that the guy should not speak to her in such a tone, because he would never understand the pain that she experienced. Although her brother is mischievous, she is determined to become a good cop, and their organization is by no means criminal. Then the guy asked why she was indifferent to this issue. Did the missing girl die in vain? And how many more girls had to be killed before this could be revealed? The girl threw several folders with documents on the table and said that they had been closely following Lu Huainan for several years. This company is much more cunning than it might seem at first glance. With such a volume of information collected, they could not find a single loophole and did not have a single reason to accuse the criminals of their guilt. Zhang Ma noticed that the employees did a very great job, and after reading a little, I realized that no problems were found from this source. They are all as pure as angels. She said that there is only one way to reveal their evil actions, but they doubt whether to do it. Zhang Ma guessed what she was getting at. Perhaps the law enforcement officers wanted to set a trap for them. Meanwhile, in the west of the capital's reservoir, there was pitch darkness through the clouds. The car was shining lonely with its headlights, and driving through this place it was quiet and calm. Suddenly the car stopped and several people began to get out of it. The man in the creepy red mask looked around and began to move forward, and the beaten Jin gang, gagged, tried to mutter something, probably asking for mercy. He was taken out, and he obediently began to step forward where the evil, taciturn people had sent him. Two guys in creepy red masks began to lead him further and brought him closer to the shore. Suddenly, the car door opened again, and a man wrapped in a large scarf began to get out. His face could not be made out, since he was also wearing a mask. He headed after the others. The man mumbled something. He walked and looked straight ahead, and was preparing to perform the ceremony. The waves rose and fell silently, and the full moon continued to shine and illuminate the road. The man clasped his hands together and began to speak incomprehensible phrases, while two others in creepy masks listened attentively to him. This went on for some time, and the strange man uttered these incomprehensible phrases for a very long time. He spoke wild words and gradually began to scream, while other people silently listened to him and held their captive. This went on for a long time. Next to the raging reservoir, rising waves and dark foam, stood this figure in a pink hood. The man stretched out his arms as if addressing the elements and casting a spell. His words flew into space. Suddenly, the reservoir came to life, and a lot of splashes began to splash out onto the shore in a chaotic manner. And a moment later, the water receded, forming a thin path of dry land. People headed along this road, two of them gloomily leading the unfortunate Jin gang. Meanwhile, morning came in the big noisy city, and the sun joyfully greeted with its rays. Zhang Ma opened his eyes in surprise and began to remember what happened to him the day before. He remembered that he had only had a few drinks with Li Wangyu and probably fell asleep right on the terrace. The guy got up and felt that his head hurt terribly. He decided that he would no longer get drunk at the house of an unfamiliar girl. From the kitchen came the pleasant aromas of fresh scrambled eggs. Apparently, the hostess was already preparing breakfast. Zhang Ma entered the room and said that the girl who knows how to cook looks completely different. Liu Wangyu squeezed the frying pan in her hands and said that he jumped out very suddenly and scared her to death. And then she added that the young man woke up again and was talking all sorts of nonsense. It would be better if he tried breakfast. Zhang Ma looked at the girl carefully and said that she was very cruel because she forced him to sleep on the terrace and was not even afraid that he might freeze. Li Wangyu replied that she did not know how bad the guy tolerated alcohol because he drank a couple of glasses and he fell asleep. She did not have the opportunity to move him into the living room. However, she hesitated a little. The girl added that if Zhang Ma was cold, then it was even better. He looked at her in surprise, and she explained that in this case the guy would remember this day forever. And then she told the young man not to stand in the doorway, but to come and sit at the table because breakfast was already ready. She laughingly said that despite the fact that she works in the police, she has such a hobby and simply loves to cook food. Zhang Ma greedily devoured the sandwiches. He said that it was very tasty and appetizing. But suddenly, they felt that the earth shook, and a rumble was heard behind the wall. Zhang Ma looked at this phenomenon in amazement. He realized that a sudden attack was awaiting them. Liu Wangyu also watched with bated breath as to what would happen next and who would appear in this house. Fragments suddenly rained down, and the window shattered with a loud crash. They looked carefully at the silhouettes that suddenly began to approach from the dust. The girl looked angrily at the uninvited guests and prepared to attack. Two figures appeared in front of the guys, Niu Lang and Ruo Bing. who clearly arrived at this house with good intentions. In the tall building of the multi-story international market, meanwhile, a banquet was taking place at Dr. Jin Tai-sun. He invited several guests to his place, and they talked and ate fruit. Suddenly, the doctor's phone rang, and he was surprised to find that the name of his friend was written on the display. He picked up the phone. Jin Tai-sun could not even imagine what the girl wanted to tell him. He asked his guest to be silent for a moment because President Gao's granddaughter was calling. Jin Tai-sun lied, saying that he was at work and had a very important medicine project, but suddenly, from the news he heard, his eyes lit up because he was told that President Zhao was looking for him for an important matter. The guy happily said that he would definitely visit the president, and it was a great honor for him to do so. And then, he told his interlocutor that he had ordered her favorite first-class steaks from Australia and invited her to come to him with the cook and try this dish. But upon hearing the refusal, he said that next time he would definitely surprise her. And with that, they said goodbye. When the doctor hung up, he shouted furiously that he couldn't stand the Gao family, especially this Mei Qi. They are acting very smug. He gritted his teeth and said that anyway, the moment will come and he will dispose of this girl. Meanwhile, in the big, multi-story building with a broken window, a tense situation was felt. Newland told his opponent to be obedient and come out, and then the guy could avoid physical suffering. Li Wangyu asked the young man in surprise, when did he manage to contact these people? After all, they are famous masters of the Mad Sword clan. The girl said that she would distract them, and Zhang Ma should have run away quickly at this time. She noticed that her combat power was much higher than his, and she would have time to hold them back. Zhang Ma looked at the girl with all his eyes. He thought that this was the first time a person cared so much about him. He felt that his heart became very warm. She was so caring and worried. Had she really fallen in love? However, he didn't understand why he didn't have immunity, and now he felt that he liked her too. Zhang Ma forced himself to be cool-headed. After all, now is the time for me to think about it. Li Wangyu turned to him and asked why the guy was still standing still and not running away. However, Zhang Ma stood rooted to the spot, as if bewitched, and looked at her with admiration. Li Wangyu tried to bring him to his senses and gave him a good slap in the face, so that he would stop thinking about all sorts of nonsense. Rua Bing looked at this disgrace with indignation. She said that these two even managed to flirt with each other at the moment when they were being attacked. Nulong pulled out his sword and said that the guy was just trying to anger him with his behavior. Looking furiously at his opponent, he added that he did it well, the hero is very angry. Therefore, the next moment he swung his sword and, shouting that he would kill him, he flew at Zhang Ma. Nu Lan prepared for a fierce attack and literally floated in the air in order to strike more powerfully. Li Wangyu grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck and told him to quickly come to his senses because the enemy was advancing. Nu Lan shouted that the girl should not interfere in these matters. He knows well who she is. But she replied that they had invaded her house and did not dare tell her what to do. With these words, the girl dispersed in order to attack the uninvited guests. Rua Bing approached her and told her that marriage would help, and thus the two of them could defeat Li Wangyu. Nulan gritted his teeth angrily and shouted that the girl asked for it herself, and swung his sword at her with all his might. However, Li Wangyu managed to jump away. A loud bang was heard and the sword fell out of his hands and began to spin around its axis. Everyone looked in surprise at Zhang Ma, who was able to prevent this blow. The guy said that they would both die if they dared to touch his girlfriend. Li Wangyu looked at him with all her eyes. She did not recognize the young man with whom she had fought recently. But when did she become his girlfriend? It was useless to continue the fight. Some time passed and everyone calmed down. They began to have a constructive dialogue. Zhang Ma said that the pumpkin had already been processed and he didn't have it. Li Wangyu listened to their conversation in surprise. She began to understand what had happened. Rua Bing ran up to her brother and asked if he was okay, because the guy suddenly grabbed his shoulder. But Niu Lang was thinking that his opponent had suddenly become so strong in a short period of time. Could it be because of the gourd? However, Zhang Ma sincerely did not understand why everyone was chasing this pumpkin so much, because it was not a silver horn, but just a shining stone. He had already processed and improved it. Nu Long explained that in fact there is one reason why they need this thing, because the treasure is closely connected with the fate of the Mad Sword clan. He continued to say that their techniques depended on this gourd. It was part of the Mad Sword clan. The origin of the clan began from the time of the ancestors. But everyone thinks that the pumpkin belonged to Taishang Zhejiang, but in fact it is the treasure of the Celestials. According to legend, 5,000 years ago, there was chaos in the heavens and a pumpkin accidentally fell into this world. It fell somewhere in the mountains of the Kunlun Valley, and no one touched it there for a long time. But 8,000 years after the fall of the pumpkin, the ancient ancestor Guan Miao went there. He accidentally found it. At that moment, this helped the 100-year-old clan of the Mad Sword, but just recently, a misfortune happened, and Xiao Lun, who was sent to lower the pumpkin from the mountain, was killed. The artifact was stolen, and since then, no one has known its location. Since then, the clan has been searching for the pumpkin, and they intended to hunt for it all the time until they disappeared. Unexpectedly, they found a clue related to Jiang Ma and decided that this opportunity should not be missed. New Land said that they would continuously pursue the guy because he is very important for their clan. However, the guy arrogantly said that he was not going to participate in this. New Land turned to him to repeat his words, but Ruo Bing asked her brother to calm down. She said that their first priority was to find out Jiang Ma's connection with the pumpkin. Jiang Ma glared at the guys and asked what they wanted from him. Nulong replied that if it was true that he processed the pumpkin, then he did a very useful thing for them. After all, they wanted to join the Mad Sword clan for its revival. Li Wangyu listened to them in surprise. She had never seen such a thing before when an outsider was invited to the clan of Crazy Swords. However, Jiang Ma firmly and confidently said that he did not want to participate in this. He added that he would not join the Crazy Ball clan, much less go with them. But Li Wangyu thought that if the guy agreed to join their clan, he could rapidly raise his level. New Lan looked at the guy with anger and said that he was too arrogant. He clenched his fist and said that Jiang Ma probably doesn't know who they are. Ordinary people can't get into the clan, and for his sake they made an exception, but he still refused. After thinking a little, the guy said that they were patient and were giving him time to think carefully about this proposal. And then he added to himself that he had a good way to convince Jiang Ma to agree to their terms. However, the young man looked after them and shouted that he had nothing to think about because he did not want to participate in this group of strange people. Li Wangyu asked in surprise why the guy treated them like that. Meanwhile, on the shore of a noisy reservoir, Lan Yi arrived at the secret place to open the cache. She walked through a large, massive door that sparkled with bright light. The girl pressed the special key that opened the front door. A few moments later, she made her way inside and heard a menacing growl. Lan Yi watched the powerful magical creature that was hiding in this room. A large, fire-breathing dragon of purple light stood in front of her, and he let out a loud roar in anger. A tall building with many glass windows stood against a blue sky with light clouds. Li Dakuei was sitting in class and looking for good options for renting a new home. The guy said that the house in Jingxi looked pretty good and was very impressive in its appearance. However, Jiang Ma was detached and thinking about something of his own. He told his friend to choose himself. Li Dakuei looked at him in surprise and asked why he was so thoughtful, but the young man did not want to talk about his experiences and muttered that he was just very tired lately. His friend enthusiastically said that in this case, he would choose what he liked. And Jiang Ma, glad that he was finally left alone, he looked out the window. The bright rays of the sun were falling into the audience. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by Ah Shu. The patron said that he had noticed something suspicious. And this news is unfortunately very bad. Jiang Ma tensed up and began to listen carefully. And the patron said that the spirit of the girl on Mount Miaofeng had moved north of the city. The guy said in a daze that she was supposedly in danger. However, Ah Shu replied that I should rush to conclusions. But first, I need to calm down. In her disappearance, there are only two possible options. The first is if her soul separated from her body and moved in space. Jiang Ma looked at the patron with all his eyes. He was looking forward to what the second option could be. Ah Shu said that she could be blocked by some kind of spell. In other words, there is a certain thing that interrupts her signals. The patron also said that it may be located near the Lindong Reservoir in Xinjing. In addition, an inner voice warned that he had noticed the approach of two unknown people with high spiritual power, and Jiang Ma should be on guard. Meanwhile, Wang Shui-er announced to the children that she was ready to introduce them to new students. And suddenly, Niu Lang and Ruo Bing entered the audience. They greeted everyone warmly. Jiang Ma rose from his seat. His friend was also surprised and said that he recognized this girl. She was in the mountains last time. Niu Lan grinned smugly and said that he warned the guy. He had many ways to force him to work with them. After a while, after lessons, Jiang Ma and Li Dakui walked slowly along the mountain road. Jiang Ma told his friend to look back because new acquaintances were continuously following them. Li Daqui shook in panic. He said that these two were probably following them and they should call the police. However, his friend replied that the police were useless here and there was no need to panic. This time, they did not come to kill them. The guy deliberately moved away from the dorm. Li Daqui turned around and shouted to the girl that this time it would not be possible to give up the bathroom, and if she had any interest in him, she should say so. However, Ruo Bing angrily shouted at him not to talk nonsense, and chased after the guy to teach him a lesson. Having improved the moment, Zhang Ma turned to Niu Lang. He suspected that all these efforts were in order for him to join the Mad Sword Clan. The young man replied that Zhang Ma should go with them. This time not for a fight. He just has hopes that the guy will make the right choice. He added that his interlocutor has good spiritual energy, but he does not follow the battle and wins only with brute force. But if he meets a stronger enemy, he will die. In conclusion, Niu Lan added that Zhang Ma could join the Mad Sword Clan and learn the best martial arts. Moreover, not one person had ever received such an opportunity before. Zhang Ma thanked him for the offer, but said that he was not interested in it. He hoped that the guys would leave school so that innocent people would not be harmed. After that, he called his friend and said that they were going home. Nu Lan looked after them with indignation. He thought that he would not leave everything so easily. After some time, the guys returned to the hostel, a high-rise building with large windows built in a modern style. Xiu didn't understand why the young man refused, because Niu Lan was right, and he defeated his enemies because they were weaker, and by joining the clan, he could train well. However, the guy did not answer. He was in his thoughts and thinking hard. Suddenly, he felt the phone in his hands vibrate, and a moment later the call rang. He was surprised to see that Mei Qi was calling him. The young man wondered what happened again. Meanwhile, all the windows in the large elite cottage were on fire. The house was filled with anxiety. President Zhao felt unwell. He was in a severe fever. A doctor had already arrived, but could not solve this problem in any way. The man was unconscious for a long time and was covered in sweat. The girl who served him said that his temperature had not subsided for several hours. The doctor looked down sadly and said that all the medications that could be used no longer help, and this indicates only one thing. Meanwhile, Mei Qi stood on the balcony in a panic. She dialed the number and quietly told Zhang Ma to pick up the phone quickly. She sighed with relief when she heard a familiar voice on the other end of the line. The guy asked mockingly if she had decided to check his guard. However, the girl answered with tears in her eyes that there was no time for jokes now because grandfather had a high fever. The doctors did not know what to do, and she asked Zhang Ma to come to the rescue. The young man told her not to worry. The president probably had a relapse, and he was already on his way. A couple of minutes later, Mei Qi sent him the address where she should come. The guy warned his friend that he was going to Mei Qi on urgent business. He did not miss the opportunity to quip that his friend was probably heading on a date. However, Zhang Ma abruptly interrupted him and told him not to talk nonsense. This is a very important matter and he probably will not return home today. Meanwhile, the situation in President Zhao's house was tense. The girl did not leave one step away from him. She said that Zhang Ma would come soon. He cured him last time and maybe now he will help. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and Jin Tai soon came in. He asked the owner of the house if he could come in. She looked at him and thanked him for delivering the medicine. The girl said that her grandfather's high fever did not subside, and the medicine that the doctor brought did not help. Jin Tai-shun sat down next to the man and took his hot hand. He said that he would look at him. The guy listened and said that the pulse was very chaotic and the internal fire was insatiable. The girl in tears asked if there was a way to cure her grandfather. Doctor inwardly, he thought that President Zhao was afraid for Mei Qi and didn't want her to feel weak, and said out loud that the president's condition is serious. Ordinary methods will not work. There is one method, but it is difficult. This is an ancient ritual specialized in the treatment of strange and unusual diseases. Mei Qi panicked and said that she was ready to do anything to save her grandfather. The doctor explained that this method can save Mr. Zhao, but for it, the blood of a girl from close relatives is needed. The girl looked at Jin Tai-soon in amazement. She did not understand why such strange treatment methods existed, and the doctor explained that it is used to form a medicine. But this is still an ancient method, and if there are any difficulties with implementation, then it does not set up. Mei Qi lowered her head sadly and said that if this is true, then she is still a girl, and as long as it can save her grandfather, she is ready to do anything for this. Unexpectedly, a transparent silhouette materialized near the big fountain, and the cat who was calmly resting there stared in surprise at this phenomenon. A moment later, Zhang Ma appeared, and the cat stood up, its fur standing on end. The guy said that this time the teleportation was much more successful than before. Ah Shu replied that it was thanks to continuous training that the young man's ability had improved significantly. Meanwhile, Jin Tai-shun was still in the house. He said that there was very little time and it was necessary to hurry. The doctor said that in order to supervise the successful collection of blood, he must be present with Mei Qi. The girl felt that she was overcome with excitement. She was extremely upset and depressed. Having locked herself in her bathroom, the girl sat under the running water and thought that now she might just become a woman. But it was all in order to save her grandfather. She felt that her body continued to tremble. Mei Qi convinced herself that this was necessary. She had to be brave and strong. Suddenly, a knock was heard. Jin Tai-shun warned that 10 minutes had already passed and she should hurry up. The girl continued to stand indecisively. She only wanted Zhang Ma to come as soon as possible. And in the meantime, the doctor said that if the friend hesitates, then no method will help. The girl lowered her gaze and silently left the bathroom. She felt very bad. Jin Tai-shun said that time was running out, and they should begin their ritual soon. Mei Qi said that she was ready to do anything for her grandfather, but she hoped that the doctor was not lying. He nodded his head and said that this is the absolute truth, and the president will definitely feel better after this treatment. She said that then it was necessary to go to her room, where she would feel calmer. Jin Tai-shun looked after her with fury and said that everything would be in the best possible way. Meanwhile, a strong thunderstorm broke out in the sky. Thunder shone and bright lightning flashed. Zhang Ma was surprised to notice that Mei Qi was not answering her calls. He said that it was not very polite to come straight to her house without warning. The guy stood in front of the large, massive doors and told Ah Soo that lately he was very afraid of thunder. But on the day when he and Li Dakui went out, the weather was exactly the same. Ah Soo warned the guy to be careful because he found in the house not only President Zhao had weak breathing, but also some other person. This surprised the guy very much. He decided that he needed to find the girl and talk to her. He doubted that there was anything else that could scare him other than thunder. Soon the guy opened the door. A strange picture appeared before him. Several people were lying on the floor and were unconscious. The guy walked inside in surprise and began asking what happened here. Ah Soo said that people's breathing is weak, but their vital signs seem to be controlled by external forces. Zhang Ma in thoughts approached one of the people and said that he probably guessed what happened to them. It was the silver needle that did this to them, and the people were taken hostage. He said that he only knew one person who could seal acupuncture points with silver needles, and who knew President Zhao well. Zhang Ma furiously said that this is the cruel Dr. Jin Tai-shun. Meanwhile, a strong wind lifted the curtains in the open window. Jin Tai-shun stood next to the girl's bed and prepared to reproduce his dishonest plan. He asked how the girl was feeling and touched her with a silver needle. Mei Qi said that she was very dizzy. The guy replied that it should be so because he sealed her with silver needles, and now it is difficult for her to speak and her body cannot move. And then Jin Tai-shun mockingly said that he did not intend to save the old man, but simply wanted to take away her innocence. The distraught doctor added that after the death of the president, everything will be inherited by his granddaughter, and he will constantly control her and thus get all the property for himself. But suddenly his speech was interrupted by a familiar voice. He told Jin Tai-shun not to rush to conclusions. After all, his grandiose plan is doomed to failure. And Zhang Ma is already standing behind the doctor. His eyes glowed with rage. The guy came here to take revenge for all the evil actions that he had committed. Meanwhile, the pouring rain began to fall with renewed vigor, continuously dripping onto all the buildings and entrances. Niu Long and Ruo Bing were sitting in one of the dorm rooms. They didn't know what actions to take next. The girl said that the master's behavior is quite strange, since he places such hope on Zhang Ma. But the guy did not agree to join their clan, and it is unknown how long they will have to waste their time trying to convince him. Niu Long listened to her silently. But then he said that he shouldn't say anything stupid because the master could hear everything. The girl angrily shouted that she hated her brother's indifference because he only cared about himself and simply ignored others. He trained a lot, but in reality showed no success. The guy picked up the bottle and calmly told her not to worry. Everything would be fine. As soon as the clan is revived, everything will work out, and he will definitely be able to get married. The girl covered her face with a pillow and replied indignantly that no one would want to marry him. A strong clap of thunder erupted again, and the rain fell on the city with renewed force. Ruo Bing looked out the window and said that some strange light appeared on the opposite side. It descended like a huge green pillar straight from the sky. This phenomenon seemed very strange to her. Nu Lan looked at this and became very worried. He said that this was impossible. After all, this is the light from the demon world, and if it came down, there would probably be an unimaginable battle. Meanwhile, a strong confrontation began in the president's cottage. Suddenly, Dr. Jin Taishun broke through the window and fell out with a loud scream. The guy fell sharply on his back. His face was distorted from unimaginable shock. Zhang Ma stood next to him. Drops of rain flowed down his face. He looked at his opponent with hatred. He said that Jin Taishun kills innocent girls and feeds on their souls, so he must die. But he stood up and began to grin with gloating. He was sure that he would not be defeated. The young man asked why his enemy was laughing, because it was clear that the forces were on Zhang Ma's side. However, he continued to laugh at the top of his lungs, his face distorted into a terrible grimace. He said with malicious joy that Zhang Ma didn't really think that he was invincible, because today he will kill him with his own hands, and after that no one will be able to stop his insidious plans. But Zhang Ma looked at the doctor with a contemptuous look and asked why he thought it would be like this. But instead of answering, Jin Taishun raised his gaze to the sky and met a green ray that descended from above. And after a moment, his body began to become covered with fur. Literally before our eyes, he began to turn into a terrible creature with evil eyes and huge paws. Zhang Ma recoiled in horror. He asked his patron what the hell the doctor turned out to be. Ah Xiu said that their enemy was supposedly practicing the forbidden non-existence method. If a person dies, and he still has a grudge against someone, then the essence of the moon begins to absorb him, and thus a zombie is formed. They are different. Even hairy, ordinary zombies cannot think, and they are considered monsters. But if a person used this method, he could become a leader among them. Judging by the color of this monster, it can be said that it belonged to the green zombies. Its combat energy is no less than 20,000. Ah Xiu warned that this time you need to be careful, because you can die. Zhang Ma angrily replied that he was just about to become more serious. The monster suddenly rushed at the guy, released his claws, and opened his mouth wide. The guy raised his hands to defend himself. His eyes were filled with determination. At the moment of turning around the guy, a magical shield flares up, sparkling with a soft blue light. It completely surrounded him, blocking the monster's blows. The magic ball began to rise upward, as if opening up the space around it, and lifted Zhang Ma up. But the next moment, the dome went back down, hit the ground and created a vibration from which dust rose around. It pushed off the ground and a huge shield moved to the side. Ah Qiu asked how the guy was feeling, if everything was okay with him. The opponent this time was too strong and it was necessary to pay more attention to his attacks. Zhang Ma replied that if he dies, let Ah Qiu tell the creator that he could not complete the mission. Suddenly, the zombie began to rise upward, and some kind of cloud of green energy gathered above him. Ah Xiu said that you need to run faster because this is a very dangerous phenomenon, a corpse bomb. Meanwhile, Niu Lang and Ruo Bing kept watching as a bright green light rose like a pillar over the city. They flew towards him and talked among themselves, discussing this unusual phenomenon. The girl doubted that this was really a demonic light and asked her brother what he thought about this. Niu Lan said that he doesn't know, but this color is unusual, and it's better to check everything yourself. Ruo Bing remembered how the ancient clan disciple said that demons bring chaos, but recently their clan had not faced such attacks. The young man said that this color is only visible to people with spiritual energy, and it seems to have the powers of evil spirits in it. So there must be a demon there, and they need to stay focused. The master once said that the Mad Sword's mission is to cleanse the world of this evil, and if it is true a demon, then they must kill it. Ruo Bian had hopes that after all it was not a demon, and they would not have to fight. But suddenly, they saw that a huge stream of air exploded right next to them. The guys barely had time to pull away. They felt a blast wave cover them. When the dust settled a little, a very large hole appeared in the ground at the site of the explosion. And the demon looked around. He thought that with this movement he had destroyed his enemy. He laughed loudly and said that Zhang Ma now understood what a corpse bomb looked like. But suddenly the demon felt that his opponent had appeared very close. It happened so unexpectedly that the monster did not have time to react, and after a while the guy angrily hit him with his fist. The monster screamed in pain and flew several meters back. At the place where he fell, dust rose rapidly and a strong blow was heard. Zhang Ma said that his opponent will never be able to atone for his sins, but his cause is just and it is better to stop fighting. But his opponent raised his head and roared loudly, which meant that the combat power had risen up. The guy continued to look straight ahead. He felt that this fight would not be easy, but he decided not to give up. Akshio said that he should be very careful and prudent because now his enemy has become even stronger. The monster attacked the guy again, but he used his shield to defend himself. The patron noted that if you continue to use the protection so many times, it may collapse. Zhang Ma said that then he would use his hands and began to hit the opponent. The monster shouted that the guy's blows were too slow and ridiculous. And the next moment the young man flew to the side, he hit his head painfully on the ground. His enemy laughed angrily. He was already in anticipation of his victory. Zhang Ma asked the patron what weaknesses the green zombie might have. Ah Xiu replied that his strength is infinite, and instead of bones there are steel rods, but the monster has a weakness in the lower part of the body. However, the guy has too little speed. He is not able to win so easily. Zhang Ma squinted his eyes. He said that if he knows the weaknesses of his enemy, then that is already good. In this case, he will be able to take advantage of this and try to defeat the enemy. The guy grabbed the monster tightly, and his fingers dug into the skin. His enemy screamed in pain and his face was distorted with suffering. However, in response, the monster, also gathering its last strength, grabbed the young man, and with such force that the guy felt terrible pain, Zhang Ma said that he did it very quickly and smiled smugly. Ah Xiu noticed that he was also squeezed in response. Nevertheless, this is probably the loss of both. But the young man calmed him down and said that he was only shouting to provoke the enemy. Meanwhile, Nu Lang and Ruo Bing had already approached. They watched in surprise as the fight took place. From the huge hole that was formed by the green bomb, it was still going into steam. Nu Lang pulled out the sword and desperately attacked the demon, who dared to descend to the ground. His sword slammed into his opponent's head and flew off to the side with a slight clang. The guy looked at this in surprise. He realized that he didn't even cut his enemy, and the next moment he felt the recoil and flew back several meters. The zombies didn't understand where they came from here, but the guy stepped back a little and warned the guys that their enemy was very strong. Ruo Bing asked Zhang Ma what he was doing here and where the demon came from. The young man replied that this is a green zombie with brains, which is really very dangerous. The guys looked at him in horror. They did not understand where such a rival came from here. Ruo Bing said that she recently heard about this from the master, and it seems that only lightning can kill him. Nu Lan looked up, because a real thunderstorm had just broken out in the sky. Thunder roared, electrified sparks sparkled. Zhang Ma said that he might be able to direct lightning at the enemy. Nu Lan told about the crazy sword, which is used to create lightning. If you use it, the secret method of this weapon can be revealed. Zhang Ma listened in surprise. He could not believe that the sword was capable of such a thing. The monster laughed with fury and said that he understood who came to him. This is garbage from a crazy sword. However, this statement greatly infuriated Nu Lan, and he looked at his enemy with anger, and then drew his sword and said that today he would introduce him to the clan of real brave heroes. Ruo Bing screamed in horror. In order for her brother to be careful, she was very worried about him. However, all the blows that the guy dealt passed by, and the monster brilliantly repelled any attacks. He laughed and said that the young man was too arrogant and would never be able to defeat the demon. The next moment, the demon forcefully threw away the sword of his enemy. Suddenly, Nu Lan realized that he had lost his arm during this battle and screamed in pain. Zhang Ma looked at this in horror. He shouted for his friend to be careful, and the monster's hand was already approaching the guy and was preparing to strike the next blow. He grabbed his face with all his might. The young man felt severe pain, and the demon angrily said that this clan should not have been sent because they would never be able to kill him. In the next moment, he pierced through the body of Nu Lan, who was already so exhausted that he could not resist. Ruo Bing watched this picture with tears in her eyes. She was very worried. Zhang Ma looked at this angrily and decided that now it was time for him to intervene. Nu Long's body fell to the ground with a loud thud. The guy was unconscious. Zhang Ma asked Ruo Bing what crazy sword he was just talking about. However, the girl replied that in order to master this skill, you need to train a lot. She gave him a small package and said that all the instructions were written there on how to properly master this skill. Zhang Ma gave this package to the patron so that he could process it and study everything thoroughly. And then he turned to the girl and told her to take her brother and leave. The girl grabbed him and they began to quickly climb up, but the demon did not allow them to do this. He blocked the road and said that the guys did not dare to run away from him. But the next moment he saw that Zhang Ma had joined them. The demon would never have thought that his enemy could fly on a sword. Zhang Ma surprised him once again. And the young man looked at him with a fierce look and said that probably the demon wants to try the taste of heaven. Li Hui-ru sat tied up in a dark room. She tried to free herself, but nothing worked and her strength left her. Lan Yi angrily told the girl not to try to escape because this time she wouldn't succeed. She approached the captive and said that if Li Hui-ru did not tell the truth, she would be killed. The girl looked at Lan Yi in fear. Her eyes were full of fear and despair. They suddenly filled with tears. Lan Yi fiercely continued that when the master returns, they will sacrifice her. Meanwhile, a real battle was taking place near the president's spacious house. Niu Lan came to his senses. He was coughing up blood and felt very bad. Ruo Bing supported her brother as best she could. The young man kept thinking with envy that Zhang Ma had learned to wield a crazy sword too quickly. Zhang Ma, meanwhile, summoned lightning to himself and said that today his enemy would be killed. His eyes were very fierce and evil. He said that the enemy would definitely like his mortal thunder of the sky. Jin Tai-shun thought that the guy could not study martial arts in the Crazy Sword clan, and he was probably bluffing. Therefore, he shouted that if Zhang Ma was able to ignite lightning, this does not mean that he was able to become a master. But a moment later, the monster saw a swift beam of electric discharge near it. He saw that the earth in the place where the lightning struck had formed a large crack and dent. Zhang Ma told his patron that the Crazy Sword is really cool, and the impact force is very powerful. Ah Zhou warned that this is indeed the case, but this blow should be controlled because it is very strong. And the demon looked in amazement at the place where the lightning struck, and thought that it would be difficult for him to cope with the enemy. He didn't understand when the guy managed to study martial arts, because the rest of the guys in the clan had been preparing for this for many years. But suddenly the monster had an idea and told Zhang Ma that he had in his hands the spirit of the girl Shuno. However, these words caused the guy to become even more furious. He shouted that the demon did not even deserve her name. His enemy jumped aside sharply and said that he had not finished speaking yet. Zhang Ma attacked the enemy, and he barely had time to pull away. He noticed that the guy's speed had improved significantly. Meanwhile, the young man angrily repeated that he was not worthy to even mention her name. This blow shocked his opponent, and for several moments the beast tried to recover. Zhang Ma, meanwhile, raised his hand for the next attack. He said that this is for all those girls who suffered from his cruel paws. The guy grabbed his muzzle with one hand and squeezed tightly so that the enemy lost the ability to breathe normally. And the next moment, with all his might, he roughly grabbed him by the face and sharply pushed him against the wall. He pressed the enemy tightly. Debris fell around him and cracks appeared in the wall, which led to destruction. Under the pressure, the guy loosened his grip and the beast fell powerlessly to the ground. A deafening roar was heard. The demon stammered that they had not yet agreed on the deal. He had a good offer. He said that he would recognize Zhang Ma's victory, and if he let him go, he would spare Li Hui-ru. However, the guy had already prepared lightning and angrily said that he himself could save her. And his enemy kept insisting that this was a very advantageous offer and hoped for mercy. But the electric discharge had already approached him, and the demon felt terrible pain. The guy fiercely said that he was not going to negotiate with an evil and insidious monster. And in the next moment, electric discharges pierced the demon's entire body. Ah Xiu widened his eyes and said that this was the first time he had seen Zhang Ma look so sinister. Zhang Ma looked at his opponent with contempt and said that this doctor is just real trash. Meanwhile, the action took place in the fan reservoir, where the master was located. In the large hall, there was a cage with a huge magical dragon. A subordinate came to the master and told him alarming news. The wizard could not believe what he was told because these were incredible events. Jin Tai-shun's consciousness suddenly disappeared, which meant that he was able to be overcome by the owner of the Sky Thunder technique. Perhaps this is the hero from the Crazy Sword that was in Shijin. But on the other hand, this could not happen because this clan no longer controlled the sky. The master said that his subordinates should definitely find out more about this. But you need to be careful because the one who was able to kill the green zombie is very dangerous. After this, the elder turned to the dragon and said that he had not met worthy people for a long time. It was necessary to get to know this person better. The green zombie is dead, and it turned out that Shijin is hiding secrets and has secrets that the master is not yet aware of. By that time, morning had come in the city. The thunderstorm had passed, and it would seem that all the events that happened at night were a bad dream. Zhang Ma was dozing next to the sleeping Mei Qi. After everything that had happened, he couldn't leave her so easily. The girl suddenly opened her eyes and began to look around in amazement. She jumped up and saw Zhang Ma right in front of her. sat down on the bed and screamed loudly in surprise. Zhang Ma was frightened by this scream and even fell off his chair. He said that Miss Gao had finally woken up. Suddenly, she burst into tears and said that the doctor had deceived her. He took advantage of the fact that Mei Qi wanted to save her grandfather. The guy calmed her down and said that he managed to arrive on time and neutralize this liar. Mei Qi asked what happened to her grandfather and how he was feeling. The guy answered, not without pride, that when Zhang Ma appeared, President Zhao was completely cured. The girl looked at him tenderly and said that she was very grateful for this. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a woman's voice asked if Zhang Ma had woken up. Ruobin said that the medicine that the guy told her to brew was already ready. He thanked her and added that she needed to give part of the tincture to her brother. Mei Qi widened her eyes in amazement and asked who this girl was. Zhang Ma calmly explained that she was a friend who had come to help, and first, they all needed to eat. Suddenly, Mei Qi noticed that someone had changed her underwear and was very indignant about this. Soon the guys gathered downstairs. President Zhao arrived to the guests to taste the morning meal. He said that he thanks the guy who saved his life for the second time. And then, the president was silent for a while and said that there was one thing he didn't dare say. After a little hesitation, the man said that Zhang Ma is very young and promising, and his granddaughter is not married. They could create a good family. Zhang Ma pulled away. He said that he just came to help. Besides, he is an ordinary guy and is hardly worthy of Miss Gao. However, the president took these words in his own way and said that probably the guy simply didn't like his granddaughter. The young man hastily said that he really liked her, but he considered himself unworthy of such a woman. Instead of answering, Zhao called him, went with him, and stood up from the table. Zhang Ma tensed a little, but decided to follow the man and see what he was going to show him. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlin said that Mei Qi should stay in the living room and take care of the rest of the guests. They headed towards a large door that was decorated with massive gold inserts. The president pressed one of the buttons with his cane and it began to glow brightly. A moment later, the doors opened and the guy could see that the space was changing in front of him. There was a bright blue light shining around. Zhao Tianlin motioned to follow further. Ah Xiu said that the president used the information of the lost spirit. The place that can be sealed with such a technique cannot be simple. After this, the patron noticed that the further they went, the stronger the pressure. In the depths of the tunnel, there was extremely powerful spiritual energy, and the entrance was sealed specifically so that it would not spread. In addition, Ah Xiu warned that this energy is too powerful and not so easy to analyze. Meanwhile, in one of the guest rooms of the large cottage, there were brother and sister Nulan and Ruobing. Nulan had already recovered from the battle and asked what happened to the demon. Ruobing said that Zhang Ma mastered the crazy sword in an instant and killed him. Nulan cried out in amazement that this was impossible because one cannot master such a complex skill in an instant. He practiced the crazy sword for 10 years, and Zhang Ma was able to master it in 1 minute and immediately used it in battle. And Ruobing replied that perhaps the master was right, and Zhang Ma would become the future of their mad sword clan. And the young man kept moving along with Zhao Tianlin along a large dark corridor. Torches were burning on the walls and lighting their way. Zhao turned to him and said that he shouldn't lie to the old man, even though he doesn't know who his teacher is. But Zhang Ma is probably already a monk. The guy said that his skills are far from perfect, however. Zhao continued to speak. He called him for a reason and wanted to ask him to look after one magical thing. The young man replied that if there is something that needs to be done, then he is ready to fulfill any conditions. The president replied that he would now show him a family heirloom, which he would like to protect at all costs. Zhang Ma said that this box has very powerful energy. The old man replied that this is a treasure. It has helped the Zhao family since ancient times and has been passed down from generation to generation. In the past, his ancestors traveled everywhere. After they reached the top of Kunlun Mountain, they discovered this stone there. If you don't take care of it, the energy will start to be released. And in the past, one practitioner sealed this stone. Ah Xiu said that this item has dense energies. Now it is clear why it feels aggressive when entering. It is probably a weapon. Zhang Ma said that there is a lot of talent around the world, and the president could call on more highly qualified people than him. Meanwhile, the man tried to touch the magic ball and abruptly pulled his hand away, as he was shocked. He said that in his youth he was completely immersed in the study of this thing, but to no avail. He knew that there was an infinite amount of energy in it, but could not understand what it was. Zhao Tianlin invited many specialists. They tried to touch this item, but could not do so. The next moment, the young man extended his hand to this incredible clot of power. Zhang Ma felt this blue glow enveloping him from all sides. Zhao looked at this in amazement. He did not understand why the young man was not electrocuted. The guy himself did not expect this. He told the patron that he had the opportunity to touch this thing. Ah Xiu replied that this must be the true face of the box. It is necessary to check whether the guy can pull it out. And a moment later, Zhang Ma was surprised to discover that he was able to pull out an object hidden there from space. He felt a strong wind that literally knocked him off his feet. In addition, an incredibly powerful roar was heard around him. Ah Xiu said that the blue halo on the outside is just a protective shell. When the guy gets it, he will show his true form and one can feel his strong power. After a moment, Zhang Ma was able to pull out a heavy, massive object. Xiao Tianlin screamed in surprise. He said that this was a large and powerful sword. Ah Xiu widened his eyes in surprise and said that this is simply amazing because he pulled out no ordinary weapon. The patron said that the young man had probably found a treasure and it could help him in the future. This sword is called Tai A Qian. It was made by the world's first ball maker, OGZ, together with Gan Jiang. This sword is already many thousands of years old, but it is unharmed because invisible and difficult to touch. It exists between heaven and earth, and when the sky is in the right position, the four will be able to unite into a form. Xiao Tianlin said that he made a mistake when he invited this guy here. The ancestors could not unravel this secret for many millennia, but he did it in an instant. The man couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't even imagine that it was actually battle will. Suddenly, the windows and doors throughout the house began to shake, and everyone present there felt that something unusual had happened. The kettle that was standing on the stove began to shake in different directions with incredible force. Mei-Ti screamed in horror and tried to stay on her feet. She couldn't understand what was happening and thought an earthquake had started. She noticed that the chandelier on the ceiling began to swing rapidly, and everything around began to tremble. Ruobing said that she felt a surge of spiritual energy nearby. Could it be that the demon has appeared again? Her brother replied that the spiritual energy is pure and flawless. It cannot be a demon. It is more like a treasure belonging to a celestial. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma and President Zhao were still in the secret room. The guy enthusiastically took the sword, which suddenly began to emit a blue flickering light. Xiao Tianlin said that from the outside, this thing looks very much like a powerful weapon. The guy confirmed these words and said that this is a divine spiritual sword and his name is Tai A Qian. When the man heard this, he looked at the young man in surprise. After all, that was the name of the legendary sword that the great masters had once united. He thought that the ancestors who left the divine weapon. For so many years he could not understand this. But Zhang Ma is amazing. He was able to unravel all the secrets. The young man said that when the secret of this stone was revealed, the sword should be returned to its owner and handed it to Zhao Tianlin. However, he objected. He said that he had slightly different plans for this sword. It's a shame to admit, but the Zhao family never solved the mystery of this thing. And Zhao Tianlin put himself above others, but also could not solve this mystery. And then he continued and said that Zhang Ma has high-class skills and was easily able to get a sword, so the weapon should belong to him. He said that he was giving this sword to the guy and he was sure that he would use it correctly. The guy said in amazement that this is a divine weapon. Moreover, it is their family's heirloom, and how can the president entrust it to an outsider? However, the man was adamant. He said that except for the guy, no one could touch this sparkling blue light. In addition, friendship has developed between Zhang Ma and Mei-Chi, and the young man is no longer a stranger. The guy tried to object, but the man no longer listened to him and said that the decision had been made. Zhao Tianlin added that he is already old and has no use for divine weapons. This sword will simply lie in the basement. Coming out, the man said that Zhang Ma should take care of the sword, and when he becomes famous, he should not forget the old man. The young man was left alone and looked in amazement at the unusual treasure that fell into his hands. He looked at this artifact and thought that something great could be done with this sword. Meanwhile, a black car was driving in the highlands and illuminated its path with its headlights. There were several people wearing red masks sitting in the car. They were already approaching the place where Jin Tai-soon's consciousness disappeared. They noticed that the Zhao family's house was located nearby and could not believe that the doctor disappeared there. But still, we decided not to exclude any options, and it would be good to check this family. The villains decided that they would talk to Old Man Zhao and find out from him some questions regarding the missing doctor. Meanwhile, the man had already entered the living room, and concerned Mei Qi ran up to him. She said that grandfather had just recovered. There was no need to go far there. Zhao reminded the girl that he had recently given her an envelope and would like to see it. She handed over a small package. The man said that there was nothing inside, only a key and a black and gold card. The old man said that he would not last long. It was originally a dowry for her, but now he would like to give these things to Zhang Ma. Suddenly, the doors were suddenly knocked down and a loud bang was heard. The man and Mei Qi looked in surprise at the people who unceremoniously burst into the room. These were 3 people wearing creepy masks who looked very aggressive. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma moved forward along a black corridor with torches burning around him. Ah Shu said that now the young man has received the sword and its power has increased by 30,000. And on Earth, he is much cooler than people. However, in heaven, such power is just a handful of dust. He explained that in heaven there are people in Zhangmai like heaven and earth. In the future, if possible, the patron will tell you more about this. The guy said that he was very intrigued and would like to see the heavenly inhabitants himself to check how strong they are. Meanwhile, in the living room, 3 uninvited guests prepared to attack the unfortunate old man and his granddaughter. The man who was wearing a pink hood, probably the leader, said that he wanted to talk to the Zhao family. Mei Qi threateningly asked who they were and why they broke into a private house. However, the mysterious guy said that it was not at all polite to talk to guests like that, and the next moment he approached her with lightning speed. The girl pulled away in horror. An unknown guy grabbed her by the face and said that she shouldn't scream so loudly. The man added that he does not respond to screams because he has a name, the celestial Jiangling. The president pulled away in horror. He realized that the difficult robbers had come to them, and the one who entered told his followers not to stand there like a pillar, but to start searching. Zhao Tianlin angrily shouted at them to get out and not behave like that in his house. However, in the next moment, he was thrown to the side as Jiangling forcefully punched him in the stomach. And then the formidable fellow warned that in future the old man should not interrupt him when he was talking. Zhao Tianlin felt that he was getting very sick from such a powerful blow. Mei Qi was very scared. She was worried about her grandfather because he was already in poor health. The man flew towards the wall. He was too weakened and could not resist. But suddenly, at the last moment, Zhang Ma appeared and prepared to pick him up. The young man caught Mr. Zhao right in the air and looked with fury at the strange masked guys. Mei Qi sighed with relief. She was glad that the guy came and was sure that now they could defeat these enemies. The man asked Zhang Ma to take care of her granddaughter and not let her be offended. Jiangling looked at the guy and said that he must show what good skills he has in battle. Ah Shu analyzed and warned that this person's combat power is about 25,000. He is probably looking for the one who defeated Jin Tai Sun. Zhang Ma gritted his teeth angrily and said that this man had come to the right place. He found what he was looking for, and even more than that. At that moment, Ruo Bing came down the stairs. She began to ask what was happening. The young man shouted to her to take Mei Qi and the president upstairs. The next moment, he saw that Jiangling was nearby. He was moving very quickly. The enemy came close to him and said that probably in front of him was the guy who killed the green zombie. Suddenly, he discovered that Zhang Ma had disappeared into space and was very surprised. The next moment, he noticed how the guy grabbed the sword and attacked it with a flourish. The guy made one blow. A bright light spread around and filled the entire room with this light. But when the dust settled, the young man noticed that his enemy had broken through the wall and ran straight through it. Suddenly, Zhang Ma saw a large white snake near him, which was looking at him with fury. His enemies said that he had underestimated him before. With such abilities, the guy could really destroy the green zombie. Zhang Ma mockingly said that this big python can be made into a good cut. Meanwhile, Mei Qi and grandfather went upstairs. She sat him down on a chair to calm him down. Ruo Bing told her brother that 3 masked people attacked President Zhao, and Zhang Ma was now dealing with them. The girl added that her brother should be calm because this young man will cope with them. Nulan frowned. He didn't like that Zhang Ma was protecting everyone again. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere was felt in the living room. The fight continued. The young man said that he had finished off Jin Tai Sun, and if those guys who arrived were weaker than him, they might not even come up. However, unexpectedly, his opponent laughed and said that he himself dreamed of destroying the doctor, and Zhang Ma simply did it for him. He then continued and said that Jin Tai Sun's strength was worthless, and Zhang Ma might as well not compare them. The young man said in anger that this is an animal in front of him, because he doesn't even feel sorry for his colleagues. And even if Jiangling is stronger, he doesn't care about his comrades, and this is inhumane. His opponent smiled and replied that he no longer believed in such things as friendship and mutual understanding. Zhang Ma said that his enemy probably decided to come in order to anger him, and he succeeded. He added that if Jianglin's comrades are not important, why did he not come alone? In this battle, the villain risks losing his mask and revealing his face. However, his opponent angrily shouted that he would kill the guy and began to attack him. Zhang Ma said that the enemy would not succeed and would be defeated. Holding the hilt of his sword, he swung with determination, preparing to attack, but his opponent quickly jumped to the side. And then, he called two of his fellow tribesmen, and they hastened to his aid. Standing nearby, the guys formed a wall, shielding him with themselves and prepared for battle. The two stood in front shoulder to shoulder, and Jiangling crouched behind them, preparing to act with his position. Zhang Ma mockingly said that his opponent was clearly a hypocrite, because at first he said that he did not need comrades, but was hiding behind their backs. But unexpectedly, the young man noticed that something incredible was happening to him, because he had lost the ability to move. Suddenly, he noticed that his legs were bound by many strong iron chains. Jiangling was surprised why his opponent fell silent and did not continue his speech about friendship and justice. He could have continued speaking further. He added that when he attacked, his goal was to lower Zhang Ma's vigilance and use poison. And now it turns out that the guy has become his disarmed prey and cannot resist. Two cold-blooded villains stood nearby. They were silent and ready to meekly follow the instructions. Zhang Ma tried to pull himself out, but he couldn't do it. The chain squeezed him very tightly. Unexpectedly, the guy noticed that his enemy had again become a white python. The patron said that this was not surprising because he could transform. The guy asked Shu to come up with something. Otherwise, he would simply die in these chains because the shackles were getting stronger. Shu said that the spell and poison binding him are nothing for the patron. However, the young man hurried him. He saw that the malicious, powerful python was already preparing to bite. Shu said that you need to be patient for a couple of moments. He will collect enough energy. The next minute, Zhang Ma felt that he had enough strength to break these iron shackles. Jiangling looked at him in surprise. He couldn't believe how the guy was able to tear them apart and free himself. Shu said that it was possible to unlock 5% of the spiritual energy, and if Zhang Ma can withstand it, he is able to eliminate the poison and spells of the snake. The guy said that he felt great and raised his sword with enthusiasm. However, his opponent summoned a shadow shield with which he was able to protect himself from the blow. Zhang Ma launched an incredibly powerful attack. However, he was unable to achieve his goal. The guy was in amazement. He did not understand how to find the opponents could resist the power of the Tai Aqian sword. The white python said that he was sorry, but the old man couldn't have fun with the guy today, and then added that the two people who came with him were not even his comrades, they were just puppets, and also people who do everything in good faith. With these words, the python disappeared into the resulting hole. Zhang Ma swung his sword furiously. He said that his opponent would not be able to escape so easily. The two people who came with him flew to the side and fell to the floor. They no longer moved. The guy lamented that he could not catch this villain and destroy him. Shu said that Jiangling could easily transform. This means that he trained a lot. Zhang Ma said that the next time he becomes a white python, he will definitely catch it and make a medicinal tincture out of it. However, he still didn't understand, because Jiangling didn't trust anyone. No one trusted him. This is not a good basis for any relationship. However, he is still called comrade, and this is strange. The ruler drew the guy's attention to the two who remained. Probably nothing could help them. The method they just used was called Shadow Shield. It relies on a magical technique used to extract one's own spiritual energy, causing damage to thousands of enemies. They no longer had any signs of life, and sacrificed their existence in order for Jiangling to hide. When the guy opened the masks, he saw that they were children of 15 to 16 years old. Zhang Ma gritted his teeth in anger. He realized that the head of the demon simply encouraged young people to practice the magic of evil forces. Meanwhile, President Zhao was taken to a large elite hospital so that he could come to his senses. The doctors said that Miss Gao can rest assured. They are equipped with 3 high-level medical teams for round-the-clock monitoring. The condition of the president and friends is now stable. There was no danger to their lives. The girl thanked the director for his concern and said that in this case she could really be calm. The girl returned and saw that Zhang Ma was out of sight. He was not visible nearby. Zhang Ma stood alone on the balcony of a large building and thought about his own thoughts. Ruoping said that she looked for him everywhere, but he ended up here. She approached the guy and then thanked him for saving his brother and her. The young man noticed that he did not consider them strangers. He saw the pain the demon caused them. Zhang Ma said that he also wanted to quickly save Li Huiru and Xu No, who were in trouble due to the fault of this demon. They were the doctor's target, and even though he was dead, his business was still going on. Besides, he had a relationship with those masked people. Ruo Bing said that they were ready to help. However, the young man replied that it was too dangerous and should not be taken such a risk. He didn't want anything bad to happen to them before he returned. Ruo Bing needed to take care of her brother, and she herself needed to rest. The girl looked after him and then lowered her eyes and said that she understood everything. A little later, Ah Xiu said that this was the wrong thing to do, because saving everyone alone is very risky. Although he has become much stronger, he intends to go straight to the magic cave and risks being defeated. The guy replied that he understood him. This alone would not be enough to go there, but he could not sit idly by and watch how this monster mocked the girls. Suddenly, the guy saw a certain flickering blue light right in front of him. He began to look around in amazement and realized that he was in a parallel dimension. Suddenly, he discovered that the creator was in front of him. She said that it had been a long time, no, see, and then added that she would take him to Ling Yun's space and tell him something amazing about his life experience. She said that 3,000 years ago in Kunlun there was a war. The Heavenly Lord sent the God of War to stop it. The God of War had red eyes with red pupils, as well as iron bones. His spiritual power was infinite, and he incarnated into a general. With the help of the sword, he prevented a war. But before that, he was slandered by Xian Zun, and he had to return to heaven, while the general remained to live on Earth. And from then on, the existence of a family of red-eyed people began who had incredible abilities. The creator said that Zhang Ma's eyes are also red, meaning he is probably a member of their family. And then she said that he is very smart and quick-witted, and different from others. He is the only member of the red-eyed family in this world, and as such, he has a lot of responsibility. She could tell him many things about the red-eyed family, but in heaven it is forbidden. Ah Xiu added that the characteristics of this family are inherited by blood, and there are no other ways to obtain abilities. And the creator also said that besides this, they need to tell the guy something else important. Zhang Ma listened to them in amazement. He wanted to finally be told the whole story. The creator said that there is another way to interact with Ah Xiu that will help increase his level in an instant. Suddenly, incredible things began to happen to him. The guy began to disappear from this place, and the next moment, he moved into a completely different atmosphere. There were many mountain hills around. Zhang Ma noticed that it looked like some kind of gorge and asked the creator what kind of place it was. However, she mysteriously replied that the young man would soon be able to find out everything himself. He heard a menacing growl next to him and saw several strange and creepy monsters. Zhang Ma looked at them in horror. He realized that he needed to defend himself. After all, they were very aggressive. Ah Xiu warned that the combat power of these creatures is about 20,000, and one must be careful. Zhang Ma jumped up. He used his weapon, the magic sword Taiya Qian, and decided that in this way he would destroy his enemies. The young man gritted his teeth angrily and prepared to destroy these incomprehensible evil monsters. And in the next moment, incredible sky thunder attacks were heard which destroyed the monsters. The young man told the creator that it was quite annoying to move here so suddenly. She said that his development was very good, and that was quite good. But nevertheless, this is still not enough. If the guy meets a stronger enemy, he could fail. She said that he was rapidly increasing his fighting strength, and for this there is a training camp. Here you can create an enemy with any characteristics, and all the energy spent on killing is returned. Zhang Ma said that during this attack he really felt an incredible surge of strength. The creator replied that Ah Xiu can create a summary of his characteristics and also has many other functions. However, this can be discussed a little later. Zhang Ma grabbed his head. He said that all the creator talks about is that you need to train. And she added that if the guy were not from the red-eyed family and did not have a sword, it would be pointless to improve it. She then said that if a guy wants to fight stronger opponents, he must go through the rank of first-order mortal. Time moves slower here, so valuable use of the training palace is necessary. Zhang Ma said that he would not let his creator down and would be able to win brilliantly. And then he shouted to his malicious opponents to come more boldly. The hot stream of lava was rapidly moving forward, like a river of fire with rocky mountains rising on its sides. Zhang Ma destroyed the last enemy and said that these monsters are quite strong, but with each victory he felt more resilient and stronger. He asked Shu what successes he had already achieved. The patron said that he would look at it on his program, and then he reported that the guy was progressing quite quickly. The first order was 83% completed. Before his strength ran out, he should reach the second order. The young man readily said that he could go for promotion to the second level. He wanted to know his limit and look at his abilities, as well as at all the skills of the inhabitants of this palace. The guy with determination shouted to the wild monster to come, because he was ready for the fight. The guy added that he would not be merciful to them, so they should hit with all their might. Ashio said that the creators are truly great celestials. Thanks to them, he quickly broke through to the second order. Meanwhile, dramatic events were taking place near the Feng Reservoir. Li Haira was a captive. She was hanged on a huge cross. She no longer hoped for salvation. Lan Yi told the master that Jin Tai Shun was dead, and she could only give away the girl. Her interlocutor asked what she was going to do in the future, because she could join them. The girl replied that during all the time Jin Tai Shun worked, she did a lot for them, and now she decided to mind her own business. And then Lan Yi proudly left, and the master shouted after her that after this sacrifice he would become the strongest in the world, and then she herself would crawl to him on her knees and ask him to accept her. A large multi-story building rose in the middle of a large noisy street of a huge city. Lu Rong said in delight that that girl really didn't deceive them, and really sent them money. Lu Tan replied that now they had become almost her younger brothers, and not just some temporary workers. And then he added that he needed to go to the hospital and called the younger one with him. Because recently Lu Tan's hormone levels have increased significantly, so it is necessary to go to an appointment. Lu Rong noticed that this is all because of the mosaic films. They began to argue fiercely among themselves, but unexpectedly they came face to face with Zhang Ma. The guy froze in one place, stood rooted to the spot, did not move or move. They began to look at him in surprise. Lu Tan said that this opportunity cannot be missed, and revenge must be taken. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Zhang Ma won and shouted with enthusiasm that he had become a mortal of the average order. Shu reported that now his limit of combat strength has been increased to 140,000, and he still has a lot of room for growth. However, the patron warned that it was necessary to absorb spiritual energy carefully, otherwise the body would explode, and then added that he felt a threat. Probably someone was going to attack the young man. And meanwhile, the two brothers were already preparing to finally carry out their plan of revenge. Lu Tan used an explosive palm and swung at the young man with all his strength. However, the younger one tried to calm him down, so it was even possible to kill this guy. But Lu Tan replied that he could not control this power because he was filled with hatred. Unexpectedly, his blow was blocked by Zhang Ma, who suddenly regained consciousness. The guy looked at them with a grin and said that again. These two wanted to attack him, but he reached the middle order, and now they can't defeat him so easily. The brothers looked at him in surprise. They did not understand how this happened because such a result requires practice for 30 or 50 years. And the next moment, they suddenly threw themselves at the guy's feet and said that they wanted to serve him. Soon they went outside. Zhang Ma could not get rid of the two robbers clinging to him. They followed on his heels and tried to please. One held an umbrella over his head so that the sun would not get too hot, and the second offered to drink cold water and quench his thirst. The young man rolled his eyes and said that they should stop immediately because this makes him uncomfortable. He is not afraid of the sun and he does not want to drink now. Lu Tan shouted with enthusiasm that the boss should not be embarrassed by this, but simply enjoy the fact that they are serving him, because as long as they follow him, they can become kinder. Suddenly, Zhang Ma noticed that he had already arrived at the university and said that he was going to the couples, and these two should take care of themselves. As a farewell, he left so that the robbers would not disturb the rest of the students of this educational institution. The next moment, they heard the sound of a motor and turned around. A charming girl drove up in a red car and waved her hand welcomingly. Lu Tan began to look at her with admiration. He thought that the girl was waving at them. However, the younger tried to calm him down and said that it was necessary to first check who she was. However, Zhang Ma stopped their argument and said that this woman was not for them to touch her. And then he added that if the robbers considered themselves his younger brothers, then they should not steal his flower. The guy approached her and said that she looked somewhat worried. Mei Qi replied that she had business with him. Meanwhile, the brothers watched with delight as the young man calmly approached this girl and began to have a conversation with her. Meichi handed him an envelope and said that grandfather Zhao Tianlin asked him to give this to him. Zhang Ma took the outstretched envelope in his hands in amazement and asked why he received it. However, she was already getting into the car and said goodbye that the guy should look at everything himself or ask Zhao Tianlin personally, and she needed to return to the hospital to take care of her grandfather. Zhang Ma opened the envelope and took out a key and a card. He began to turn them over in his hands in surprise, but still did not understand why they had given it to him. Soon the guy also discovered a note in the envelope. He pulled it out and began to read it carefully. It contained words of gratitude from Zhao Tianlin, and also that this was a key to the house and a card with money, and then a request that the guy not refuse gifts. Zhang Ma said in surprise that President Zhao Tianlin is very kind, but suddenly noticed a strange silhouette behind him. He was wary but did not look back. Only the enemy could approach and attack from behind. Therefore, the guy decided not to waste time thinking. He clenched his fist tightly, and with all his strength hit the person who dared to approach him. However, it was only Li Kui who crouched down in surprise and covered his face with his hands. Zhang Ma said with disappointment that he didn't do it on purpose because his friend approached him so unexpectedly. Li Kui noticed his improved kung fu skills, and when Li Kui recovered from the blow, he noticed that his friend had a black and gold card in his hands and looked at it in amazement. And then the guy enthusiastically said that the black and gold card is cool because it is an indicator of rich people. For those who do not have millions of shares, they do not give one. In honor of such an event, Zhang Ma should invite everyone to eat. The young man replied that if necessary, he could invite him, and also invited the two robber brothers to dinner. Li Kui looked at them in surprise and asked if these were his comrades' relatives, but he said with an exhausted look that these were his new charges. After some time, they sat in a large multi-story cottage at a round table and had lunch. Li Kui announced to his new acquaintances that if they were Zhang Ma's wards, they should know the rules of behavior, and if the brothers don't know them, then he is ready to teach, so they can ask him any questions and the guy will tell everything. Suddenly, Li Wangyu entered the room. She went to Zhang Ma and asked why the young man called her. Did he miss her? Lu Tan and Lu Rong recognized the girl who gave them the money. They thought that this was another friend of Zhang Ma. The guy said that he was looking for Miss Li in order to tell her one very important thing. The girl said that he is usually very aggressive and angry, but then, in an instant, he became too serious, and this makes her a little nervous. And Zhang Ma replied that she might really start to get nervous because he was going in search of the seal. It was a little unexpected. Li Wangyu sat down next to her and they began to talk quietly. At this time, the two brothers were quietly talking to each other and discussing Zhang Ma. They believed that the boss was very strong, and the guys needed to work hard to achieve the same heights. Li Kui said that he wanted to get to know them, because if they became his brother's wards, they could tell about themselves. Lu Tan said his name, and then added that he has a younger brother, Lu Rong, who likes to rob, pick flowers, and also kill people. The guy grinned warily and said that Lu Tan was making great jokes. And on the other half of the table, there was a conversation between Li Wangyu and Zhang Ma. The girl asked if the guy wanted to set any conditions in exchange for help in finding the seal. Zhang Ma replied that there was not a condition, but rather a small request. He angrily said that the girl should help kill the cruel Huainan. However, Li Wangyu, in response to these words, stood up from her seat and said that this was impossible because Huainan has many masters and many of them are above average. Zhang Ma said that there is no need to worry so much because the girl herself is already of average order. Besides, they will do a good deed and save a lot of people. She looked at him carefully and asked what exactly the guy meant. Zhang Ma said that he would distract the masters, and in the meantime she would save the two people he was looking for. His gaze was very ominous. The guy said with confidence that they needed to be found and pulled out, and in the meantime he would distract the masters. Li Wangyu looked at him in surprise. She thought about it, but understood that she had to agree to these conditions. After some time, they said goodbye. Zhang Ma, surrounded by robbers, headed towards the university. Lu Tan asked Zhang Ma if he had any plans, and then he added that if the guy has nothing else to do, then they should return back to their cement pipe so that others do not occupy it, and tomorrow they will return to him again. Zhang Ma looked at the brothers in surprise. He asked whether they really live at a construction site, and when he heard an affirmative answer, he handed them the keys to the house, and a note in which the address was written. He told the guys to spend the night there today, and only Li Quem to go back to the university. After these words, the young man pulled out a small thing from his pocket. He took out a card and said that they could spend 100,000 there, buy food, and no longer have to collect garbage in garbage dumps. The guy added that this was a gift for the first meeting with the boss, and if they continue to rob and collect flowers, he will send them to the Buddha. This all greatly surprised the robbers, and they said words of gratitude with tears in their eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Ma and his friend went on to the university. Li Daqui said that his charges are very happy, but given the character of his friend, they will very quickly drive him crazy. Jiang Ma said that it was because of him that they became like this, and since the brothers changed, he should give them a chance to become human. Li Daqui said that now his battle buddy still has a sister, Li Wangyu. He added that Jiang Ma would catch the villain, and then he could catch the girls. However, his friend interrupted these words and said that he and Li Wangyu were just friends, and he just asked her to do a favor. Suddenly, Li Daqui became thoughtful and said that he wanted to ask the guy for help with one matter. Jiang Ma cheerfully said that his friend was mumbling. It was not like him at all. He, embarrassed, asked Jiang Ma to go with him to visit his father. The young man said that this was not a question, and of course, he could do it. However, his comrade had one more request. He asked to borrow money. The friends went ahead, talking among themselves. And meanwhile, in the thicket of the forest, a man dressed in black was quickly running. He thought that he had to avenge his brother, and today Jiang Ma would be dead. Meanwhile, the guys arrived in a small village where there were several small cozy houses. Li Daqui shouted to his father from the doorway that he had come to visit him, and his friend Jiang Ma was with him. Father Li Tieguang said that he was very glad to have the guests, but was surprised why his son did not call him before coming. The guy said that he wanted to give him a surprise. Moreover, he came not alone, but with his brother Jiang Ma. His friends began to ask how he was feeling. The man invited the guys into the house and told them to try apples grown in their own garden. They were very ripe and juicy. Jiang Ma tried one of them with pleasure and felt that this apple was very tasty. Li Tiguan sadly said that since Li Daqui's mother left, trade had to be suspended. The trees began to grow poorly, and now all the fruits are simply eaten. Li Daqui said that there was no need to talk about sad things, because after all, a dear guest came to them. The man came to his senses and said that he also wanted to treat the guys with delicious melons, and went to the garden. Jiang Ma looked after him thoughtfully, and thought about how good it is to have a family. He handed his friend a card with 500,000 on it and said that when his uncle returned, he should give it to him. Li Daqui pulled away in confusion. He said that this was too much and he could not accept. But his friend replied that if he had a family, then Li Daqui should take care of them and not talk nonsense. The quiet forest area was wrapped in the wind. Slender trees with dense greenery swayed. Soft rays of the sun made their way through the leaves. The unknown guy sniffed. He felt that his prey, a boy named Jiang Ma, was somewhere very close. He mockingly said that the guy had probably run to such a remote place to hide, but their game was about to begin soon. But in the meantime, the guys became worried that his father Li Dakuya had gone out to buy melons a long time ago, but had not returned yet. The guy said that he would go and see how his father was doing. Did he really take so many melons that he couldn't even bring them back? But when the young man came out, he saw a strange picture. The father stood in one position and did not move. Li Daqui sensed something was wrong and called him, but the man did not turn around. His face turned white and distorted. Emotions of fear and horror were visible on him. When the guy came closer and touched his father, there could be no doubt the man died. A certain person brutally killed Li Tieguan. The next moment he fell. His body fell into two parts. Li Daqui felt that his heart was beating very quickly. A fit of despair gripped the guy. He couldn't believe it, and everything that happened seemed like a terrible dream and not reality. The guy was in such a daze that he did not notice how a sharp knife began to fly at him. Jiang Ma managed to intervene in time. He quickly flew up and managed to deflect the blow of this dagger. The villain who stood right in front of him said that the young man really fought well, and it was no wonder that his brother lost. However, Jiang Ma looked at the enemy in rage and said that this scoundrel had killed an innocent person. He calmly replied that Jiang Ma had only himself to blame for this, because he allowed this old man to get to know him. And then, his opponent said that his name was An Ying Tong, the younger brother of the Dark King, whose guy once destroyed. Jiang Ma swung his sword with a determined expression as he aimed at the enemy. However, he held the weapon tightly with both hands. Sparks flew in different directions. He was able to prevent the attack and repelled the blow. The next moment, the sword flew to the ground with a dull ringing, raising clouds of dust. An Ying Tong thought that his enemy was very cunning, because he attacked without saying a single word. And Zhang Ma angrily said that there was no need to introduce himself, because it doesn't matter for a person who is already a corpse. Ah Xiu noticed that strange states were happening in the guy's soul. He suddenly began to turn energy into dark spells. Zhang Ma raised his sword above his head with an angry look. He looked very angry and ominous. The patron said that his strength had reached the peak of combat power. And if the middle order was not limited, then the combat strength could reach 1 million. Zhang Ma probably really created a dark spell after he lost control of his emotions. Li Dakuai burst into tears. He could not cope with the loss he experienced. And Yingtong noted that he had never seen such a terrible, murderous power before. But it was unclear what ignited it. Could it be the murder of this old man? Now, due to the thirst for revenge, the guy's body did not obey at all. He looked very ominous and cruel. Ah Xiu said that if Zhang Ma continued to create dark spells, the patron would not be able to control him. And yet the guy tried to fight for control of his mind and regain his sanity. But various methods of awakening turned out to be useless. It seems that the death of Li Tieguang greatly influenced him and provoked him to such actions. The next moment, the guy raised his sword over the enemy with a determined look. He was surprised that the young man became very fast and impetuous and managed to reflect this blow. Zhang Ma felt that blue energy had rallied around him, which gave him incredible strength. And Yingtong was able to avoid the blow, but had to sacrifice his own blade. He flew to the side and felt incredible fury. He wanted to take revenge on the guy. The villain thought that the guy was very cruel and strong and very difficult to deal with. The next moment, the young man quickly moved forward and broke through the wall. Debris and clouds fell around him. And Yingtong said to himself that this youth was very similar to demons and looked very sinister. However, he decided that he would not be afraid because he came here to avenge his brother. The next moment, he saw Zhang Ma approaching him, and An Yingtong began to frantically think about how to win. The young man rushed at the enemy with rapid speed, his sword blazing with bright blue fire. But An Yingtong came up with a plan. He mockingly said that although the guy is strong, but after he went crazy, he had shortcomings and he would take advantage of them. Although Zhang Ma split the blade, it doesn't matter, because he has a poisoned dart with the speed of light, and when the guy makes one blow, he will pay with his life. However, in the next moment, An Yingtong noticed that his opponent had disappeared into space. He looked around in surprise and could not understand how this guy used teleportation. But suddenly, he realized that it was necessary to dodge the blow struck from above. Zhang Ma had already raised my sword over his shoulders. This technique was called Yuli of the Mad Sword, which could only be used once in battle. And Yingtong furiously attacked the guy and said that he would kill him overnight. However, Zhang Ma sharply delivered his blow, which was very powerful, and the opponent was unable to stand on his feet. The next moment, he was lying on the ground and Zhang Ma was preparing to destroy him, frightened. An Yingtong said that he did not expect this, but admits defeat and asks to let him go. However, the young man looked at him with a fierce look and said that he did not deserve his attention. And the next second, the enemy's body was pierced by a huge, powerful sword, and thick blood poured out. Ah Xiu noticed that Zhang Ma was completely uncontrollable, and the ability to control him was gone. Li Dakui looked at his friend in horror and said that he looked very frightening. Zhang Ma turned sharply to him. His gaze was distraught. Ah Xiu shouted for him to stop and not touch the guy. After all, this is not an enemy. Li Dakui jumped aside in horror. He did not understand what was happening and why suddenly Zhang Ma began to attack him. The next minute, the blow was struck, and then everything plunged into darkness. Soon, the boys were taken to a luxurious hospital building with white walls. Zhang Ma opened his eyes slightly. He gradually regained consciousness and heard the voice of his patron. Ah Xiu asked the guy to quickly get up and come to his senses. The guy, in amazement, touched his head, which was very painful, and asked where he was. Suddenly, the door opened and a frightened Mei Qi came in. The girl said that he scared her half to death. She said that yesterday she and Li Dakui appeared in front of the hospital entrance, but Zhang Ma was unconscious. And this scared her very much, and his friend was also not himself and was talking to himself. And then she said that the guy had a scar on his arm, but the wound was very strange and did not look like a knife wound. The doctor could not explain what it was. Zhang Ma looked at the girl with a determined look and said that he needed to leave the hospital immediately. He asked how Li Dakui was feeling. Mei Qi went to get the doctor and finally said that the guy was physically fine. But his father's death dealt him a very big blow and he just can't cope with it. Zhang Ma remembered all the events that happened the day before, and his eyes filled with tears. Ah Xiu reported that yesterday Zhang Ma almost went into black magic, but fortunately the master saved him. Otherwise, he would have died. And if Zhang Ma had gone into black magic, he would have killed Li Daqui. The patron said that he could not bring him to consciousness. Zhang Ma was furious after he dealt with the man who came to kill him. And after he brutally killed An Ying Tong, he went with a sword towards Li Daqui, who was very scared. Zhang Ma's eyes looked very fierce. He did not feel any emotional distress. He was only driven by hatred and anger. At that moment, when the guy was about to raise his sword and strike, a dark silhouette suddenly appeared with a spell on his lips. Runic script appeared under Zhang Ma's feet and enveloped him in yellow light, which is why the guy could not move. This person used a special method to keep him from going into dark magic. Judging by his techniques, he is a difficult person. Moreover, he did not want to hurt Zhang Ma, but simply restrained his body and manipulated the energy through the acupuncture points. This man also had a red gaze. He forced the guy to let go of the sword and held him back until Zhang Ma lost consciousness. Zhang Ma looked at the patron in surprise, because it was very strange that this man also had red eyes. Ah Xiu guessed that this person was of the extreme order, and although he was mortal, the combat strength was about 20 million. At that moment, Mei Qi came in. She said that the discharge procedure was completed and the guy could leave at any time. She added that the friend was now attending to the funeral of his father, and he was probably very ill. Zhang Ma decided that he should also be there and take his uncle on the last journey. Soon he arrived in Lintang and excitedly went inside to say goodbye to his uncle. In the center of the ritual hall, there was a tomb surrounded by flowers and white candles. Zhang Ma felt incredible melancholy and sadness from the loss that he himself, as well as his friend Li Daqui, experienced. He lowered his head and thought that it was all because of him, because Zhang Ma brings nothing but problems. Li Daqui rushed to him in tears and said that his father should not have died like that. However, Zhang Ma resolutely said that he would definitely find out who was behind the murder and would not let these bastards die in peace. He would take revenge. Unexpectedly, Li Wangyu came into the room. She said that she had already found out who ordered the murder. It was Huainan. She said that she would definitely go with him and help the guy deal with this man. Ruo Bin, who also came to the funeral, decided to join them. Li Daqui said with tears in his eyes that he would also go and kill that bastard with his own hands and avenge his father. Zhang Ma said that tomorrow morning they are going to this Huainan. It's time for payback. Meanwhile, in the Feng Reservoir, there was a tense conversation between the bandits. The masked man informed the master that the one who killed the green zombie was a certain Zhang Ma. He had already fought with him once. And this guy is really capable. His fighting power is very amazing. The master turned away and said that even if Jiangling is not his opponent, then this exceeds all expectations, and his initiative is probably needed. This guy is related to Zhao Tianlin, and he has a patron. It seems that he will not just give up, and in this matter, everything needs to be planned in advance. The master said that he would sacrifice the captured girl, and then this guy would understand what real power is. Meanwhile, a black car arrived at the dormitory. Mei Qi brought clothes for the guys. She asked them all the time, and whether it was convenient for them to move around. Zhang Ma admitted that these clothes are very light, and he feels as if he is naked. The girl explained that this is a combat suit, a secret development of their company. One of the characteristics is featherlight fabric for comfortable movement. She also said that in addition to this, the suit has extreme strength and ordinary daggers, as well as bullets, cannot penetrate it. Li Daqui noticed an interesting button that was on his wrist and decided to press it. The girl explained that it was a set of extremely accurate GPS program and communication system that could not only determine location, but also be free from blocking, thus supporting communication between team members. Li Wangyu and Ruo Bing asked Mei Qi what the belt-like device on the waist was for. The girl said that this is not a simple belt. If necessary, you can press it. And the next moment, a sword appeared in the hands of the surprised Li Wangyu. Mei Qi said that this is a secret development, which is also very convenient. The weight of the blade is only 500 grams. Li Daqui looked at the girls with admiration, and Mei Qi continued to say that there are still many auxiliary functions in this battle suit, and she will get to know them step by step. Mei Qi added that she doubted whether Li Daqui should be taken, because he looks like a complete idiot. But Zhang Ma said that his friend is a good fighter. His clothes are just a little small, and they block the blood flow to his head. Zhang Ma then announced that he had professionals with him, and he would not repeat the specific details of the operation. They have one goal, to find Huainan, This journey is very dangerous, and now is the last opportunity to refuse. However, the guys resolutely said that they were determined to take revenge and did not want to abandon the operation. Zhang Ma nodded satisfactorily and said that they were starting to set out. Soon their car crossed the city line and ended up in a mountainous area. During the trip, Li Kui said that if his friend was stuffy sitting in the back seat, they could switch places. However, Zhang Ma replied that everything was fine and there was no need to waste time because of him. Li Kui glanced at him and said that then we need to hurry up to make Zhang Ma even hotter. Mei Qi mockingly said that it seemed to her that Zhang Ma was enjoying his suffering, but it doesn't matter because the guys will soon arrive at the place. She accelerated, and her friends noticed with alarm that they were moving at a speed of 300 km/h. Meanwhile, in the city of Xijing, Niu Lan was in a large cottage house. He was indignant at what had happened. After all, he, the great hero, allowed his fellow disciple sister to go with Zhang Ma and avenge him. He remembered how she treated him before, but after this, Ruo Bing will dislike him. Now she will hate Niu Lang too and will run away with that boy Zhang Ma. Suddenly, he felt that there was some incredibly strong flow of energy nearby. The unknown lady put her hand on his shoulder and said that Niu Lang used to be a first-class man, and now he has fallen to the point that the girl is taking revenge for him. She said that she came here to help him solve this problem. She added that she is Niu Lang's master and is able to alleviate his suffering. To do this, you need to go with her, and she is able to give him everything the guy wants. He said that he was ready for this and went through space after the lady who appeared. Meanwhile, the guys were already near the Feng Reservoir, and they realized that they were almost at their goal. Zhang Ma warned his friends to remain extremely careful. Mei Qi wished them good luck and said that after the rescue she would find them using the GPS suits. She also added that Zhang Ma had a great responsibility. He must be careful. The young man replied that she should not worry, but rather take care of her own safety because after they save people, they may not fit into the car. The girl replied that there was no need to worry about it. She was capable of taking as many people as needed. She had many ways. Zhang Ma told the patron that this was exactly the place, but it was not clear where the enemy's lair was. Xiu replied that this is where the energy of the unfortunate soul of Shu No lives. The guys began to look around. They also could not find the base of the treacherous Huainan. Xiu said that the entrance was probably masked using an array. Suddenly, Ruo Bing noticed that a crazy sword formation had been applied at this place, but Zhang Ma did not understand what she was talking about. The girl explained that their top-notch crazy sword formation could be located here. Soon, an incredible picture opened up in front of the guys. A large sword that was illuminated with yellow light and also shackled with many golden chains. The guys concluded that there might be a master here and it is necessary to open this array. However, Ruo Bing admitted that she could not open a premises that was of such a high level. Li Kui suggested that if they couldn't enter, would they really have to retreat and there was no other way at all? However, Zhang Ma decisively said that it was time to apply the knowledge that he had recently acquired. Xiu said that if a guy wants to use a magic trick, then perhaps he won't succeed, because he only recently learned it. However, the young man decided that even if it didn't work out, it was still worth a try because there was no other choice. With these words, he concentrated and cast a magic spell. He ordered the place to open and looked forward with a determined gaze. In the next second, a miracle happened, and the yellow chains began to develop at a rapid speed. Waves appeared in front of the guys, and we began to jump in different directions, clearing the way in the middle. Zhang Ma told the guys to be careful and follow him. They walked forward with caution and wondered how the guy did it. Li Kui noted that you can see fish through the wall of water, just an incredible sight. But Zhang Ma was focused and very serious. He said that the guys should get ready because they were almost there. Soon they saw massive high doors that looked very strong. This rocky gate was 5 meters high, and probably Huainan's lair was located here. It's not surprising that friends couldn't find it for a long time, because it was underwater. Xiu said that this door is made of spiritual bronze and it does not allow spiritual energy to pass through. However, it is necessary to gather spiritual strength in your hands, and then you will be able to open this door. Zhang Ma did this, and the next moment, the iron gates opened in front of his amazed friends overnight. The guy entered first and felt that very dirty and unpleasant air had thickened around him, making it difficult to breathe. 3 unknown paths opened before them, which resembled large rocky caves. The guys were confused and didn't know where to go. Probably another world was hiding inside, and it seemed like spiritual energy was coming from there, but they were all the same. Ah Xiu said that there is no point in thinking and therefore you should go to the first cave you come across. Li Kui said that he felt a certain chill behind him. Probably someone was watching them. However, his friend said that they should pump up the need to go forward. They walked forward and did not know that each subsequent step could activate a trap, and they needed to be on guard. After all, Huainan knew that the guys had already arrived at the cave. His faithful servants reported the situation. The masked man who arrived said that Zhang Ma and his group had already broken in, but bloody spiders were waiting for them. Huainan said that he was very sorry. He wanted to personally greet Zhang Ma, but after meeting the bloody spiders, only a handful of bones would be left of him. Suddenly, another subordinate burst into the hall and said alarming news that Bing Qilin had escaped. The villain turned around in anger. He did not understand how this was possible and became very worried. Meanwhile, the guys walked in the cave and illuminated their path with a flashlight. They noticed that they had been walking for 30 minutes, but there was still no end in sight. It seemed as if they were wandering in a circle. This was a big mystery because the road seemed very long and did not end. Zhang Ma said that there could be two reasons for this situation. Either the enemies deceived them, or it was all a legend. Suddenly, they found that they had hit a wall and began to wonder what to do next. Ah Xiu was also surprised because no anomalies were found. Sooner or later, the road should have ended, but it extended too far and it was impossible to analyze the path. And Liu Yushik said that she was sure that they were not standing in one place because the girl left marks with a spray that could be detected using an electronic device. She made a mark at every turn, but there weren't any here, which means the guys weren't walking in a circle. Li Kui panicked. He said that it was very strange if they didn't walk in a circle and couldn't find a way out. It turns out that they were stuck in space. Suddenly, Ruo Bing became alert. She sensed suspicious energy ahead. The girl warned the guys to keep quiet because something was happening ahead. Zhang Ma drew his sword and said that if these are enemies, then they are ready to defend themselves. Meanwhile, a very mysterious creature was coming out from around the bend. The girl moved slowly and was covered in blood. She was in a very weakened state. The guys saw that the stranger was coming out to them. All the girl's arms and legs were bleeding. She felt very bad and could barely move. The guys looked at her in surprise and could not understand how to react. Suddenly, they noticed that the girl who had appeared began to rapidly fall down. Zhang Ma told his friends to be careful because they did not understand whether it was an enemy or a friend. The guy came closer to her and told the team that the girl was wounded and covered in blood. Ah Xiu scanned her and said that this lady is of average order. She has strength even greater than Zhang Ma, but her energy has completely dried up. It was likely that someone had squeezed out her spiritual energy, and maybe it was Huainan who did it. The patron said that it is not entirely clear yet, but squeezing spiritual energy is very immoral. In any case, Zhang Ma must be careful. Li Kui asked who this girl was and whether he needed to be careful of her. His friend said that there was no danger. The guys decided that it was necessary to give this girl a little water and see if she would come to her senses. And after she woke up, they decided to find out if she could somehow help in this situation. They did not notice that they were constantly being closely watched. Suddenly, Li Kui heard suspicious sounds behind him and turned back. The next moment, the guy felt that he was being entangled in a strong web from all sides. Zhang Ma threw his friend aside and shouted at him to quickly hide and cover. The guy said that this is an unusual web and a concentrated acid that is very dangerous for the body. Suddenly, the guys saw that an incomprehensible creature began to approach them. It was a huge spider. And around it, there were many other similar creepy-looking creatures. The friends prepared for the attack, however. There were too many bloodthirsty spiders. They surrounded them on all sides. Ah Xiu warned about the danger because with these enemies, you need to be very careful. The patron said that these are bloody spiders that are incredibly strong opponents for them. Ah Xiu added that this is a monster that sucks human blood. And in addition, it is very poisonous. The liquid it sprays can corrode substances, and you should not be near it. The largest spider, with a malicious laugh, called on the rest of its smaller brothers to attack the guys. The girls recoiled in horror. They saw that these monsters were flying at them and looked very disgusting. Zhang Ma used his weapon and with a sharp swing, cut the spider into 2 parts. He told the guys not to get close to them because these spiders are very poisonous. The team screamed in horror that there were too many of these creatures and they could absorb them. Zhang Ma decided that it was time to use a thunder attack and shouted out a spell. The next moment, the attack fell on the terrible creatures and they began to crumble into small pieces. However, Ruo Bing said that this attack killed many enemies, but new ones are appearing. Li Wangyu used her abilities and summoned a circle of flame with which she intended to destroy them. The next moment, everything around was plunged into a burning stream of bright flame. The girl turned to Zhang Ma and told the guy to come up with a way out, because the circle formed by the flame can stand for no more than 2 minutes, and she will not be able to hold it longer. Suddenly, Li Daqui noticed that the stone that was lying near his feet suddenly began to move, and then he discovered that spiders were making holes out of the ground and making their way to them. Zhang Ma frantically thought about what to do. After all, if this goes on, they will all be swallowed up to death. Unexpectedly, water began to rapidly drip from the top of the cave. The guy was slightly surprised. He didn't know why this phenomenon suddenly began to happen. He touched the walls and realized that even they were wet. This gave him the idea that there was a lot of underground water here. Based on this, Zhang Ma had an idea how to use this phenomenon to his advantage. He decided that he could extract underground water and use it as a conductor for electricity. First, the water should pour over all the insects, and then the guy intended to use the crazy sword. Meanwhile, the guys could hide in the pumpkin space using teleport. Ah Xiu praised the young man for his smart plan. Zhang Ma warned Li Wangyu that when the girl heard his signal, she should immediately stop holding the circle, and the rest of the guys gathered near him. In the next moment, the young man pierced the ground with his mighty sword. The guys saw how underground water began to flow out from under the ground in a thick stream. Zhang Ma shouted for Li Wangyu to finish her fire attack and quickly approach him. The next moment, the guy called the guys to quickly go to the pumpkin space. He held back this dome with a powerful sword and his friends were safe. And at this time, the terrible spiders were dying one after another and screaming in wild pain. Finally, the last leader, who was the largest, died there. Ah Xiu said that now you can quickly teleport to the high slope at the end of this cave. The young man did so, and finally he found himself near the end of the rocky tunnel. Ah Xiu warned that behind them there was an ancient building and amazing structures. When the guy turned around, he saw large red columns that rose to the very ceiling of the cave, and then he discovered an unusual thing. He said that he initially did not pay attention to it. Ah Xiu warned that it feels like a palace, but you still need to be careful. The guy said that the spiders have been defeated, and they can just rest here. Unexpectedly, Li Daqui called him. He looked at the girls with admiration and said that in front of him was real welfare. Li Wangyu lit a fire and complained that all her clothes were wet and needed to be dried. The girl added that the clothes themselves are waterproof but allow water to pass through and everything underneath is damp. Ruo Bing added that it would be nice to tell Sister Gao about this and have her fix it. Li Daqui whispered to his friend that because of his trick with the fountain, everyone was wet through. Zhang Ma said that at this moment you can be silent and just enjoy the view. Liu Wangyu looked at them angrily and said displeasedly that the guys only had one thing on their minds. But suddenly she discovered something amazing, and her eyes widened in horror. The girl said that there was a very strange man behind them. When the guys turned around, they saw a lady who was in a spider costume and looked very ominous. Zhang Ma and Li Daqui looked at her in surprise. They could not understand who was in front of them. Meanwhile, the woman said that the guys were so brave once they decided to make a fire in her palace. Li Daqui shook with fear and asked who this creepy madam was. The woman angrily said that the guys had recently destroyed all her children and must pay for it. The patron said that she has a fighting strength of about 60,000. Perhaps if they attacked together, the friends could cope with her. Zhang Ma said that they did not destroy the children, but the monsters who wanted to kill them. And he did not know that the sister who appeared was related to them. The woman angrily said that spiders from all over the world follow her, and she is the mother of all these insects. The young man does not dare call her sister. The guy mockingly said that in this case he would call her grandmother. This statement made the Spider Queen very angry, and she attacked the guy with all her might. Zhang Ma warned the guys to be careful because this lady was not favorable to them. She angrily said that the guys didn't even know what she was capable of, and then added that uninvited guests should try her first dish that she prepared. With these words, the Spider Queen released a bloody eruption directly towards the guys. They managed to dodge, and these bloody drops fell on the walls of the cave, which completely corroded the space. Suddenly, these drops turned into creepy spiders that looked very disgusting. The guys had already pulled away. They realized that all the blood that fell on the ground turned into spiders. Zhang Ma drew his sword and rushed at his opponents, shouting that he hated spiders. Suddenly, the team heard an incredible explosion, which was very deafening. It was the spider that Zhang Ma destroyed that exploded, and from this explosion, poisonous gas appeared in the air around him. The guy told the guys to be careful. The spiders are making suicidal attacks to spread the deadly steam. Their opponent angrily said that it is too late. Her poison has been released. Soon they will all be paralyzed. However, Zhang Ma retained the ability to move. He said that his sword was invulnerable to hundreds of poisons. Ah Xiu warned that the sword can indeed withstand poison, but if the enemy uses it again, the weapon may not withstand it. Suddenly, the girl who was unconscious began to gradually come to her senses. Li Daqui called his friend and said that the early girl had woken up. Meanwhile, in the large hall, a ceremony was taking place to prepare the sacrifice. One of the attendants said that she had never used such beautiful petals before. Her friend noticed that this was an unusual victim, because the girl was the bride of the master's sworn enemy. So the attitude towards her was also different. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Supervisor Zhong Ling. He said that there was no need to talk. Their task was to quietly do their job. He also added that these are unusual flowers, and if a person has a developed yin system, then he can touch licorice. And the next moment, the girl felt that her hand was turning black as coal. The two attendants were completely burned, and Zhong Ling turned away and said that they were swallowed up by the petals, and anyone who could touch the victim should be destroyed. And then he turned around and said that Zhang Ma did not have a single chance to save this victim. Meanwhile, in the cave, Zhang Ma called on the spider to stop. He said that Ant Spider should wait with the fight because his man had returned to consciousness. And then the guy looked at the girl who woke up and began to ask who she was. But she could not remember anything. Li Daqui assumed that she had amnesia. Zhang Ma said that she should not be afraid because they saved her and asked the girl to remember her name. The lady said that her name was Gu Ruoxi and asked how she ended up here. Zhang Ma told his friend to take the girl and move away from the palace. And the guy himself decided that he would fight the spider because the poison she uses could affect Li Daqui. Then the guy said that they should leave because she can only poison one person, and he intends to deal with her. The next moment, the guy grabbed the sword in his hands and cut himself in order to detoxify the girls who were consumed by the poison with the help of blood. They came to their senses and said that this is very touching. Li Wangyu did not expect that this guy would make such sacrifices. Meanwhile, the spider said that if they had finished their chatter, then it was necessary to continue the fight. Zhang Ma said with ridicule that they were deciding how to destroy the spider, steam it, or fry it. But suddenly they realized that she was a wild animal, and they were disgusted by this idea, so the guys would simply kill her. And then he turned to his friends and told them to leave and he would deal with her himself. Rua Bing looked at the guy and thought that he looked very handsome at this moment, and his opponent angrily shouted that he was wasting his time and wasting the last moments of his miserable existence. She said that she would now introduce him to the old woman's capabilities, and then they would check whose weapon was better. Zhang Ma looked straight ahead. He was very brave and said that he was also going to comprehend the depth of skill. The next moment, he cast his spell to open the teleportation port. His opponent released a terrible green poison that filled the entire space around. But suddenly, one discovered that the guy had disappeared with lightning speed and was not visible. The lady noticed that there were still this guy's friends who could be caught. The next moment, the guy saw that she was catching up with them and experienced terrible excitement. She grabbed Li Daqui and grabbed his neck tightly and began to strangle him with all her might. However, Zhang Ma suddenly appeared next to her and told her to stop harassing her brother. And then he swung his sword, and the terrible spider flew away. He said that she would not interfere with his revenge. However, the Queen of Spiders only burst into a terrible laugh and said that she had not been so happy for a long time. The Spider Queen said that today none of them will be able to get out of here. Ah Shu reported that things were very bad because her combat power was already 80,000. The guys began to quickly run away. They were worried about Zhang Ma, who was left behind, but they decided that he could find them using GPS equipment. And probably the guy was deliberately stalling for time so that the guys could move away. Suddenly, an unusual space appeared in front of them. Li Wangyu said that they need to stop and check what is ahead of them. Rua Bing noticed that she sensed a bloody evil lurking in the darkness. You need to be careful. Suddenly, a terrible head appeared in front of them, which began to scream with a wild cry. Li Daqui said that this is that creepy spider monster, and probably their comrade has already died. However, Zhang Ma himself suddenly appeared. He was covered in blood and said that this was impossible because there were no issues that he could not solve. Liu Wangyu said that he was an amazing person because he came in advance to scare them. However, she believed that he could cope with this spider. Suddenly, the guys noticed that Zhang Ma began to rapidly fall down. Li Wangyu barely had time to catch him and said that the guy was probably very seriously injured. The girl added that she wanted him to return in a safe condition, but he came tired and covered in wounds. Finally losing contact with the outside world, the guy said not to worry about him. Some time passed, the guys were next to Zhang Ma, who was unconscious. Suddenly, he began to gradually come to his senses and slowly open his heavy eyelids. Li Daqui looked at his friend with sadness. He asked how he was feeling. When he saw that the guy was opening his eyes, he jumped up and happily said that his brother had finally woken up. Zhang Ma said that he felt much better than before and asked how long he had been unconscious. Li Wanyu replied that it was only 20 minutes. His body is indeed very strong. Her meditative scanning device showed that his shoulder injury was healing quickly. Li Daqui said that she underestimates the body of Zhang Ma's brother because it's not for nothing that he is their head. The guy also added that the girl can scan his body too. Ruo Bing asked how the guys had the strength to make jokes, and then asked Zhang Ma how he got injured and got rid of the monster. The guy said that this monster changed its form and became especially strong. He was sure that he would kill him at the most crucial moment, but something went wrong. About 50 minutes ago, the flickering of a flashlight was noticeable in the depths of the cave. The vile spider attacked him and said that she would destroy him in one fell swoop. Zhang Ma wondered how her combat strength, which was 60, suddenly became as much as 80,000 or beyond. Shu explained that when she transformed into a spider, her combat strength gradually increased, and now it had jumped to about 100,000. The patron said that in such a situation it is best to run away. However, the young man did not know where, and besides, he was worried about the guys. He said that if she ran away, her friends would not be able to resist, and she would quickly catch up with them. Zhang Ma decided that he could kill her, and even though he had a million fighting power, he had a magic sword. The next moment, he struck straight to the monster's head and decided that the moment of victory had come. However, unexpectedly, the guy discovered that his magic sword was not able to pierce the spider's head, and the next moment he realized that the enemy's weapon was approaching him. She said with gloating that she would now pierce his body right through and laughed loudly. The Spider Queen said that now he had no chance and continued to push her tentacles deeper. The guy screamed loudly. He understood that he risked losing in this battle. Shu said that he needs to be patient a little because his pain is not in vain. The patron said that after a while, they will see amazing results. The monster laughed and said that her enemy is very desperate, but she has iron bones, and he will not be able to hurt her. However, Zhang Ma already felt a surge of strength and told the opponent to stop chatting and check that all the paws were in place. And when the spider looked, she discovered that her hand was becoming covered with poison, which was corroding her limbs. She started screaming loudly and couldn't believe how this was possible. Shu said that although the guy's hand was damaged, he was able to harm her impenetrable bones. The next moment, his opponent discovered that the young man's eyes had turned red and was very scared. She shouted that this was impossible, and there was no point in pretending because the young man could not be the heir of the red-eyed ones. The red-eyed family died long ago, and there cannot be people in the world with their gift. Shu warned that one should not admit that the guy was really from the red-eyed family. The patron specifically allowed her to touch his blood. He also added that the blood of the red-eyed family is invincible, and one must know how to use it. The reason why the god of war family can calm down evil is because their blood is a natural enemy for evil forces, because it is pure. The secret is that any monster will be burned if it touches the blood of the red-eyed family. If the monster is weak, then the blood will thicken. If the strong one dissipates in the air. This was the main reason for the extinction of the Krasnov family. They were hated and constantly hunted for them. Zhang Ma said that he assumed his blood was the only weapon against the evil forces, and then he said that this is a good magic weapon and the guy should use it. It's time to end this comedy. And then he menacingly asked the spider how to find Huainan and promised that if she told him, he would leave her alive. However, the Spider Queen looked at him with all her eyes. She could not believe that the guy was from the red-eyed family. Zhang Ma said that apparently she is not in the mood to talk and seems to want to be buried with her boss. She shouted loudly that she did not believe him, and the next moment she attacked the young man. The Spider Queen said that there were no heirs of the red-eyed family left in this world. The guy replied that they would check it. He mockingly said that his sword was covered in his blood, so now everything is different. Cutting this monster is as easy as cutting a melon. He walked away and saw that his spider could not move without her front legs. However, she said that he began to rejoice too early and again launched her tentacles. She said with a laugh that she could regenerate, and if he didn't cut it off, she would be able to revive this lost part again. She added that the old woman fights him with all her legs, and if all 8 limbs hit him, he will not be able to get up after that. Zhang Ma resolutely said that death is inevitable, and if she wanted it that way, then it would be easy to end it. And the next moment, he spat his blood at the Spider Queen. She pulled away, but it was too late. And in the next moment, the guy dealt her a strong contractile blow from which the spider died. Zhang Ma finished his story and said that in this way, the Spider Queen was killed. And meanwhile, the guys approached the gate, and a large number of bright stars shone above the mountain peaks. The master stood on his pedestal and looked at this miracle. He thought about his own. He observed an amazing phenomenon. The sky was falling, and this indicated that the image of Mars from thousand-year predictions had appeared. Master Mad Swordsman said that this man is probably doing great things. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a man who said that they were like old antiques, afraid to sit still. The man greeted him joyfully and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The master replied that he recognized him because this is the white ghost which is called Cold Noodles. The man approached him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, but the master was still the same scary in person. However, the mad swordsman asked him to remove his hands. All his habits had not changed after so many years. Li Yuan said that the master understands many sins and aspects, so he wanted to learn something from him. The mad swordsman looked at him with curiosity and said that his interlocutor had been to many parts of the world and wanted to ask an ordinary master about this amazing thing. And Li Yuan said that he would like to ask you to take care of one person. The guy's name is Zhang Ma. The man's face was calm and bright. They continued their conversation. Meanwhile, the guy stood near the large, massive gates and thought about what to do. Ah Xiu said that this was probably a lair. The young man could use his vision to check the situation outside the door. After all, the patron noticed the weak spiritual energy of Li Huiru and Shu No there. Li Daqui turned to his friend and said that their companion was very weak, and before opening the door, they needed to make sure that there were no monsters there. However, the guy replied that he shouldn't worry about it because he had already studied the situation inside, and it looks like they will have to act separately from now on. He added that before he opened the door, he wanted to tell the guys about his battle plan. After the entrance, there will be 3 roads. The first is to Huainan's lair, and the second is the location of the hostages. The third path led to the exit. And when the guys go inside, they will act in different directions. The girls will go together and save the hostages. He said that usually the hostages are in hidden places and everything will need to be searched thoroughly. And Li Daqui's task is to take the unfamiliar miss and take the third route to the exit. He said that although this road was a way out, they might encounter patrols halfway, so they needed to tread carefully and watch. He added that as soon as the guys encounter enemies and cannot escape, they immediately need to press the GPS on their hand, and Zhang Ma will use teleport to move to them. And then the young man said that he would go straight to Huainan's lair and finally kill this old man. Li Wangyu said that the guy was walking alone and was very worried about him, because in case of danger he would not be able to escape. Zhang Ma replied that he was not going to retreat because their enemy had to be killed, because his goal was to deal with the king of these dirty bastards. Li Wanyu noticed that the guy was very tough, and she felt safe next to him. With these words, the young man said that they were going forward and the doors opened. The guys went in different directions and wished each other good luck on this difficult path. Zhang Ma went straight to the place where the dwelling of the terrible Huainan was located. On the way, the young man asked the patron how many other secrets his body hides, besides the use of X-ray vision, and the fact that monsters are afraid of the mere mention of his blood. Ai Xiu said that when he first connected with the creators, he noticed a seal in his body. Zhang Ma was very surprised when he heard this, and curiously asked what it meant. He couldn't believe that there was a seal in his body and wanted to know more about everything. Ah Xiu said that she seals all the abilities of the Red-Eyed family. Meanwhile, at Star Rock, the tense conversation between the master and Li Yuan continued. The mad swordsman could not believe that this young man Zhang Ma belonged to the Red-Eyed family. However, his interlocutor said that this was the pure truth, and there could be no doubt that the young man was indeed the heir of this family. The mad swordsman said that this is impossible. After all, the Red-Eyed family died out and it is unclear how he could survive. Perhaps this is a mistake. Li Yuan said that they were looking for survivors, and after many years of searching, they unexpectedly found him. It's a pity that the master doesn't believe because the evidence is undeniable. Because when he met the youth, he was already using dark enchantments, and he had no choice but to use the Red-Eye family's heavenly network to suppress him. The master decided that maybe this was really true, but it was unclear where the guy was now. Li Yuan said that now he is doing a big thing, and at this moment it is better not to bother him. It is necessary to observe how he copes. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma walked forward through a dark tunnel. He said that today he wants to put an end to Huainan and all his insidious plans. Ah Shu said that the powers of this monster are vast and powerful. It is difficult to deal with it in one day by yourself. In addition, the guy's combat power is not limited. But the guy wanted to know about the seal, and the patron said that this is not a simple topic because his body is dominated by 5 forces that can be compared with the forces of the creators. The adult's spiritual energy only opened this seal, and it was these 5 forces that suppressed his red-eye family abilities. Zhang Ma didn't understand anything. He asked who sealed him or whether the seal was applied by people who also have 5 powers. Ah Xiu replied that he did not know the answer to this question. Maybe even the creator would not be able to tell about it. The young man said that then, we first need to deal with the enemy Huainan. And the guy himself decided that even if the patron didn't tell him anyway, sooner or later he would find out. Meanwhile, the girls moved forward. They searched every corner of the room. Finally, they found the trail, and Ruo Bin said that the location of the hostages was right ahead. Li Wanyu said that it is necessary to be careful because 2 targets were discovered nearby. Ruo Bing looked out carefully and said that it was probably a patrol. One of the people in creepy masks told the second that he promised to go relax and find beautiful girls. He added that he had not been outside the cave for a year, and one could go crazy like that. They talked among themselves and discussed the girls who were victims. Li Wangyu decided to use a trick. She came out to them and said that she was lost. 2 in masks looked at her in surprise and began to ask who it was. The girl said that she was lost, saw a cave and decided to go inside, but it turned out to be too dark. The men decided that they could lure her, trap her, and deceive her, so they said that she could go into the first room. They did not notice the threat that was approaching them from above. Ruo Bing jumped up and swung. The next moment, it pierced the face of one of the guards. The girls told the second one not to make any noise, and if he uttered a word, he would follow his partner. They ordered him to take them to the prisoners. Li Wangyu showed a photo of the girl they were looking for and told him to take them to her. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma was still heading forward along the dark corridor. Zhang Ma saw that a bright light flickered in front of him right along the road. Ah Qiu said that this was the entrance to Huainan's lair, but it was unclear why the light was getting closer. Suddenly, they discovered a man in a pink hood and a red mask right in front of them. A man appeared in a menacing voice and said that they had met the guy again. Zhang Ma recognized the guy who turned into a white python at President Zhao Tianlin's house. However, this time the man showed cordiality. He said that the master was worried about Zhang Ma. What if the guy couldn't find the way? So he sent him to meet him. The guy said that his master was very polite and he was going to thank him face to face. Ah Xiu said that he was overcome by a familiar feeling, but it was difficult to understand what it was. The patron explained that he had a feeling, like they had been here before and everything was very familiar. This was not very good, reminiscent of an ominous déjà vu. However, Zhang Ma said that it was not that important. He wanted to meet Huainan anyway, even if he had to go through a sea of swords. Soon they approached large, massive doors and the man accompanying him called to go inside. A large statue of a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in front of the guy. The young man noticed the sculpture and realized that it was the motionless Shadow King in front of him. He said that the feelings of the patron are not surprising. This statue is exactly the same as the one that was in the cave where they found themselves last time. Suddenly, a man in a creepy red mask came forward and said that he was glad to meet the young hero Zhang Ma. He continued and said that if the guy was able to come here and meet him, that says a lot. But one should not think that if he killed the green zombie and the bloody spider, he would also destroy the master. Zhang Ma shouted that he was not in the mood to listen to the nonsense that Huainan was talking about and said that today he decided to end it and settle all scores. His opponent smiled coolly and said that if he wanted it that way, they could settle the score. Ah Xiu said that Huainan is probably condensing its forces, and under normal conditions, its combat power reaches as much as 400,000. The young man looked at his patron in amazement. He could not believe that his opponent was so strong. Meanwhile, the creepy old man said that Zhang Ma lived up to his status since he dared to stand in front of him. Unexpectedly, the young man felt a strong wind. He could barely stand on his feet and asked the patron how much 400,000 was. Huainan grinned with gloating and said that he didn't want to kill the guy yet, but wanted to see how he would suffer. Zhang Ma did not understand why his opponent said that and asked in surprise what he meant. The master replied that first, the guy needs to deal with his people, and he will look at this with pleasure. And after that, Huainan extended his index finger forward and said that the show begins right now. Behind the guy's back, angry words were heard that one shouldn't treat the master so carelessly. Is Zhang Ma really in such a hurry to go to the next world? And then Celestial Jiangling angrily said that he would like to see the real skills that the guy has. He used the palm-piercing heart technique and accelerated with all his might. However, Zhang Ma calmly caught this hand and said that his palm was useless, and he had no time to play these games. In the next instant, he threw his opponent away, and he flew towards the wall. Celestial Jiangling felt a strong blow and said that Zhang Ma was so powerful to me last time, and the young man looked at him with an angry look and said that this was just the beginning. The next moment, he grabbed his enemy by the leg and spun him around with all his might. He hit the man directly on the ground. Debris fell and clouds of dust rose. The entire surface on the floor was destroyed. And after that, Zhang Ma said that he needed Huainan and should not waste time on these idiots. The master said with a malicious smile that the young man did a good job and quickly finished this battle. Zhang Ma shouted that Huainan should not hide and took off his mask, because it is necessary to fight face to face. His opponent slowly began to take off his mask and said that he would satisfy the guy's curiosity. But after that, he added that all the people who saw his face died and showed his ugly face. Meanwhile, a big hurricane arose outside. A strong wind tilted the trees and they obediently sank under the pressure. The two masters flew on the sword. One of them said that if Zhang Ma really belongs to the red-eyed family, then alas, the world may become troubled again. Li Yuan said that step by step he is revealing his identity, but it can still be believed that the monsters will not gather in large numbers so quickly, and they still have time. The mad swordsman said he hopes so, but they must find the guy before the demons start gathering to avoid a massive disaster. His interlocutor said in surprise that he did not expect this. After so many years they united, and it is difficult to believe it. However, the mad swordsman had hopes that this would not last long, although the monsters annoyed him, but the arrogant Li Yuan was much more. Meanwhile, the two girls made their way through large corridors, went through various secret passages, and looked for captives. For a long time they had been going down the large staircase, and it seemed that the path was endless. However, the guy accompanying them said that they would arrive soon. Soon they actually came to a small recess in the wall, and the man said that here was a place where slaves were kept, and there was also a secret door leading directly to the dungeon. Soon this door opened, and the girls gasped in amazement. The man asked them to let him go because he had brought them. Li Wangyu looked down in surprise. She said that it was very dark there and she couldn't make out anything. Rua Bing noticed that a strong aura had rallied around them, and it was difficult to make out what was happening. Li Wanyu said that it must be Zhang Ma's doing. The guy has probably already found his target. After that, she threateningly pushed her captive and told him to immediately come down and show the way. Meanwhile, in the hall where Huainan lived, a fierce battle was taking place. Huainan said that the guy would not be able to defeat him, even if he used teleportation and was able to hide from blows for some time. However, the guy said that he has too much speed, which has a clear advantage. The opponent's combat forces will not help him. They will simply go to waste. The monster replied that the guy should not be so self-confident because no one had yet managed to defeat him. But Zhang Ma dodged his blows very quickly, and Huainan really couldn't hit him. When the enemy struck, the guy quickly jumped back, and thus the monster broke through the floor. He let out a malicious laugh and said that this is just the beginning. Soon the young man will pay for all his actions. But the next moment, Zhang Ma disappeared again, and the enemy could not find him. Zhang Ma used a magic shield with which he defended himself from Huainan's attacks. The enemy dealt him a crushing blow, and the guy flew several meters back. Ah Xiu said that his strength was about the same as that of the motionless king who immortalized the cave. The guy thought that they probably had the same teacher. But fortunately, thanks to his speed, the young man evaded his attacks. But initially, it seemed that defeating him would not be easy. Ah Xiu asked how the young man was feeling and said that he had well strengthened the protective circle with the heavenly stone. But when his enemy used his strength, speed would not have any advantage. Huainan burst into evil laughter and said that Zhang Ma has gone completely crazy and is talking to himself, or is there a spirit with him? And this guess dawned on the evil monster. He said that all the guy's strength lies in the fact that he relies on the spirit. He added that Zhang Ma can use a spirit in this fight. However, unfortunately, the old man also has one, and decided to release him so that he too would join the battle. A large bloodthirsty panther appeared in front of the guy. Huainan said that he had not met an enemy with the same assistant for a long time. He said that he was ready to introduce Zhang Ma to the greatest spirit, his gloomy leopard. Zhang Ma looked at this beast in horror and asked the patron what the hell appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, Li Daqui moved forward along the dark corridor and carried the girl on his shoulders. She told him to let her go and then thanked him for saving him. Li Daqui said that we should thank Zhang Ma, who did the main work and now went to kill the bastard Huainan. But the girl unexpectedly said that they shouldn't do this, because Huainan has a spirit, and as soon as they figure it out, they need to stop the guy quickly. Meanwhile, in the Huainan Hall, the desperate battle was still taking place. Blue rays of energy were in the air. Huainan greeted her spirit and said that he had not drunk in living blood for a long time. Now it was his turn to eat a person. Zhang Ma asked the patron what spirit he was talking about and what kind of black leopard it was. Ah Xiu said that they underestimated the old man. It turned out that he has a spirit that is very cruel. This time, it will be troublesome, because the fighting power of the leopard will be added to the strength of Huainan itself. Huainan asked the guy what was happening and why he was hesitating. He showed his leopard, and now he would like to see the spirit of Zhang Ma. He added that the guy was probably afraid to show the spirit, because a leopard is not so easy to defeat. Zhang Ma said that his opponent is very vile, and for some unknown reason makes him show the spirit. But Ah Xiu replied that it is not difficult to see him. Huainan said that his dusky leopard is very hungry and is looking forward to eating the guy. Zhang Ma became nervous and said that it was necessary to quickly show his spirit, because this bastard was going to attack. Ah Xiu replied that in fact he is this very spirit. Zhang Ma looked at him furiously and said that this is not a funny joke because Ah Xiu is just a flat screen. No one can even see him. The patron said that in fact this body is only an image, and now he can transmit information to Zhang Ma's brain on how to summon his figure. The guy said that the patron always lies to him and doesn't tell him everything. If he has a real form, then why did he only find out about it now? Ah Xiu said that there is no need for unnecessary words here, and added that the guy should close his eyes and then follow his instructions and thus begin to focus. He told Zhang Ma to follow the thoughts in his head now, and collected the seal, called her name in his heart. He said that his real name was Ah Xiu Luo, and the guy shouted out this name loudly. However, Huainan had already lost patience and said that if they were finished, then the leopard was ready to eat him. The next second, Zhang Ma summoned his spirit to come out. Huainan felt an incredibly strong aura around him. He could not believe that the guy had actually summoned a spirit. Suddenly, a huge giant stood in front of him. Huainan was speechless because he did not suspect that an ordinary young man had such a spirit. The monster stepped back. He thought it was a mistake or an illusion. The guy's spirit couldn't be so great. After all, in this creation there was hidden an unimaginable strength and power that was difficult to overcome. His eyes were bright and piercing, and on his head stood two strong horns. Even the shadow leopard retreated back in horror. It could not overcome such an enemy. Compared to Zhang Ma's spirit, the leopard turned out to be a small, scared cat. Meanwhile, Ah Xiu narrowed his snow-white eyes. The enemies retreated. The leopard looked at him with large glass eyes. His fur stood on end. He was in a state of panic and only meowed defenselessly. Zhang Ma said that this is very cruel because this incarnation is very good, and he should have helped him earlier. The patron said that it was necessary to simply praise him more often. Huainan thought in anger that this was a powerful spirit, and the boy Zhang Ma was not worthy of him, and Xiu Luo should belong to him. The next moment he attacked the guy and said that he would kill him, and this spirit would belong to him. The master swung, but in the next moment the incredible happened. Ah Xiu said that the enemy was taking him too lightly and crushed him. Zhang Ma looked at this in delight, but Ah Xiu warned that the spirit continues to absorb the host's energy, and with its current spiritual power, it can last for about 3 minutes. Zhang Ma said that in order for the spirit to last longer, he needs to train more. Ah Xiu said that the young man is very resourceful and quickly grasps the essence. Suddenly, the guy heard an aggressive enemy shout that the battle was not over yet. Now he was floating in the air and probably transformed. Meanwhile, the girls moved along the underground corridor, where there were cages in which living people existed. They decided that Huainan was really a pervert. He kept a lot of people captive. However, among the captives there were mostly men, and it is not clear where to look for Li Huiru. The girls noticed that these people had already been tortured and they could not be left. They decided that Ruo Bing would take them to the exit and inform Mei Qi about this, and Li Wanyu said that she would go ahead and see if she could find anyone else. Ruo Bing said that it is very dangerous to go alone because they don't know if there are monsters ahead. Li Wangyu replied that she was not afraid that Zhang Ma would deal with Huainan, and they should do everything possible to save the hostages. Rua Bing said that after she saves these people, she will definitely return. And at this time, Huainan, which was able to be reborn, rose up to attack. Zhang Ma was surprised because Xiu had recently killed him and he was able to be reborn again. The patron explained that the enemy was training himself in the technique of sealing himself into a ghost. Sealing in a ghost, this technique is one of the few that can be revived, but the practitioner must give up 6 reincarnations and eternal life should not exceed them. During the procedure, it is necessary to take anger into the body. Seal your soul relying on pure energy. Zhang Ma said that now it is clear why this bastard killed so many innocent girls. Meanwhile, Huainan gloatedly said that now the guy's spirit cannot be summoned. Zhang Ma replied that his opponent was cruelly mistaken. His spirit could come endlessly. But Huainan was too weak to summon it. After this, the guy turned to the patron and asked if it was possible to turn into a spirit again. However, he replied that the energy cannot be used continuously. Zhang Ma decided that in this case, he would kill Huainan himself and swung his sword at him. Huainan said that he would not get his hands dirty and the guy would be killed by the shadow leopard. Xiu reported that this leopard wins with speed, but its weakness is that it relies too much on it and turns off its mind. Zhang Ma decided that he would take this information into account and said that now he would try new techniques with the crazy sword. The wildcat attacked the young man, and he waited impatiently for him to approach. Zhang Ma cast magic spells and dense energy rallied around him. The guy said that he was using hurricane energy and an unstoppable whirlwind rose around him. Now the gloomy leopard was trapped and did not know how to get out of this flow of energy. Huainan said in surprise that the enemy used the mad sword technique, and now it is generally unclear who Zhang Ma is. Zhang Ma looked at him resolutely and replied that there was no need to rack his brains over this question. The enemy could call him daddy. Huainan shouted angrily that the crazy sword guys didn't have the courage to confront him, and asked what is the guy's own goal. Zhang Ma said that it was very simple. He came with only one purpose, to avenge everyone who was killed by the villain. The old man looked at him. He asked if the young man himself believed in his words, because until now, no one had been able to take revenge on him, and then decisively added that the guy would not be able to do this, and in the next moment he destroyed the technique that Zhang Ma used. Huainan laughed evilly and said that the expression on the guy's face was very funny. Zhang Ma was surprised at the abilities of his enemy. He did not understand how he broke his spell so quickly, and the next moment the enemy approached him and said that there was a man similar to the guy and his name was Zhang Wu Ling. Zhang Ma turned around in a change. He couldn't believe what he heard because it was his father's name. It all started 15 years ago at Christmas. The city was decorated with garlands and everyone was preparing for the holiday. Little Zhang Ma walked hand in hand with his father and asked where his mother had gone. He sat down next to the boy and looked him straight in the eyes, and then said that his mother had gone to a very beautiful place, and someday she would definitely return. These words instilled hope in the soul of the child, and he was looking forward to this moment. The father looked at him carefully and could hardly hold back tears in his eyes. He said that he never lied to his son. It's true, he just needs to wait a little. Suddenly, the boy saw a large crowd of strange masked people forming behind his dad's back. This was the first moment when Zhang Ma's father lied to him. He handed the boy over to his brother and said that he was being entrusted with his care. Zhang Ma screamed loudly and cried. He asked his father not to abandon him and take him with him. However, the man walked forward. He didn't even turn around. The child watched with tears in his eyes as his hair and cloak flew away in the wind. This was the last time the guy saw his father. After that, he knew nothing about him. The villain said that now he understands why the young man seems so familiar to him. They knew about the existence of Zhang Wuling's son, but this trash was too stubborn. They cut off his arms and legs, but he still refused to say where he was hiding the boy. And after that, the monster said that today there was an unexpected surprise. The guy clutched his sword tightly. He was overwhelmed by emotions of hatred and contempt. Huainan sighed that in any case he would present Zhang Ma to his master, and in return, he would give him medicine. And then he used the technique of lightning and a dead body and directed this beam of energy at the guy. Zhang Ma stood and looked straight at this ball of luminous energy. Xiu said that if the guy does not leave now, he will simply die. An incredibly strong explosion was heard and everything around sparkled in flames. Huainan was sure that after using this trick, inside the dead body's lightning, The guy should have exploded into pieces. But suddenly, he noticed that Zhang Ma not only did not die from this blow, but he caught the lightning with his bare hands. Huainan also noticed that the young man's hair had become crystal white. Ah Shu looked at him in horror. He said that Zhang Ma himself broke the second seal, thus instantly rising to the highest level of the middle order, and now his combat power reached 2 million. Zhang Ma angrily said that he had been looking for his father for so many years, but he didn't even think that Huainan killed him. Ah Shu suggested that the guy discovered the enemy who killed his father, and this internal shock would cause the destruction of the second seal. Zhang Ma angrily looked at his enemy and said that he had 20 seconds to live. He must say who the leader of this sect is. Huainan said that his master was not as weak as just a sect leader, and added that the young man should not consider himself amazing, because it was the master who killed his father. Zhang Ma looked at him with a furious gaze and said that 20 minutes of his life had already ended. The next moment, Huainan noticed that his boyfriend had disappeared into thin air. If a second later Zhang Ma flew at him from above and took aim with his sword, Zhang Ma said that his enemy would die right now. His gaze was cold and cruel. Huainan flew to the side. Suddenly feeling that he was no longer able to resist Zhang Ma, he asked the guy not to kill him, and he would tell everything about his master. Zhang Ma angrily said that he had 2 seconds left to name the leader. Huainan said that as long as he was in this spiritual body he could tell anything. Zhang Ma pointed a sword at him and said that time was over. His enemy asked not to beat him, because this bishop was one of the 5 metropolitans who killed his father. The young man angrily said that he was asking for the name. However, he still did not receive an answer and hit him hard. Huainan cried out pitifully that they were on Mount Buzhou and he only knew their location, but could not name their names. Zhang Ma swung at him and said that he would kill Huainan anyway, because again he was dissatisfied with his answer. However, suddenly his fist was blocked by a strong hand. The man said that he should not do this. Meanwhile, Li Wanyu ran down the corridor, her heart squeezing anxiously, Rua being caught up with her. She shouted for the girl to stop and wait. She said that she took the hostages away, and now she has returned to help Li Wangyu. Rua being added that she suddenly felt the strong spiritual energy disappearing. The possibility that Zhang Ma was in danger. Li Wanyu said that his GPS was in place, and they would follow him based on the signal. Meanwhile, interesting events continued to unfold in the Great Hall of Huainan. Zhang Ma asked the arriving people who they were and why they interfered with his battle. The masked man said that the progress is quite good. Zhang Ma has suddenly reached the top level of the middle order. The young man looked at them furiously. He thought that they were here to help Huainan. However, Li Yuan said that they were not enemies and did not come here to help the villain. Zhang Ma asked, "Why then the elder generation of the Crazy Sword came here?" Li Yuan looked at him carefully and said that they were here for one reason. They needed Zhang Ma. The young man thought that the people from the Crazy Sword wanted something from him again. Master Wu Chen looked at the wriggling Huainan and said that he had actually sealed the spirit well, but fortunately it had not been completely destroyed yet. Then he began to say spells about the offended demon and the spirit that returns to the place for settlement. And then he ordered the spirit to hurry into the magic chest, and he obediently followed his instructions. Li Yuan explained that there is indeed a treasure in front of them. This spirit is a good thing, and let it belong to the mad swordsman. The master told the spirit that his master was dead and now he was free to move. Zhang Ma looked at them in surprise. He did not understand what was happening. The master could have imprisoned the spirit in the box and the leopard also dissipated? Probably this mad swordsman is not so simple. Suddenly, girls burst into the hall and began asking if everything was okay. Rua Bin ran up to the master, and he said that he just went out for a walk. And at this time, the girl gained a lot of experience and significantly improved her abilities. He was very happy for her. And Li Wangyu approached Zhang Ma and said that he had made her worry to death. The girl said in tears that as soon as the strong spiritual energy disappeared, she thought that he was in danger, and the guy couldn't even imagine how everything inside her had collapsed. Zhang Ma said that he cannot die so easily because he has not yet kept his promise and must help find the seal. Suddenly, there was an awkward pause in the room. Everyone was a little embarrassed. Mad swordsman said that they shouldn't stay in this place for long. They need to find a way out first. However, the young man replied that he first needed to save people. Ah Shu said that perhaps they are locked under this statue. Everything needs to be checked. Zhang Ma found a small passage that led down massive steps into the basement. Suddenly, he saw that the completely stiff body of Li Huiru was lying there. Xuna was also hanging on the cross. They looked very sad and downcast. The guys decided that they urgently needed to be pulled out because this was an ice room, and they couldn't stay here for a long time. Suddenly, they saw that the walls around them began to collapse. Stones fell from all sides. Shu explained that everything here was supported by Huainan's energy, but now that he is dead, the power has weakened, and nothing supports it. It is necessary to leave quickly. Wu Chen told the guys to quickly come to him. He uses spiritual symbols to bring them out. The master opened the portal, and the guys quickly set off to enter it. A worried Mei Qi was already waiting for them on the street. She watched as the guys came out of the spaces, and finally she saw Zhang Ma. The girl happily pounced on him and said that she was very worried to death. Rua Bing told Sister Li Wangyu that Mei Qi's hugs are much stronger than hers. Zhang Ma is probably very happy. Soon the guys arrived at a small bar to celebrate this event. Mei Qi said that she bought all the dishes in the restaurant. The guys worked hard, so they need to have some fun. The friends looked in amazement at the table, which was laden with abundant dishes. Li Daqui sighed that he could be considered a hero. He rushed headlong into the abyss to save the girls and wanted to tell President Zhao Tianlin the whole story. Li Wangyu brought fresh barbecue and said that it was ready. The guys were happy to see the fried meat. Li Daqui, cheerful, said that these delicious kebabs should be brought to him as soon as possible. He must refresh himself. Ruo Bing looked at him thoughtfully and said that if he is a purebred bachelor, he can always eat like this. However, if he is unlucky, the guy approached her and said that he should not be underestimated. After this battle, he would return to school as a king, and even if he didn't come out with his face, but still women and girls would attack him. Suddenly, the guys noticed that Zhang Ma had disappeared among those present and began to look around in surprise. Meanwhile, the guy went out onto the balcony and began to look thoughtfully at the waves that silently rose and fell. Zhang Ma opened up with his patron. He was used to thinking that this world is simple. People are happy if they have money, big houses, and luxury cars. But all these things were now at his fingertips, and he realized that they did not make him happy. Shu asked why the guy suddenly appeared in such a melancholic mood. Zhang Ma could no longer hold back. He said that he was upset by the news about his father. Shu replied that he understands why the young man so wants to go to the Zhoushan Mountains, but with his current strength, this is not enough to reach even the foot of the mountains. Zhang Ma gritted his teeth angrily. He said that he would still go there because he had to find out who killed his father. Li Wangyu suddenly approached him and said that she had been looking for him everywhere. The girl handed him a bottle and said that the guy needed to relax a little, and then approached and said that she really wanted to thank him. Because then in the cave, he even remembered about the seal and about the promises to help her find it. This really touched Li Wangyu. The young man said that if he promised, he would definitely help. Moreover, she needed this seal to cure her father, so she needed to find it. Li Wangyu said that she was still worried about one more thing that she wanted to know, and in embarrassment asked if he had a girlfriend now. Zhang Ma said that not now, because they were all blown away. Does she really want to buy him a new one? Li Wangyu attacked him with her fists and said that she asked a serious question, and he answered jokingly. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, who was sitting on a tree, admitted that he was experiencing extraordinary lightness and asked his interlocutor how long it had been since he had come down from the mountain. He replied that he didn't remember exactly, and it was good that the demon had not discovered them, but sooner or later this could happen. The master said that if they cannot hide it, then there is another option how to avoid it. Li Yuan looked at him in surprise and eagerly awaited the details. Wu Chen pointed towards the guy and said that you can turn this child into a celestial being, whom all demons are afraid of. After all, the world of demons looks unusual, very mysterious and even beautiful. Nu Long arrived there. He woke up from a long sleep and gradually began to open his eyes. Everything was foggy and incomprehensible. The guy tried to realize where he was. Suddenly, he saw himself surrounded by several ladies. Perhaps they were elves. Suddenly, he discovered that his hand had recovered and he could control it again. A girl approached him, and he thought that this was some kind of amazing dream. She said that the master had brought him here. Nu Lan turned to her. It seemed to him that there was a real demon in front of him. The girl said that she was the high priestess of demons and looked at him very carefully. Meanwhile, the guys finished having fun. Soon it blossomed and the sun appeared in the sky. Zhang Ma woke up after a long sleep and stretched with pleasure. He did not remember yesterday too clearly. He felt that he had a very bad headache because the girls took turns forcing him to drink. However, The guy could not remember who brought him to the room. Suddenly, he bumped into someone. Mei Qi stood in front of him. She told the young man to look where he was going. He was surprised why she was wearing his clothes. The girl said that the day before she accompanied him to the room, then he vomited, and she had no choice. She had to put on his clothes. He took off his shirt and gave it to her. She also added that the guy behaved very strangely. Ruo Bing and Li Wangyu unexpectedly returned from training. They said that they also noticed how Zhang Ma behaved inappropriately. Ruo Bing said that her master found a way to help the girl Shu Nu get out of the sea of samsara. She said that master and Uncle Li Yuan left with her in the morning. They helped free her soul, so now there is no need to worry. Then she said that the master asked her to give Zhang Ma one thing that he should always carry with him because a disaster is approaching, and the guy needs to be careful. Zhang Ma said that what worries him most now are two people, and he is very happy for Shu Nu that she can find a way out of her suffering. And he was also worried about Dr. Li Huiru. Mei Qi said that the doctor had already been taken to the hospital for treatment. As for the girl rescued in the cave, otherwise she sent people from the clan to take care of her. Meanwhile, the master and Li Yuan accompanied the unfortunate Shu Nu on a large sword. Li Yuan asked Wu Chen how he managed to become so generous, because in fact Zhang Ma did a lot for this, and it's not like him at all. Wu Chen said that this was a precaution. The female stone can protect against the intellectual part of the universe, and the male one destroys the evil of this world. It is imperative to prevent the demon clan from detecting Zhang Ma, and the female ingot will help hide his smell. Li Yuan said that he was carrying the stone in order to buy them more time. They should hurry up in their search because perhaps the demon world had already taken action. Shu Nu listened to them carefully. She realized that Zhang Ma's brother was in great danger. Li Yuan reassured her and said that he would be fine for a while, and then added that they are not heartless people and also want to see her and Zhang Ma meet again. But his reincarnations have a time limit, and therefore it is urgent now, leave. She said that she was rescued last night, but the girl could not regain consciousness then and missed the last time she could meet Zhang Ma. Wu Chen said that he understood her mental anguish, but getting out of suffering is a very serious thing and should not be postponed. It is necessary to reincarnate as soon as possible. The girl covered her face with her hands and said that she was grateful, but still missed Zhang Ma. Meanwhile, the guys arrived at the university and happily greeted their classmates. Zhang Ma proudly walked ahead and rejoiced at his return. Li Dakui added that he had already forgotten that he was a student. He said that it was time for them to return, but recently he heard that they had an exam tomorrow. Zhang Ma said that they would prepare tonight and tomorrow they would fight him to the death. His friend lamented that this material was not so easy to learn. Suddenly they met two robbers who were sitting on the ground and looking very sad. Zhang Ma noticed his photo on the cardboard and asked indignantly what was happening. He said that these two brazenly snuck into the school territory, and now the guy is disgraced in front of the teachers. However, when the robbers saw him, they stood up and sobbed loudly. They no longer hoped to see him alive, and in honor of this meeting, the guy should invite them to dinner. Zhang Ma indignantly said that he had left them money, but the next second he realized that it was useless to explain to them, and added that he was inviting them. He told the robbers to occupy themselves because they need to go to class. Wang Shui'er suddenly approached. She said that every time she sees the guy, he behaves outrageously and goes missing. The girl angrily said that the exams would start soon, and the guy was really having fun. He also dyed his hair and brought his pets to the university. With these words, she grabbed the guy, said that she didn't want to listen to any excuses and dragged him along with her. Wang Shui'er said that it is necessary to clarify some issues now. The guy tried to escape from her tenacious hands. He did not understand where she was dragging him and why she called him with her. They walked for quite a long time. The girl brought him to her house, a large high-rise building. She asked the guy to do a small favor and help her change the lamp. Zhang Ma climbed onto a large chair, and Wang Shui'er held him and handed him the tools. The young man asked her how long the girl had been alone without the young man. Wang Shui'er did not answer. She said that it was very difficult for her to hold and she should not talk too much. Zhang Ma found it difficult to reach and asked the teacher to rise a little higher. The guy said that all the lamps were outdated and Wang Shui'er really needed to find the guy, and then he could do everything. The girl replied that she had such a good student who could help. Why look for a guy? Zhang Ma did not agree. He said that the guy is needed not only to solve everyday issues, he is also needed for other things. The girl approached the coffee machine. She said that in addition to fixing the lamp, She had another question that needed to be clarified. She remembered the incident in the alley when the bandits attacked her. Wang Shui-er was sure that it was Zhang Ma who came to the rescue at that moment. The guy began to think feverishly. She probably remembered everything that happened that night. When he intervened and protected her from the scoundrels and also carried her in his arms to the hotel. However, the guy decided that he should not confess because it is unknown how this situation will affect him. And if she really remembered this, she would definitely fail him in the exam. Therefore, Zhang Ma said that she was mistaken. He could not cope with the bad guys. He suggested that perhaps the girl was nervous and drew an image in her head of the most beautiful person in her environment. Wang Shui-er said thoughtfully that she recognized him and remembered all the events. The next moment, someone knocked on the door. A male voice angrily began to call Wang Shui-er. Out of excitement, the girl lost her cup of coffee, which broke at lightning speed. The fragments scattered in different directions. Zhang Ma asked in bewilderment what kind of people came to her and broke the door in the middle of the day. The girl admitted that these people came for debts. Every day she sits in fear, waiting for them to come again. Zhang Ma patted her on the shoulder and told Wang Shui-er not to worry, everything would be fine. Having debts is normal, but you don't have to knock on the door like that in order to scare a lonely girl. Meanwhile, the bandits outside the door said that they clearly heard the sound of breaking glass and advised the girl not to pretend to be dead. The leader angrily shouted outside the door for Wang Shui-er to come out because they know for sure that she is at home. Zhang Ma angrily thought that these thugs were scaring her again, and he barely had time to calm the girl down. The guy told her not to be afraid, but he goes to look and drive them home, after which they will have dinner. Meanwhile, the bandit outside the door shouted loudly that if she didn't return the money today, he would kill her. With these words, he raised his foot to knock down the door, but Zhang Ma abruptly opened it. The villain did not calculate his strength. Out of surprise, he sat down on the splits and howled in pain. And then, in a plaintive voice, he said that he was in great pain, and he was not even able to stand up. The other bandits decided to take revenge for their leader, and angrily shouted that Zhang Ma would pay for his actions. The young man said that there was no need to shout because there was a girl in the room. He bent down to the villain and mockingly said that he entered the room with only one leg, and this was completely indecent. Then Zhang Ma said that the vile guy would no longer pursue her and contact him with any questions at any time. After that, he angrily said that this time he would just send him home, but next time the bandit would go to heaven. With these words, the guy threw them out, and with a loud cry, they fell out of the window. Wang Shui-er said that now she has no doubt that it was Zhang Ma who saved her then, but it is not clear why the guy did not admit it right away. Meanwhile, on Jinxie Street, no one in the president's house, a tense conversation was taking place. Rua Bing said that her mentor brother disappeared without any reason. And this is surprising because the surveillance system did not film him leaving the room. Mei Qi said that he could not have disappeared without a trace and may have left secretly. The girl burst into tears. She said that it didn't make sense. Niu Lang was seriously injured and couldn't go out, especially secretly. There was no need for it. Mei Qi said that it really looks very strange. She sent people to bring recordings from video cameras in the block where the room was located. Suddenly, the girl received a call and was told disturbing news that Guru Shi had disappeared from the hospital. Mei Qi thought that incredible things were happening today. Things were all disappearing one after another. Meanwhile, there was also a tense situation in Wang Shui-er's house. The girl was very worried, and her nerves could no longer withstand such tension. The guy advised her to calm down and not rush to conclusions, because there is always a way out. She said that she could not calm down because the bandits would come to her again and again. Finally, she reached out to the documents and said that this was the most correct way out of the situation. Zhang Ma tried to convince her that this was wrong, because the house was the only thing left of her mother. If she sold it, it was unclear what she would do in the future. The girl burst into tears. She said that she did not want to make such sacrifices, but her father was in debt due to gambling. She now has to pay for these debts. He pledged her identity against all his debts. Wang Shui-er sadly reported that in his eyes, she was not a daughter but just a tool. Zhang Ma firmly said that she should not worry about debts because he would help her solve this problem and they would go and pay everything right now. Wang Shui-er said sadly that her father owes hundreds of thousands of dollars, and an ordinary student cannot have such a sum on hand. However, Zhang Ma confidently told the girl to calm down and believe he made a decision, and money is not a problem for the guy. They soon arrived at one of the nightclubs, which glowed with bright neon lights from afar. Wang Shui said that this is where the alligator boss usually spends his time. When they entered the room, an unknown type looked at the guys. He looked at them thoughtfully, smoking a cigar. Zhang Ma hugged the girl and the bandit retreated, apparently not daring to touch them. Several people surreptitiously glanced at the couple, but were in no hurry to approach. In this club, there was a cheerful atmosphere. A melody sounded. There was a lot of delicious food on the tables, and the strippers danced elegantly. The guests of the establishment had fun, danced, relaxed, and had a good time. Wang Shui suddenly became very nervous and asked her companion to quickly leave this place. But Zhang Ma told her to wait for him on the spot, and he headed off somewhere with a determined look. After a couple of minutes, he returned to her and said that everything was fine. He just dealt with some flies that were preventing her from concentrating. And then the guy looked at the crowd of bandits and asked which one of them was the boss of the alligators. Wang Shui pointed to a fierce man in a hat who was sitting at one of the tables with an important look. Zhang Ma walked up to him and said with contempt that he had come to return the money on behalf of Wang Shui's father. Wang Guo had to give 700, but the card he threw to the boss was 1,200,000, and this is enough to pay off the debt. He threw the card to the concerned man in the hat and said that after that he should not bother either Wang Shui or her father. However, the nasty guy said that everything is not so simple. Paying off the debt is not a mathematical problem. It is not enough to just round up the amount, and today the guy behaved in such a way with the boss that he may not even hope to pay off the debt. He added that the new generation is rich. And if Zhang Ma wants to play hero in front of this girl and pay off Wang Guo's debt, then paying the money is not enough. The bandit told Zhang Ma to go home to prepare more money and wait for his call, and if the guy was lucky the boss was in a good mood, then he would have a chance to repay the debt, and little Wang Shui would remain as interest. Zhang Ma said that he understood the alligator, and it's probably not a matter of money. His opponent is angry and the young man is ready to help him cope with stress. The arrogant man ordered his pawns to deal with the guy and knocked back another glass. Meanwhile, one of the guys began to pester another girl who refused to drink. He mockingly said that her cheap tricks no longer work, and if she wants to pick up a rich groom, then she will not succeed. And then he angrily shouted that if she drank it all, he would buy her a bag and thereby stroke her vain ego. Suddenly, Zhang Ma ran into him from behind. The guy was filled with rage. The next moment, the scoundrels flew to the side, hit themselves, and began to groan in pain. Zhang Ma asked how Brother Alligator was feeling, and added that he intended to pay off the debt today, and he didn't care about other answers. However, the vile type grunted and said that he was here for a reason and that this was an unusual place. After that, he shouted for all his subordinates to come to the rescue and punish the guy. The next moment, several strong men approached Zhang Ma, some of them holding clubs. The leader said that this club is the headquarters, and the guy was lucky that because of the organizational meeting, all the staff are here today. Zhang Ma looked at them calmly. He said that he was absolutely indifferent to these people, and the leader alligator angrily shouted for them to kill the guy who dared to talk to him like that. The next moment, the bandits approached Zhang Ma. They continuously waved their clubs. Zhang Ma said angrily that his opponent called all these people just to stop him, but the boss would not succeed. The men thought that this guy was too arrogant, but they were able to destroy him. However, the young man, in a rage, told them all to shut up and clenched his fist tightly. The next moment, the bandits scattered in different directions, and as they fell, they howled loudly in pain. The guy said that so many people are only capable of such base things. He is disappointed, and the bandits received blows one after another and fell senseless to the ground. One of them tightly clutched the bottle in his hands. He felt incredible anger at the guy. However, Zhang Ma easily repelled all attacks and mercilessly scattered his enemies. The man who was watching this was in amazement, but suddenly he had an idea. He thought that this young man had incredible strength, but how could he cope with firearms? And with the help of a pistol, the man decided to check how fast and strong the guy would be. He loaded the gun and aimed at Zhang Ma, shouting to the guy that he would soon be dead. Zhang Ma saw the bullet approaching and began to watch it fly. The young man was surprised that the bullet was quite slow. He did not even imagine that he had a higher level of skill. He easily pulled away and she fell straight into the wall located nearby. The man, in a panic, told Zhang Ma not to come closer because he is a Superman who is even impossible to hit. Zhang Ma grabbed the table and approached him. He said that you should not shoot a bladed weapon behind your back, and then threw a chair at him. The man recoiled from this attack and lost consciousness for several moments. The guy angrily asked the gator boss what his answer was after what happened. He babbled that he was ignorant and didn't know that there were people like Zhang Ma in the world. He didn't need money, and he could even give the club to the guy, but he only asked to spare his life. He knelt down and said that if the guy was with him in the future, then he would not be afraid of anything behind his back. Zhang Ma looked at him carefully and then slowly began his speech. He said that he did not want to use the bandit for his own interest and the money was still to pay off the debt. If he wanted to be his little brother, then everything depended only on him. With these words, he threw the card to the amazed alligator, and then he took the girl by the arm and said that they were leaving. Wang Shui-er did not know how to thank him. After some time, they left the club, and Wang Shui-er did not stop saying words of gratitude. The girl said that the young man was very strong, and she didn't even imagine that he was like that. Wang Shui-er lowered her gaze and said that she was worried, even though they said that everything was fine. However, she was still afraid. The girl looked into the guy's eyes and asked him to stay with her for a week so she would feel safe. However, Zhang Ma was wary. He didn't know whether all mature girls were taking the initiative, or perhaps it was a trap, so he told her not to be afraid. At first, they wouldn't dare to come, and even if something like that happened, he would drive them away. Suddenly, the girl who had been saved in the cave ran up to Zhang Ma. She approached so quickly that she even inadvertently pushed her. The girl happily said that she had been looking for him for a very long time and finally found him. Soon they came to one of the cafes to chat and discuss all the news. Zhang Ma explained to the teacher that Gu Ruoxi was his friend who had recently been injured and was therefore being treated at the hospital. The girl confirmed that it was true that Zhang Ma and her friends were pulled out of the cave. However, the guy told her to immediately return to the hospital. The guy was very interested in how Gu Ruoxi was able to find him. Because the street is very large, she said that with the help of smell, because it is Zhang Ma's special, so it is easy to find. The young man began to sniff the air. He said that he probably needed to take a bath. But Gu Ruoxi explained that that's not the point. Each person has their own smell, so she can find anyone. Zhang Ma asked why she was walking and not recovering in the hospital. Suddenly, the girl's eyes filled with tears and she began to cry. And then she said that when Zhang Ma came to Huainan's lair, she realized that he was a special person, so she asked him to help find the kidnapped parents. Zhang Ma reassured her and said that, of course, he could help her find her parents. She ran up to him and said that she was very happy and did not doubt him. Suddenly, the guy's phone rang. When the young man picked up the phone, he was told disturbing news about Niu Lang. He said that he would be there soon, and then turned to the teacher and warned that he needed to leave. She thanked him for everything and said that if bad people come again, he should help her. Soon, Zhang Ma arrived at the president's house where the situation was very tense. Rua Bing was still in tears and said that her brother had been missing for a long time and could not be found anywhere. Mei Qi reported that the cameras did not show him coming out, and external surveillance also did not show anything. Zhang Ma looked around the room where the guy was and said that if we take into account what Mei Qi said, then he disappeared without a trace in this place. Ah Xiu analyzed the spiritual energy. There was a mark on the wall, and it turns out that Nu Lang was taken or kidnapped. Zhang Ma looked carefully at the patron. He really did not like this situation. Suddenly, Gu Ruoxi burst into the room and looked at the guy with a puzzled look. She said that the smell from the wall was the same as from the robbers who caught her parents. Ah Xiu warned that this time you need to be careful, because this is spiritual energy on a completely different level. Zhang Ma decided that he needed to return home in order to think over a plan, because he must get to the truth and find out what a person with such spiritual energy is capable of. Soon the guy went to the hostel and began to think about what was happening. He constantly thought that he had to get to the truth and find out what a person with such strong spiritual energy was capable of. At this time, Li Daqui came into the room. He said that he had washed well and the cold shower had refreshed him very much. To Zhang Ma's remark that his friend came out naked, he replied that it was night and no one would look into the men's dormitory. Suddenly, they saw Li Wangyu standing at the door and greeted the guys. She was in some stupor from what she saw, and Zhang Ma tried to justify himself. He mumbled that everything was not as she had imagined. Zhang Ma went out into the yard with her because the girl looked very puzzled and worried. He said that she would not look for him at night and asked if something important had happened. Li Wangyu reported the alarming news that her father was now very weak. Zhang Ma looked at her puzzled. He couldn't believe that everything was really so serious. Li Wangyu cried and said that she felt very useless because she had been looking for the seal for so long but still had not found it. She was told that if the artifact was not found within 7 days, then nothing could help him. The guy decisively replied that he was ready to go with her and visit his father and also take care of him. He added that saving someone is very important. He will use everything he has learned and they will hit the road right now without wasting time. Soon the guys arrived at the Henton organization, a large multi-story building. When they went inside, the humble servants lowered their heads and greeted the lady. Zhang Ma looked around in delight. He noticed that the office building was very prestigious. Li Wangyu looked at him carefully and said that this was her home and not an office building. Zhang Ma was very surprised. The girl pointed out the window. The building opposite the bank was their office space. The highest of them was the headquarters, and the rest were used by subordinates. Zhang Ma couldn't believe it. Their house was on one side, while the office was on the other, a large building and an entire area. It really ruined his hopes. Li Wangyu anxiously asked Dr. Uncle Wang how her father is now. The doctor replied that the patient's condition was stable at the moment and he was going back to the hospital to meet with some experts and discuss a treatment plan. He also said that Li Ningyu had returned and brought 2 people. The girl replied that she would go upstairs and visit her father. While they were riding in the elevator, Li Wanyu said that this is their family's personal doctor. Her mother used to often go to him for consultation about her illness, so they have a good relationship with each other. However, the girl noticed that the doctor was not too confident in himself and asked the young man to help her father. Now Zhang Ma is the only person she can rely on. Soon they stopped at the entrance to number 33. The green exit button lit up. The butler who met them pointed to the right and told the lady to go to the bedroom where her father was. Zhang Ma noticed that her house was very large, and he asked where Li Wangyu's room was. The girl replied that her apartment was located on 3 floors. However, she added that she is not at home too often and prefers to stay outside. Soon the guys entered the room and saw that there was a team of strange characters led by Li Ningyu. General Claude said that it had been a long time since he last met Zhang Ma. The guy remembered these people who were at dinner then. They helped look for the seal. Li Wangyu went to the bed where her father was lying and asked how he was feeling. Zhang Ma approached him and asked the chairman to close his eyes, lie still, and he would examine him. Xiu said that this person's spiritual energy had all dried up. He was currently depending on the small spirits remaining in his meridians to support himself. The patron then added that it takes ordinary people at least 10 years to accumulate the first level of meridians. The chairman is already at the 3rd stage, and after it is completely exhausted, the man will leave. But there is one way. Qiu Moyan looked at this with disbelief. He did not believe that the guy was capable of curing such a serious illness. Li Ningyu angrily said that Zhang Ma has no right to investigate his father because this could cause problems. Li Wangyu replied that she was confident in the guy's abilities and he could cure their father of his illness, and if his brother had other ideas, he could voice them. Zhang Ma listened carefully to their argument. He decided not to interfere, but knew that he could really help the chairman. Captain Claude said that if the sister trusts the guy, then he is willing to let him try. If everything goes well, then he will apprentice with him. And if Zhang Ma's attempts fail, then he will be responsible for the consequences. Zhang Ma looked at them and said that today he is ready to become a teacher for doctors. Some time passed and a tense silence hung in the room. Everyone was waiting. Zhang Ma took the chairman's limp hand in his palms, and blue energy suddenly began to rise up. The young man decided that he would transfer part of his spiritual power to him, and then he would watch what happened next. Xiu said that the guy only transmits spiritual energy, but this does not cure the symptoms of the disease and will prolong the life of the chairman by a month. Moreover, if his body rejects this power, then in a month the disease will progress. But Zhang Ma concentrated and began to silently carry out his plan. He decided that he will do everything possible that is in his power. Qiu Moyan watched this with interest. He said indignantly, "This guy doesn't want to live anymore. He is actually giving away his spiritual energy to prolong the chairman's life." And Captain Claude added that probably the young man simply does not understand. His spiritual power will not help Zhang Heng wake up. If Zhang Ma gives away too much energy, it will immediately break out of his body. Li Wangyu watched the guy's every move with bated breath and was very worried. Meanwhile, the chairman continued to lie and not move. Suddenly, his face became lighter and a faint blush appeared on his cheeks. Soon the man opened his eyes, and Li Wangyu ran up to her father. She asked how he was feeling. He said that he felt much better and thanked Zhang Ma because the guy used his spiritual energy to save him. But Zhang Ma said that there is no need for any thanks. The chairman should now rest and gain strength. and Captain Claude was surprised to the core, because the guy spent a lot of spiritual energy to still be okay. Zhang Ma reminded the guys that they were going to become his students if all the treatment went well. Li Ningyu tried to smooth the situation over and said that the captain's words should not be taken seriously. He was just joking. Zhang Ma said that people who say that a promise is nonsense. For him, they are just cowards. Li Wanyu said that she heard Claude talking about training before. If he refuses, then that means he is not the person he claims to be, and she would not want to see them in her house anymore. And then she winked at the young man and said that she would always support him in any situation. The captain turned purple with rage. However, he understood that there was no other way out and he would have to consider Zhang Ma a master. And then they turned around and left. Zhang Ma waved after them and said that they should think about their behavior and not be insolent to the master in the future. The men came out and, gritting their teeth, said that sooner or later they would bring this guy to clean water and find out why he had so much energy. Meanwhile, Li Wangyu thanked the guy. And they went down the stairs. He said that if he had met them earlier, he would not have had to face such a situation. He began to look around and saw that there was a tropical forest around. The girl explained that this was an internal garden on the 32nd floor and asked him to join her. Li Wangyu said that her father never confessed, but he was grateful for his help and asked him to thank him for saving him. Zhang Ma replied that there was no need for that. He said there was no need to be so polite, and asked what kind of gift we were talking about. Everything happened very unexpectedly. She approached, kissed him, and then said that this was your gift. The guy didn't know how to react. He was very embarrassed and remained standing in some kind of stupor. The girl said that she was the gift. Zhang Ma turned purple and looked at her hesitantly. She lowered her gaze and also looked somewhat embarrassed, but she had long wanted to confess her feelings to him. The girl went downstairs and said that she liked Zhang Ma because he was courageous and decisive. Ah Xiu said that it was too unexpected. He was shocked and asked how the guy felt. Zhang Ma dreamily said that he was in the clouds and did not believe that this was reality. Ah Xiu suddenly said that there is one matter that does not require delay. We are talking about 3 keys that he got in the cave, and for several days they will study the abnormal amount of energy waves. The young man replied that there was still red matter left from last time. He decided that he would go there as soon as they made a plan. Zhang Ma looked around. He could not find a way out and Li Wangyu ran away. They decided to go down along the stairs and did not notice that they were being closely watched. After some time, Zhang Ma went down and quickly rode his sword towards the mountain. Soon the young man noticed the entrance to the cave and said that they had almost arrived at the place. Zhang Ma said that when he first saw this cave, he was very amazed, because the magic inside is truly incredible. Ah Xiu replied that there was nothing to be afraid of, and the most that could happen was that the guy would die. Zhang Ma did not appreciate this joke. Soon, he picked up the key and said that everything looked as if something was buried in the cave. Ah Xiu said that that is why they went down into the depths. And there is no need to think anymore. Zhang Ma, seeing the cave, wanted to escape because he almost died here last time. The patron pushed him inside and said that old memories should not take precedence over emotions. The young man realized that he had to overcome his fear and began to rapidly fall down. When he landed, he felt that his inner feelings had changed a lot since his last visit. Suddenly, he discovered that the statue of the big monster was now almost destroyed. He could not understand how the king's sculpture turned into a pile of stones, and coals from the flame remained on the cracks. Ah Xiu said that all these events were caused by the sword of the fire god. The young man looked at him in amazement. The patron said that this weapon is an ancient artifact and the sword must kill its owner. It is very dangerous and also uncontrollable. One of its abilities is to cause 80% damage to the enemy. The person who destroyed the Xuan statue can probably use this sword freely. Its strength is much greater than Zhang Ma. The guy looked at the patron in amazement. He was interested in looking at a person who has such power. He said that if this person came earlier and activated the spell to awaken the red zombie, a large-scale battle could begin that destroyed the place, and this unknown person took everything he could. The patron replied that he still didn't understand why the 3 keys were still calling them. Zhang Ma said that it doesn't matter. They won't find anything in the ruins and came here in vain. Ah Xiu suddenly noticed that there was a person near them who had been following them all this time, and it was unknown what she wanted. The young man turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect to see her here. Lan Yi said that she was very happy. They had not seen Zhang Ma for a long time and it was nice to see him again. He asked why the girl was following him, because she was in the Huainan team. The girl replied that she had been pursuing him since he broke into Huainan's house, and after the guy got rid of this monster, he thought that she followed in order to take revenge, but Lan Yi said that she just wanted to become his girlfriend. Zhang Ma was a little puzzled. He did not at all expect that this would happen and did not know what to answer. She added that she agrees to be even his maid, even his bodyguard. It doesn't matter. She is ready to be anyone for him, because he is the strongest person in her eyes. Ah Xiu said that she lost her own image because of the Night Shadow sect. This organization was considered the strongest. Their advantage is the ability to become a person's shadow. However, this is also a drawback because having lost her owner, the girl could not find a place for herself in this world. She said that she was ready to serve him all her life and even knelt down in front of him. Zhang Ma answered with a pleased look that he was ready to forgive her and smiled. He turned to the patron and said that it was empty here. It was necessary to go back because he had many ideas that could be implemented with Lan Yi. However, the girl said that there must be a clue in this place, because their sect specialized in searching for clues and traces that are difficult to detect. The traces that the owner was looking for all the time were here. He simply could not find them. There was a small crack in the corner of the stone wall. It looked very suspicious. The girl called Zhang Ma with her and said that there might be an answer that he was looking for. Zhang Ma said that he did not see any crack. Lan Yi replied that it was too thin and difficult to notice. Soon she discovered a small hole and an incredibly strong stream of blue air spilled into the surrounding area. The guys found themselves in a completely different dimension and looked around in surprise. Lan Yi said that the crack was connected to space. Zhang Ma began to look around. He did not understand why the space looked like this. After all, this place was very reminiscent of the ruler's dimension, and the guy raised many questions about this. Zhang Ma said that he was able to go to this place when she called him. Ah Xiu replied that this is indeed a spiritual space, but it does not belong to the Lord. There are thousands of different spiritual spaces, and they only hit one of them. Zhang Ma said that there was probably another sovereign residing in this spiritual space, and it would be interesting to see him. Ah Xiu said that it is necessary to look at the direction of the energy. They always went in one direction, and it is likely that this place connects with other spaces. Perhaps it was a communication channel with other dimensions. Lan Yi said that something incredible appeared ahead. It was a giant door that beckoned the girl with its powerful and strong aura. Zhang Ma did not share her opinion and said that there was nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary door in front of them. Lan Yi came closer and said that the door was probably closed and there was a lock. Zhang Ma came up with a great idea and decided that he could check all 3 keys. He inserted a blue key into the doorway and it surprisingly fit. After a moment, the guy turned the key several times. Soon the door opened, and the guys felt an incredibly strong flow of air. Zhang Ma said that this spiritual space is really connected to another world around the severe snowstorm. When they went inside, they saw that it was real winter around them. The mountains and hills were covered with snow. Lan Yi turned her attention to the sky. The girl saw something fascinating. A white bird, incredibly large in size, flew across the crystal-clear blue sky. The guy watched this big bird in amazement, and Lan Yi at that moment saw an even more amazing phenomenon. A large mountain deer, which was very tall and had snow-white fur, walked with a proud gait in front of them. Zhang Ma suggested that perhaps due to radiation, this elk had grown to as much as 3 or 4 meters. Ah Xiu said that the beast is so big because there is very pure spiritual energy here. When the guys came here, it was immediately felt. Zhang Ma said that this world is wonderful and invited his companion to take a walk along the forest. However, she said that they should not go far from the door. Zhang Ma turned around and saw behind him the same door through which they entered. The guy said that it was a little cold, but the climate here was different from the winter in their world. Lan Yi agreed with him and said that the atmosphere was very strange. There was a sense of calm here. Zhang Ma moved thoughtfully through the forest and said that I really feel a moderate creation here. But suddenly, an alarming whistle was heard, and a sharp arrow was shot into the tree right next to his head. He turned around and said that it is likely that it is not as safe here as it seems at first glance. There may be enemies here. Zhang Ma noticed that an arrow was flying straight at the girl and sharply shouted to her to be careful. He grabbed it and pushed it aside, thus being able to prevent the blow. The guy said that it was too dangerous here. Unknown aborigines shot an ice arrow at them. It looks like this place is not very rainbow and welcoming. Suddenly, they discovered that many sharp arrows were flying at them. The guy said that they needed to run very quickly to the door. He thought that he was too rash. He should not have gone forward He should have prepared first. However, when they ran up, they discovered that the door through which they entered had disappeared. Zhang Ma could not believe that this was true. He wanted it to turn out to be a terrible dream. But if this happened, then he needed to defend himself. Many arrows fell down and crashed into the snow. Zhang Ma began to feverishly think about how he would cope with unknown enemies. The young man said that they were being attacked from the forest, apparently. There were not many enemies, about 10 people, but the guys could not get closer to them. He thought that the door had suddenly disappeared, and they could only return to the forest, so they needed to get rid of all the creatures that attacked them. However, first, he had to come up with a plan. He asked the patron to fly over the forest and see the location of their camp, and also find out how many enemies there were. Ashio said that this was not a problem for him, and began to slowly rise up. The patron told the young man not to worry. He would find out the location of the Aborigines and transfer the information to his mind, and Zhang Ma could teleport calmly. But unexpectedly, many arrows hit Asiu, and the patron fell into the snow. Zhang Ma ran up to him in a panic. He could not understand how he was hit. He worriedly asked if Asiu was okay and how he was feeling. The patron said that the matter was bad. They were able to see him, but Asiu could not finish his thought because he lost consciousness. Zhang Ma looked at one point in horror. He realized that his enemies were not people. Lan Yi warned the master to be careful because they were already approaching them. The guy turned around. Some strange creatures were standing behind him. The guy didn't know what to do. When he examined them more closely, he realized that in front of him were ordinary primitive people, or inhabitants from the Ice Age. Lan Yi warned that she felt a strong desire to kill from them. Zhang Ma replied that he would take this into account. One of the girls spoke to him, but the guy could not make out the words she said to him. Zhang Ma looked at the stranger, puzzled, and tried to understand what she was telling him. He felt terrible excitement and fear. Ashu, who had already come to his senses, said that they speak an ancient Islamic language. He is able to translate their words. The patron also said that now there is an emergency situation, he can translate all the important information that the young man is told. The girl asked who they were and why they broke into the Forbidden Lands. Zhang Ma replied that they did not break into these lands and did not know that they were forbidden, but simply came here through the gate and belonged to a completely different world. The girls recoiled in horror when they heard these words. For unknown reasons, they were very frightened by the fact that people came through the gate. And in the next second, something simply incredible happened. They all knelt down in front of him and began calling Zhang Ma a master. Some time passed. They brought the guys to their camp. It was very warm and cozy inside. Zhang Ma kept thinking about the location of the place they found themselves in. Ashio explained that this is the northernmost and coldest zone at the base of the Heavenly Kingdom. It is considered forbidden in heaven. The aliens living here are not considered people, so they could see the patrons. Soon, one of the women came to them. She said that her name was Bing Qing Yue, and that she was also the leader of the tribe, and brought him a treat. She bowed and began to explain that they did not deliberately attack the master and did not want to offend them. The girl said that 50 years ago something incredible happened to them. A blizzard devastated the frozen land, so people came to these lands to avoid the storm and wolf riders. The wolf riders are the largest tribes on the frozen land. They are cruel and bloodthirsty, often attacking people and calling them two-legged sheep. When the wolf riders grabbed them, a man with red eyes and white clothes took a burning sword, appeared and saved their tribes. They asked him to stay, but the hero said that their true savior would come in the future and it was necessary to expect that a person would appear in the future to help their tribe defeat the packs of wolf riders. The man had to come through the gate, become a master who would lead them to a new life, and the appearance of the guys confirmed all his words. And then she told the master not to leave them, because he is very important, and they agree to do anything for him. Zhang Ma thought that he had recently heard similar words from Lan Yi. In the mountain peaks there were hot springs of Han Yu, in which one could relax. Zhang Ma lay in the warm water with pleasure, and thought that it was very relaxing. The guy invited Ah Su to also swim in the hot springs, but warned him to be careful and not damage his scheme. The patron assured that biological elements could not harm him. The guy said that judging by the words of those people, this is definitely not planet Earth. They are in a completely different dimension, unreal in time and space. Zhang Ma said that it is necessary to check if the local aliens have spaceships and other alien equipment, because they can cut them up for research. The guy added that if they really wanted to conduct experiments on people, then the only chance to escape was to steal the ship and escape. He didn't notice how Lan Yi and his new friend approached him and brought food. Bing Qing Yue asked who he wanted to steal. Lan Yi suggested that it was probably one of them and smiled faintly. Zhang Ma was embarrassed. He said that the girls are completely shameless because he is taking a bath. Bing Qingyu said that the master in their eyes is a true example of a man, and they don't care about others. The young man, embarrassed, climbed deeper into the water and asked them to leave and give him the opportunity to get dressed. However, the girls did not agree with this and decided to help him. A splash of water and the guy's angry screams were heard. After some time, Zhang Ma found herself in the tent and was thinking about what had happened recently. He told himself that the master should keep his face, but he almost succumbed to temptation. He was saved by the memory of the exam questions, and thus he managed to get distracted. The guy was also dissatisfied with Ah Xiu, who translated everything. However, the patron said that he was concerned about something else. He needed to think about the man with red eyes and a white shirt. Zhang Ma said that perhaps this guy could be from the Qimu clan. Ah Xiu replied that this is more of a guess, but if he uses the fire sword, then he probably broke the statue in the cave. The guy thought that it was the man with red eyes who lured them here, but it is unknown how he could be sure that the master whom the local people were so waiting for would come from the gate. It is also unknown how he could know that Zhang Ma would find the rift and enter the spiritual space through the gate. After all, if it were not for Lan Yi, he would not have found the entrance. Ah Xiu suggested that this man was probably not so simple. He was sure that the guy would definitely come here. It's even scary to think about him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Bingqing Yue. The girl brought a blanket, and the young man said that she was just in time. He had a few questions. He was interested in the man with red eyes and a white shirt, whom the tribal leader had talked about in the morning. He wanted to know some of the special features of his face. The girl came close to the guy, didn't answer anything, but was probably thinking very hard. She carefully peered into his face. Finally, Bingqing Yue said that he looked very similar to Zhang Ma. The young man pulled away. He was uncomfortable that she was approaching. And then the girl said in amazement that they were just the same, like twins, and was surprised that she couldn't understand this before. The only difference is that Zhang Ma's eyes are not red. He explained that his eyes turn red when he is angry. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards them. Zhang Ma looked at the approaching threat, and his reaction was lightning fast. He grabbed his interlocutor and came to the floor so that the arrow would not hit her. Suddenly, a frightened Lan Yi came into the room. She said that things were bad and wolf riders appeared. Zhang Ma, embarrassed, said that he protected the girl from the arrow, and that is why they are in this position. And then Zhang Ma stood up and said that the enemies had arrived on time. He intended to deal with them right now. And in the meantime, many wolf riders came close to the camp. The scout reported to the chief that they had found a camp of two-legged sheep and had already made their way inside. The villain was in anticipation of his victory because they had been looking for the location of people for a very long time. He ordered that they must destroy everyone so that no one escapes, leaving only a few alive, because they can be useful. The leader of the wolves thought that two-legged sheep were not only food, they could be useful for enhancing their combat power and laughed loudly. After some time, they managed to start a fire, and the camp was on fire. And the enraged monsters on huge horses drew their swords and rushed into battle. One of the girls reported the situation that things were bad. Enemy troops were rushing here, and they didn't know what to do. Bingqing Yue told them to run to the mountains. However, the frightened girl explained that the mountains behind them were also blocked. They were surrounded. Bingqing Yue said that they must have sneaked through the mountains during a snowstorm so that the camp residents could not notice them. The only way out now is to fight them. However, this was very dangerous because it was not for nothing that their enemies called them two-legged sheep, and if the girls decided to go against them, they risked being eaten. Bingqing Yue clenched her fist tightly. She said that she was very sorry, but there was no other way out. Out of powerlessness, she began to cry because she had become a leader, but was not ready to protect the house and believed that she was not suitable for this role. Unexpectedly, the girl saw that the master was leaving the tent and said that she did not want to disturb him. Zhang Ma told her that people should hide in the tent behind him and he would protect this place. The girl said that the enemies had already penetrated inside and people were surrounded. Zhang Ma said that they arrived on time. This will save him time. It is better to deal with everyone at once than to catch one at a time. The leader of the wolves laughed and said that the two-legged sheep had a man to protect them. He said that he wanted to test his abilities. Zhang Ma furiously replied that to give him such an opportunity, the wolf would test the first strike on himself. The next moment, the young man slammed his fist, but his enemy managed to jump up. Zhang Ma, furious, asked how the enemy was feeling after such a crushing blow. He said it was his first time fighting against a wild animal and it was damn exciting. The formidable wolf shouted to his team to attack the guy and kill him as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he discovered how one of his gang members was killed by two-legged sheep and became very angry. And then, he burst into evil laughter and said that his relative was very stupid if he died at the hands of two-legged sheep. Lan Yi, who sneaked up behind him, angrily said that they were all stupid. She allowed him to see the abilities of the Night Shadow sect. She noticed another wolf who was acting very carefree and said that this enemy was looking for death because he allowed himself to relax during the battle. The next second, she approached him a short distance and raised the knife above his head. The next minute, the girl told him to get ready to die because now he would go to the next world. However, unexpectedly, she realized that the plan did not work. The enemy threw her aside. He told her not to be in such a hurry and not to make hasty conclusions, and then grabbed her by the neck. He said that his eyes see in the darkness. He noticed how she moved in the shadows and just waited here. The wolf angrily said that she was so stupid that he didn't even have the desire to eat her. He decided to simply strangle the girl. But suddenly Zhang Ma approached him and asked how many hairs the wolf had in its tail, and the next moment he pulled his tail with force, which flew off, and thick blood flowed from the wound. And then the guy approached the exhausted girl and asked how she was feeling. She said that she was better. However, she believes that this bastard is not just a warrior. Wolves are very dangerous. Zhang Ma told her not to worry, and even though the enemy is stronger than an ordinary warrior, he will still destroy him, and then turned to the enemies and said that Lan Yi is one of his people and no one will dare to harm her. The evil wolf shouted in rage that the guy had made him terribly angry and he was preparing to kill him. It was the leader, Intelligence General Kulu. The young man replied that he was too lazy to attack, so his enemy could come to him, and added that they were just a bunch of animals. He would kill some of them and send the rest to the zoo because talking animals would attract people. The wolf approached him and said that this was all bullshit. He decided to tear the guy to shreds and bared his teeth. Meanwhile, bright flashes of lightning erupted over Mount Buzhou and thunder roared. Two masters flew on a sword. The wind ruffled their hair and the waves of the reservoir quickly rose up. Li Yuan said that the mountain was already close, but still, he doubted that it was worth taking such a risk for the sake of one item. Wu Chen replied that the mountain has been surrounded by lightning for a whole year, so it is inaccessible. Only during a storm they have a chance to get there, and in order to prevent the demon's attack, they must take a risk. He added that if they miss this chance, they will have to wait for another 300 years, and he would not want to regret it. Moreover, if they can find the vessel from the Chimu clan, they will unravel the mystery of Zhang Ma's past. His interlocutor said that he generally agreed with his thoughts since they are already here. It is necessary to act. Sacked. The maximum that awaits them is a lightning strike, he asked. Which side is better to start the search? Mad swordsman Wu Chen said that according to the proverb left by the ancestors, this item should have been located on the Road of Immortals, and they began to quickly descend down to begin their search. Meanwhile, the confrontation continued in the camp. Arrows fell to the ground and crashed into the snow. Also sticking out in the snow were bloody weapons that a pack of wolf riders had brought with them. Zhang Ma told his enemy that even with his tail cut off, he still dares to intimidate people. But it is clear from him that he is very weak. His bloody enemy said that the guy is just one of the two-legged sheep for him, but he's too strong, so it is interesting to find out who he is. The young man angrily told him not to ask him about things he doesn't even understand. In the end, this doesn't play any role for him. However, his opponent did not want to give up, called his brothers and told them to bite Zhang Ma to death. Zhang Ma drew his sword and told the wolves to prepare to go into oblivion. The next moment, many animals began to fall from his numerous brutal blows. The guy angrily said that this is just a group of wolves who only know what to bite. When they are angry, they are far from people. He made several swings of his magic sword, after which, after such an attack, the enemies could no longer rise. His opponent looked at this in amazement. He did not even imagine that it was possible to perform such amazing blows from which his strongest fighters died. In the next moment, the young man approached Kulu and dealt a crushing blow. However, he resisted. The wolf looked exhausted but still stood quite steadfastly. One of Wei's subordinates approached him and told the leader to forgive him because he had failed to complete the task. Zhang Ma thought that the head of the wolves had taken his direct blow, which meant he was strong enough. Xue warned the guy to be careful because the combat power of this wolf was almost equal to his own. The young man replied that after he dealt with this wolf, the situation here would be completely settled. The wolf looked at him angrily and flashed his evil eyes and said that every time a young man appears, a disaster comes. He knew that Zhang Ma was not from this world, and always when aliens came, they destroyed the balance. So people like this guy are called disasters. He could not interfere in these matters and quietly return home. But the young man replied that he was not able to ignore what was happening here, and therefore they would have to fight. The wolf laughed fiercely and said that all disasters are the same, in which case he is ready to accept this fight. The next moment, he cut his own paw and blood began to flow out of it. He said he had an old-fashioned way to get rid of the guy. Ah Shu explained that this is a very strange technique, and he does not yet know what the enemy is going to do, but he must be careful. And meanwhile, the blood from his wound flowed out onto the snow and left red marks. Bing Qing Yui warned that their enemy had summoned a demon, and it was very dangerous. Zhang Ma looked at him in amazement. Now the guy understood that his fight would be very serious. The next moment, he saw his enemy, who had become taller than the trees. Some time passed. The snow was quietly falling near the tent, and the fierce demon was preparing to attack. He let out a piercing scream that shattered the silence and erupted throughout the area. Bing Qing US said in horror that the rumors were true, and a pack of wolves could really summon a demon. The girls were very worried about the master. She said that Zhang Ma is very strong and they believe in him. He can protect them and will definitely win. Meanwhile, the wolf looked at the guy maliciously and said that it was too late to run. He would kill him just like two-legged sheep. He added that Zhang Ma is as strong as he assumes because Kulu has already fought with similar people. Zhang Ma guessed that the creature that the wolf summoned was a ghostly spirit. Ah Shu explained that there are different types of spirits. It could be a phantom spirit, an attribute spirit, or even a contract spirit. It's hard to tell the patron, only the one who fought with him could find out. The young man said that then, there is no need to hesitate, this duel must begin. Ah Shu warned that with Zhang Ma's current level of power, he could summon his image for 5 minutes, and during this time he should finish off the enemy. The guy said that 5 minutes is more than enough. He will make the enemy die and spend all his energy in a couple of seconds. And the next moment the young man began to call. He concentrated and blue energy rallied around him. Some more time passed and he majestically pronounced the name of his patron, and then called him to come and show all his incredible power. All these rays headed towards Ah Shu. This energy was enough for the patron to reincarnate. The wolf was in amazement. He did not understand why the young man was also able to call on his spirit. And soon a large, powerful giant appeared near Zhang Ma, looking at his enemies with an angry gaze. The wild beast would be confused. He could not understand how a simple person could summon a demon, because it was impossible. Now they fought on equal terms. The mighty Ah Shu looked at his enemy with contempt. Zhang Ma said that there is no need to hesitate. This fight must begin right now. And the next moment, Ah Shu jumped down and swung his strong fist at the enemy. He hit the wolf, and after this attack, thick blood flowed from his enemy's wound. He delivered the next crushing blow, from which the vicious animal lost its balance. The wolf fell, lay limply for some time in the cold snow, and did not move. Zhang Ma said that even though the opponent's size was larger, it did not matter. One blow made the demon fly away and smash the mountain behind him. But the next moment, the enemy stood up and said that the guy clearly underestimated him. Zhang Ma was surprised. It turns out that the wolf did not die, but continued to move and even tried to get up. And the next moment, the enemy furiously recoiled from the ground and jumped up. He flashed his bright eyes and looked at Zhang Ma with disdain. The young man was confused. He did not understand how his enemy was able to recover from such blows and not jump very high. Meanwhile, the wolf fell with his whole body on Ah Shu and forcefully pressed him against the wall. After the blow inflicted by the demon, the patron fell into the snow and lost consciousness. Zhang Ma called Ah Shu in horror. His heart was beating very quickly. He was worried. Meanwhile, the wolf looked at his enemy with anger and said that he must prepare to die. Ah Shu thought that he was well off and asked for forgiveness from the master. He was unable to complete the mission. The wolf with a malicious laugh approached the guy and then howled loudly at the moon. The next moment, he swung his hand to strike Ah Shu. Sparks rained down around him. However, Zhang Ma stopped his fist. He had enough strength and endurance to hold this giant. His enemy was at a loss. He did not understand how this guy could repel the attacks of demons. The young man said in anger that Ah Shu is his most important friend, and he cannot lose him, and this bastard allowed himself to hurt him. And now he will answer for it in full? The enemy thought that the guy was not simple. He was strong like the gods of this world. The wounded Ah Shu gradually began to open his eyes and come to his senses. He thought that the young man decided to repel the demon's attacks alone, but it seemed very reckless. Zhang Ma was already losing his strength and felt very weakened, but still continued to fight. Ah Shu said that one must adhere to a certain plan, otherwise one might die. He suggested that the young man run away. Zhang Ma replied that he could not do that, because Ah Shu was his most important friend and he could not just leave him and run away. The patron's eyes filled with tears. He could not object to this. Meanwhile, the wolf called on his brothers to rebuild together and destroy the camp of the two-legged sheep. He told them to kill them and eat everyone they could catch. Bing Qingyub told the guy to leave first, and in the meantime, they would detain the enemies. However, Zhang Ma replied that he was their master, and of course he must stand in front, delay the enemy. He added that if they cannot escape, then they need to fight. Meanwhile, a pack of wolves was already approaching them, but the guy became a wall and said that they would not go further. Bing Qingyue looked at him in amazement. She was filled with many emotions of fear, but at the same time pride for the master. She said that there is a place in the southwest ice valley that is very cold. Even supernatural beings can freeze, and they can lure enemies there. Ah Xiu thought that this plan would not work, and as soon as the enemy entered the valley and felt the cold, he would immediately stop. Zhang Ma thought for a while and said that he had a solution. The patron had to return to his normal form and the guy needed to collect all the spiritual energy. Ah Xiu, who returned to his previous state, began to watch how the young man concentrated. He said that he was guessing what Zhang Ma's plan was to teleport all enemies to this valley, but this act was very serious and could greatly affect his well-being. The young man said that he understands all the consequences, but this is the only chance to get rid of the Wolf Clan. He promised the tribe to bring eternal peace. He said that even if he risks his life, he still needs to try to do it, and then gathered all his internal resources and uttered words that caused teleportation. Suddenly, the wolves felt that something incredible was happening to them. They began to disappear and dissolve into thin air, and Zhang Ma concentrated on his action. He did not see anything around and did not notice. His enemies disappeared one after another in space, clutching at the air but could not hold on. The young man felt that his strength was leaving him, but still continued to launch his teleportation attack. Bing Qingyue looked at him in surprise. She understood that the guy was feeling very bad, but he continued to carry out his plan and told them to get out of here into the icy valley. And when the last wolf disappeared, there was silence. Zhang Ma breathed a sigh of relief. He dropped his hands and said that it was all over now, but he felt very weakened. Wild animals found themselves in an icy valley. They began to ask each other what happened and why they were in this place. The next moment, they simply froze, because the temperature in this place was abnormally low. Zhang Ma could no longer stand on his feet. He fell and finally said that he had done everything he could. Ah Xiu told the girls that the guy had used up his energy and needed to be taken to someone who had a large supply of spiritual power. Bing Qingyue said that she couldn't leave him in this state. There was only one way to save the master. She said that we need to take him to the place where they give birth to children. When the girls take him there, he will feel okay. And after some time, they began all preparations to quickly go to that mysterious place. Zhang Ma was put in a cart and surrounded by several girls. They set off along the snowy road. The guy opened his eyes and asked the master what happened to him. He felt very weak. The patron said that he was very glad that the guy did not wake up. This is wonderful, but his spiritual energy was completely gone. The young man asked where he was being taken and looked around in surprise. The patron said that his wounds are too deep, so it is necessary to pour spiritual energy into his body. The girls said that they have a plan on how to implement this. Zhang Ma sighed. He thought that he would not survive and said that for Madame Bing Qingyue, all these actions were probably burdensome. The girl said that this plan would undoubtedly save the master. They would take him to a place where they give life to children. Zhang Ma replied that he was too weak for the excursion and they could show it in the camp without having to go to the snowy desert for this. Meanwhile, they arrived at the large icy entrance. The young man looked in surprise at the glass doors. Bing Qingyue walked up to the ice curtain and touched it with her hand. A lot of vibrations formed around her palm. The girl set a spell with the help of which this ice quickly began to melt. After a moment, a large glass gate appeared in front of the guys. Zhang Ma was very scared. He said that this girl said phrases in Japanese, and he didn't understand what she was saying at all. They probably wanted to throw him into this pit. And in the meantime, the girl told the others to take the master to the pit. The young man looked at her with all his eyes and said that he shouldn't do this. He didn't want to fall down. Bingqing Yue replied that it was not for nothing that their entire tribe consists of women. There is not a single man here, and she said that the guy could watch them appear. She explained that the source of their life and the reason why the tribe was able to exist here for so long, Zhang Ma could see it. Soon, a large tree appeared in front of them, which had a beautiful icy trunk and many luminous branches gracefully falling down. The girl said that all babies are here until birth and grow like fruit. The young man looked at this marvel of nature with admiration. An incredible atmosphere reigned here. Ah Qiu said that he was so shocked by the situation, he even forgot to translate the words that were spoken. The goddess said that she was grateful to the young man who arrived from another world, and she was ready to heal his wounds, but on one condition. Zhang Ma, with a sinking heart, asked what exactly the goddess would like. She replied that he should become the master of this dimension, and ordered all the courtiers of the goddesses to respect him as their king, so that in the future he would maintain peace throughout the world. Zhang Ma said that he just wanted to be healed, but had no desire to stay here, and also did not want to be king. The goddess said that one should not be so modest. The fact that he risked his life fighting against the Wolf clan and protected her tribe suggests that the guy is a worthy ruler. With these words, she lost the treasure. Ah Xiu said that it was necessary to agree because in front of them was that same Kun Tong seal. Zhang Ma said in amazement. It is not surprising that the masters who had been looking for her for many years could not find her, because she was in another world. The guy said that he agreed to all the conditions. She replied that it should be so. The next moment, he was engulfed by a whirlwind of energy. The Kuntun seal had the power to bestow eternal life and resurrect the dead. The guy said that this was true because after absorbing this energy, it was as if he had been resurrected. The goddess said that with this treasure, he can easily travel between two worlds. She will monitor their world, and if the guy has doubts or suspicions, he can ask her everything. Zhang Ma asked how he could get into his world, because the gate through which he came had disappeared. The goddess replied that she was going to say about it now. There are urgent matters in their world and he needs to return. She created a gate for him, and they need to quickly go back. As for his ward Lan Yi, as soon as the girl is cured, she will follow him. Zhang Ma thanked her and told Bingqing Yue that he had urgent matters to attend to. She must protect the tribe, and he will visit them sometimes. Suddenly, a message arrived on his phone. There was probably no connection until that moment. When the guy opened the message, he realized that his friends had called him several times. They were all looking for him. The goddess told Bingqing Yue not to be so sad, because the girl was very sad. She replied that she was very sorry that the master wanted to leave, because he left them quickly, and now her heart was heavy. The wise tree replied that there was a reason why she allowed him to leave them so quickly, because the guy would have to face several unpleasant events that would fall on him at the same time. And if he was careless, this would lead to a series of disasters. The girl said that then she would pray that luck would smile on the master and she would hope that his path would be prosperous. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma returned to the Dark King's cave and his phone immediately rang cheerfully. Li Wangyu called him and she was very worried. She told him alarming news. The girl said that her father suddenly became worse and she was very worried about him. The guy didn't understand why this happened, because the spiritual energy that he transferred to Mr. Zhang Heng should be enough to ease the symptoms for a month. Ah Xiu said that he needed to check everything personally. As soon as the conversation ended, the young man heard that his phone came to life again. This time Li Daqui called. Zhang Ma quickly asked what his friend wanted. After all, he had urgent business. The guy said that he had been calling him non-stop since yesterday, but Zhang Ma never picked up, and meanwhile they are defending their thesis, and in 30 minutes it will be very much. Zhang Ma grabbed his head. He said that he had completely forgotten about it, and asked his friend to buy time before him. Zhang Ma was very confused. He asked the patron what he should do. After all, he completely forgot about it when he was in the Xiu kingdom. Ah Xiu said that the guy should be prepared in advance, but fortunately, the patron had several ancient books on medicine that could help him. Suddenly, his phone rang again. Zhang Ma could no longer stand the tension and could not come to his senses. Everyone wanted something from him. This time, Ruo Bing called. The girl said that the master had urgent business with him. She warned the guy to be careful. Evil spirits sent a killer to the human world to keep an eye on him. She also said that her brother had not yet been found. Zhang Ma replied that he understood and would be there soon. Ah Xiu said that he promised everyone to come now, and it is not clear who should go to first. Zhang Ma squatted down. He did not answer and looked at one point for several moments. He said that he wanted to calm down because his head was already starting to spin from such events. The patron said that time is running out, and all these matters do not require delay. If he is not sure, he should draw a plan or throw out a match. This will help him quickly make a choice. Zhang Ma said that he was trying to collect his thoughts and thought about all his actions. But first of all, he must go and save Li Wangyu's father. He added that saving human life is the most important thing, and you need to go there first. Ah Xiu said that the young man had become wiser during all this time, apparently began to change after he was elected king of the snowy territory, and now he had appropriated some of the king's manners. Zhang Ma replied that now is not the time to chat. He is already under enormous pressure, and just hoping that this seal can heal Li Wangyu's father, they decided to teleport there. Having said these words, the guy concentrated and used his teleportation technique. Soon he gradually disappeared from the cave. Meanwhile, in the hentai department, everyone was very puzzled and discouraged. The condemning guys talked among themselves. They believed that if not for Zhang Ma's recklessness, the man's condition would not have gotten worse. Captain Claude mockingly asked Li Wangyu if she was still waiting for this guy. He said that when the young man transferred his energy to the chairman, he looked calm, but inside, he was probably afraid of death. Immediately after the session, he went home and should not wait for him. After all, he was deliberately avoiding the meeting. Li Wangyu looked at him angrily. She didn't believe it and knew that she would do everything possible to save her father. Suddenly, through space, they heard Zhang Ma's voice, which said that an arrogant man was condemning the master behind his back. Everyone gathered in the room looked at him in amazement. They could not understand how the guy appeared. Zhang Ma told the captain that he took him on as a student, but he discusses him behind his back. It's not nice. And then, he told Li Wangyu to take him to his father. They needed to hurry. Captain Claude and Q Mo Yan looked after him. They did not understand how he appeared. They decided that it was time to end the guy. Li Ningyu told them that he also hated him and was ready to help them destroy Zhang Ma. Meanwhile, Li Daqui was very nervous because his thesis defense was supposed to start any minute and his friend was still not there. Ruo Bin was also waiting for him. The girl said that he should come here before the killers of the clan of evil spirits find him. Meanwhile, bright lightning flashed over the city and a demon descended to the ground. The girl said that the human world was completely unfamiliar to her, and she felt uncomfortable here. This place is very dirty and terrible, and she was overcome with incredible terrible sensations. The beetle informed Lord Priestess that according to Niu Lang's report, Zhang Ma's boyfriend was last seen in a place called Miyun Reservoir. She smiled smugly and said that they would start from this place. This man is the last survivor of the Chimu clan. He will be killed, and after that no one will dare to challenge her. She walked arrogantly along a deserted corridor. There stood a man, thoughtfully, who thought that in front of him was an ordinary cosplayer dressed up as a demon. But the next moment, the guy realized that he was cruelly mistaken, because she grabbed him by the hair and, the next moment, she pushed him against the wall with force and he felt how sparks lit up before his eyes. Lord Priestess, furious, asked how to get to the reservoir. However, the man was not going to answer her, and she angrily grabbed his eye sockets and said that if he did not answer, she would squeeze them out. The guy began to explain the way. She said that the path he proposed was very long and troublesome, so he had to show her everything himself. Meanwhile, at the Haitong Corporation, the young man entered the room of the weakened Zhang Hing. The girl sadly said that he suddenly fell ill again and everything became much worse than it was last time. Zhang Ma could not understand why the energy that was transferred to him disappeared in a couple of days. Ah Xiu replied that after scanning the chairman, he realized that this was an unusual disease. At first glance, it seems that the heart attack caused difficulty breathing, but other organs are also damaged, and that means the real cause was congestion in the heart, which was called a poisonous disaster. And this is not the result of the disease. Someone deliberately poisoned him. This information really puzzled the guy. He couldn't believe that someone in his house was trying to harm him. The chairman could have been saved with the help of the seal. However, caution had to be exercised. Ah Xiu said that everything must be done very carefully and adhere to his recommendations. The patron added that the guy must use his power to slowly defrost him, otherwise the energy in the body will boil. Li Ningyu looked in amazement as Zhang Ma brought the stone closer to the man's body. He asked what kind of thing was in his hand. Zhang Ma replied that they were looking for this thing day and night, and they didn't even know what it looked like. When the assembled guys found out that this was the Kun Tun seal, They looked at the guy in amazement and didn't say a word. Claude thought that the seal was coming out. It looked exactly like this. They searched for it for eternity, telling everyone that they would find it, even though they couldn't even imagine what it looked like. But this young man was able to get it. Zhang Ma, meanwhile, focused on treatment. He said that he could see the damaged parts of his body using X-rays. Ah Shu said that the seal energy is very pure, so the poison will gradually disappear. But they should not completely remove it. The body might not be able to cope with such a load, so they decided to stop for now. Zhang Ma told his friend that they had cleared most of it, but his body was too weak, and the chairman needed to rest. Zhang Heng opened his eyes and said that he had once again caused the young man so much trouble with his treatment. However, he replied that the new treatment should do this. It is very effective, and the chairman can take off the oxygen mask and sit down. Li Ningyu looked at this in amazement. He could not believe that his father could sit down. Li Wangyu said that she was very grateful to him and didn't even know how to convey her gratitude. Zhang Ma was slightly taken aback when she approached him. Meanwhile, he received a call from Li Dakui, who told him to immediately run to the institute. The puzzled guy said that Zhang Ma's disappearance had made the professor very angry, and he, as a member of the receiving committee, seemed determined to fail him. Zhang Ma sadly thought that he had been very unlucky lately and said that he would definitely come. And then, he told the chairman to rest, and he would visit them in the week, and now he urgently needs to run to school. Li Wangyu did not want to let him go. However, he was already going down and said that he did not have time, but suddenly Zhang Heng stopped him. He said that he promised to pay a grant of 1 billion for the healing of his illness. The young man suddenly felt that he had lost the ability to move. He said that he was really in a hurry. If the chairman wanted to reward him, he could have given the money to Li Wangyu. Zhang Heng looked after him and thought about the fact that this guy behaves modestly. Even after he named such a sum, he still puts his studies as a priority. As the guy disappeared, he thought that again. He might run into Teacher Zheng, who would not miss this moment to fail him in the exam. Ah Shu said that he had to warn the guy, but Zhang Ma interrupted him. He was worried and said that he urgently needed to run to school. The patron still continued that there was something strange with Spiritual Master Q. The guy replied that he didn't care about that short alien, and the patron said that this man had grown up. Previously, he looked like a child, but now he looks like a teenager. There is a mystery here. Zhang Ma replied that the patron is trying to anger him to death. Maybe he has grown up because he eats a lot of vitamins, and this is not the most important thing for the guy now. Ah Xiu said that first he needs to calm down, because this is a very serious clue. Maybe he will even be able to find the real criminal who poisoned the chairman. And the strongest masters can cultivate to reach the level of yin, which looks like the form of a child. It is very similar to Tu Mo, who became young. But this method has a drawback. If too much energy is wasted, he will return to his adult form, and this will continue until he becomes an old man. Li Wangyu suddenly approached them. The girl said that she really didn't understand him because her father wanted to reward Zhang Ma, and it was unclear why he left because it wouldn't affect his work at school. However, the guy forgot to turn off the X-ray and therefore began to behave not quite adequately. The girl asked what was happening to him. He asked her to turn away. However, when Li Wangyu turned away, it didn't look much better, and the guy completely lost his balance. Ah Xiu warned that if the young man did not stop using X-rays, he would die. The stunned Zhang Ma replied that he was already dead. Then he came to his senses and said that Zhang Heng's illness had not been completely cured, and the result would be visible this week. And therefore, all week, it is necessary to check his food and protect it. And if suddenly she notices something suspicious, she must inform him about it. And then the guy said that we just have to wait until the enemy takes the bait. Soon, he said goodbye to her and went to the university, determined to pass the exam. The professor angrily threw the documents on the table and said that the student Zhang Ma still had not returned. Wang Shui'er asked the professor to calm down because Zhang Ma was supposed to arrive any minute. He said that he understands how much he trusts her students, but Zhang Ma does not deserve this trust. He is even late for his own final exam. In addition, the work he provided was terrible. The result would be the same regardless of whether the guy came to defend him or not. He mockingly asked if Wang Sui-er really had a special relationship with the student. The girl said that it was nothing like that. She just wanted her students to successfully pass the final exam. However, Zheng Yudide continued to say that it was not in vain that gossip was spread, as if they had walked hand in hand at school, and he definitely intends to fail Zhang Ma. He said that he was not indifferent to her and would achieve her favor in this way. Wang Sui angrily told the professor to stop saying such things. And the man continued that in order for Zhang Ma to pass the exam, she could be more talkative. Suddenly, Li Daqui looked into the audience and reported that a friend had called and said that he would be there very soon. Professor Zheng Yude said that Li Daqui should not enter without permission. And all the students who are in this institution are ordinary trash. They will not achieve anything in life, even if they pass all the exams. With these words, Zheng Yude swung at him. But suddenly, Zhang Ma appeared in the room and grabbed his hand. He looked angrily into the teacher's eyes and said that he apologized for being late, but his friend should not be humiliated. Li Daqui looked at his friend with joy and said that he had finally arrived. Wang Sui also sighed with relief. She thought that she was very worried about the guy. Zhang Ma said that he would start on one of the topics. However, the professor interrupted him and said that he did not want to listen to the garbage report. There was no need for that. The young man agreed with him and said that he had prepared a new report for the exam, which was called the Top 10 Unfinished Studies at School. But this did not quite comply with the rules, so he would still like to take the exam. The professor said in a rage that the guy is never able to solve any tasks that are assigned to him. And if he does this, then Zheng Yude promised to jump from the roof. Meanwhile, very disturbing events were taking place in Miyun Reservoir. Lord Priestess and her captive came to the place. She said that there was a lot of waste here, and it was unknown where to start the search. She told her beetle to hurry up and look for suspicious objects in the area. Soon, several hairs were found. She tasted it and said that it looked like a spider, or a person with great strength. Meanwhile, her escort looked at her in admiration. He thought that this girl was flirting with him and brought him to such a remote place on purpose. He decided that he would pretend as if he did not understand her intentions. Meanwhile, the girl was thinking about something and an unexpected thought came to her mind. The fly asked what happened and why she suddenly behaved this way. Lord Priestess said that this taste is very familiar, but she cannot understand where she has met it before. And then she said that probably someone from the Chimu clan had this taste and she could not be mistaken. And she ordered all the beetles to search all over the world in every corner where this person was. A lot of insects rallied into a huge swarm and went forward to search in all corners of the city. A friendly swarm flew up and headed to carry out its task. However, Lord Priestess used too much energy, and so her body suddenly began to age. She said that it was not in vain that she took care of this in advance and brought food with her, so she could replenish her spent energy. She looked angrily at the guy accompanying her and said that it was time to refresh herself. He screamed in horror, but it was already too late and he could not cope with her. She grabbed his face tightly, and the guy lost the ability to breathe well. She quickly took all his vitality and soon released him completely. The lifeless body fell to the ground. The Lord Priestess said that the food here was delicious, and it was clear why demons were drawn to this place. Meanwhile, the university exams continued. Zhang Ma, Li Daqui asked the angry teacher why she left because Wang Sui is on the admissions committee. The girl sadly replied that they thought they had a special relationship with Zhang Ma, so they didn't allow her to participate. She only wanted the guy to pass the exam successfully, and his being late was not a reason to be so rude. Li Daqui said that by the appearance of his friend, one can say that he has everything under control, and the other members of the commission listened to him carefully. The guy said that he was even surprised when Zhang Ma said that he had prepared new material, which means that Zheng Yude wanted to fail him from the very beginning. Soon they noticed that the door to the classroom opened and the new teacher ran out of there. Something grandiose was planned. Suddenly, they saw that Professor Zheng Yude was kneeling, or he was in despair. Wang Shui tried to understand what state Zhang Ma was in. She was very worried about him, because the guy helped her, and at such a critical moment she could not do anything. Li Daqui replied that there was no need to panic because the guy seemed to be in complete control of the situation. It was possible that the professor was too surprised and therefore fell to the ground in shock. Soon they saw that the school principal approached the audience. It was something amazing. Li Daqui was afraid for his friend. He thought that the situation was really tense, even if the director came to the exam. Suddenly, they saw that even the director knelt in front of the guy and were very surprised by this. Soon Zhang Ma strutted out, and Li Daqui happily ran up to him. Zhang Ma quietly told his patron that this was all thanks to the ancient book he gave him. Ah Shu replied that they were just lucky and next time, it might not be so. Director Duan Kejing caught up with him. He asked the guy to wait a few minutes. He said that Zhang Ma had solved these 10 research questions. He is the greatest student, and he is asking for help in their educational developments. Zhang Ma thanked him for his trust, but said that he was young and therefore wanted to see the world, and in the future he might agree to this cooperation. The director shouted after him for a long time. However, the guy had already gone forward, and Li Dakui and Wang Shui-er were catching up with him. Meanwhile, Ah Xiu said that things are bad and that Bogesi is flying in the sky, the bloodhound of the demonic army. They found him, and now he is going to report the situation. Ah Xiu added that now there is no point in waiting, because the demonic army could kill not only him, but also his entire entourage. Zhang Ma ran. After this beetle, he said that he could not be allowed to escape. The patron warned that it was very dangerous to pursue him. After all, Guogesi's scouts are looking for packs, and if you attract attention, it will be problematic for the demon to already know the guy's location, and you need to create a plan. Zhang Ma said that he would not go to Wuchun, because if he was there, the killer would come after him. The young man would not want to put people in danger. He added that this is an ordinary demon killer, and he doesn't need to look for Zhang Ma. The guy can't find him himself. The patron warned that it is very reckless to think so. Meanwhile, Chairman Zhang Heng was already on the mend and feeling better. Li Ningyu came to him and said that he had brought water and also asked how his father was feeling. He replied that he felt much better. Zhang Ma is really amazing. This time, the treatment is very effective. The young man said that it was good, and with that they said goodbye. He closed the door behind him, and when he came out, the helpful smile disappeared from his face. And Li Ningyu said that he hated Zhang Ma. He was walking down the stairs, but suddenly a puzzled Qiu Moyang caught up with him. He asked the young master why he came here to this place. The young man angrily said that Zhang Ma had thwarted all his plans and used the seal to cure his father. He added that it was not clear how the guy discovered the poison and removed almost all of it from the body. Qiu replied that he had a plan. They need to put some poison in the chairman's food and thus shorten his life. Li Ningyu said that they have no chance of error, and he gives him the last impossibility. He also said about Claude, the captain probably suspects something. He shouldn't let him know the truth about their secret mission. After that, he added that whoever finds out about their mission is already dead. They did not suspect that Claude had been listening to them behind the wall all this time. The captain thought in horror that Li Ningyu had gone completely crazy because he was trying to kill his own father. It's unclear what's going on in this guy's head, and Claude didn't fully understand why they mentioned him. Was the captain also part of the plan? He decided to follow him and saw that the guy had gone to the hospital. The guy slowly moved along the deserted corridors of the hospital, and the captain watched him. The man soon realized that Li Ningyu had come to meet with the director of this establishment. The guy stood for a few moments as if gathering his thoughts and then opened the door. The man who was sitting at the table asked why the young man suddenly decided to visit him. He said that he needed some cyanide. He should take the poison now. Wang Fuyi, the director of the hospital, looked at him. And the guy said with rage that Zhang Ma knows everything, but did not say anything. He found the poison and is now inactive, but will soon begin to look for the one who introduced the poison. The guy was furious and said that if he starts an investigation, sooner or later he will find out the truth. So it is necessary to kill Zhang Ma. He also said there that if it weren't for what happened between the doctor and his mother, he would have gone for it. So he wanted to take the poison faster. Wang Fuyi replied that they really loved each other, and if not for Zhang Heng, they would have been together. He added that the guy was young. The doctor didn't want people to know about this. He was afraid that he would harm him if everyone found out that Li Ningyu was not the biological son of the chairman, and burst into tears. The young man angrily said that he did not want to listen to anything because his goal was to deal with Zhang Heng, and then he could become the head of the Hengtan Corporation. He added that it doesn't matter who his biological father is because everything goes by the last name. The doctor said that this is correct and handed over the tincture with poison. He said that it was necessary to add this poison to food or sprinkle it on clothes. The result would be noticeable in a few seconds. After the death of the chairman, the doctor could conduct an autopsy and no one would know anything. The young man went to the exit and said that this is how his father should talk to him. And then, in parting, Li Ningyu said that the doctor should not go anywhere and that he would come to him soon. When the young man came out, he came face to face with the captain, who did not have time to escape. He looked at him intently and asked what he forgot in this place. Claude looked at him with all his eyes and tried to say something incomprehensible. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Xijing, mad swordsman Wu Chen gathered with Li Yuan. Ruo Bing told them that she had already contacted Zhang Ma. The guy had an exam, and he said that as soon as everything was over, he would come. Wu Chen said that he had to hurry before the enemies found him. He needed to give him a pendant of spiritual weapons that belonged to the Chimu clan so that the demons could not find him. He said that even though he found this treasure on Buzhou Mountain, he still could not activate it. The artifact only recognizes a person from the clan. And what abilities this thing has, they can only find out when Zhang Ma comes. The girl said that Yuan also belongs to part of the clan. However, he replied that he is not a purebred, so nothing will work out. Suddenly, Wu Chen discovered a small insect that had snuck inside and began to fly between them. He cut the fly into 2 parts and said that this was not good. The scout of the demon clan had already found this place. The master warned the guys to be careful. With their poisonous veins, they can quickly pull him out, and if attacked, this will make a person lose consciousness. He said that since the enemy had already found this place, they still had to be very careful. The battle with the demon clan was starting right now. Meanwhile, in the hospital, a tense conversation was taking place between Li Ning Yuan and Claude. The guy kept trying to find out why his captain was in the hospital. He replied that he was not feeling well and thought that he had a cold, so he came for medicine. The young man said that he needed more rest, and he himself thought that the captain had overheard their conversation. Now he knows everything. The guy definitely couldn't let him come back and chat. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Claude thought that this was the end of his suspicion and only Li Wangyu could save him. He should tell her that this guy is not her biological brother, and tell her about the plan that could harm the chairman. They looked at each other carefully for several moments. Each thought about what they needed to come to the house first. Li Ningyu quickly headed towards the exit and said that he had urgent business, while the captain caught up with him and replied that he was also in a hurry. They began to race towards the exit in order to carry out their plans. Li Ningyu slowed down and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck to stop him, and then went on running and shouted that he would never be able to stop him. The captain looked after him and thought that he did not want to die and could not watch him want to carry out his insidious plans. So he caught up with him and began to try to overtake him in order to be the first to come to the cottage. So they came to the house and the captain went to look for Li Wangyu to tell her everything. He thought that once he found a girl, he would be able to deal with Li Ningyuan. The guy shouted that Claude should remain obedient in his room, otherwise he would be destroyed. And soon, he arrived in the room where Tu Mo Yang was, and barely caught his breath as he began to tell. He said that Claude destroyed their plans. He followed him, and now he knows everything and wants to convey it. Qi replied that he needs to be killed, and it's easy enough to do. You just need to take the thing that belongs to him. Li and Ningyu gave him a lock of hair, which he was able to snatch from the captain when he fled. Claude, meanwhile, burst into Li Wangyu's room and began to look around in search of the girl. Meanwhile, the insidious Chu Mo-yong began to perform a magical ritual with the help of which he intended to kill the captain. Claude discovered the girl and said with joy that he had finally seen her. He said that the chairman is in danger, there are traitors in their family, and in fact her brother is not what he wants to seem. Meanwhile, Q Mo-yen spoke magic words over the doll and then raised the needle. The next second the captain grabbed his heart and began to slowly fall. Li Wangyu ran up to him and began to ask what happened to him. However, the man no longer spoke. Kyo Mo-yen solemnly said that Claude is now dead and does not threaten them. Li Wangyu called Zhang Ma and told her that a misfortune had happened in her house again. The captain had suddenly died. He even told her something strange before his death. He said that now her father was in danger. The guy told her not to panic and promised that he would send Lida Kui to her. First, we need to protect the chairman. Meanwhile, the scout was flying and returning to the Miyun Reservoir. Zhang Ma frantically thought that Claude was dead, and it was unclear who would be next. After some time, Li Da Kui, led by two brothers, arrived at the house of Miss Li Wangyu. The girl said that the situation was very difficult and added that the guy came on time because an unknown person wants to harm her father. The guy boastfully said that as long as he was here, nothing bad would happen. And then, he told the two robbers to stay put and not let anyone in until Zhang Ma returned. The girl said that she would like to go to her father, but Li Da Kui replied that no one should disturb him for now. Li Ningyu watched them from the side and thought that the girl was smart enough. She called crooks from the street to help her. Did the captain really have time to say something before his death? He thought that Master Qi had already cast a spell to kill the captain, and he needed a day to recover. However, Li Ningyu did not have time to wait, so he decided to kill Zhang Hing today. Li Da Kui ordered two robbers to simply watch the entrance, while he and Li Wangyu explored other places. Li Ningyu thought that this was his chance because the girl had left. Only 2 robbers remained. However, when he tried to enter the room, his way was abruptly blocked. Lutan calmly said that no one is allowed to enter the room. The young man asked in surprise what this meant. He shouted that the man inside was his father, and he had the right to enter, and then added that he was the young owner of this house, and the robber should not stop him. However, he did not answer his cries and continued to block the road. The next moment, the robber grabbed him and sharply hit him below the belt. Li Ningyu howled in pain and could not move for several moments. Lutan said that these screams were too loud and he should kill him to death. Suddenly, one of the employees ran into the room and asked what was happening here. The young man furiously shouted that he should have arrived earlier. He must quickly contact Hao Er, ask him to be ready for the evening. He ordered that all the people who are in the vicinity of this building be brought. No one should leave. He cannot wait any longer and must get into this room today. A lot of tension gathered around the room of the chairman, who suspected nothing and was resting peacefully on the bed. Meanwhile, the fly flew to the Miyun Reservoir, and Zhang Ma and his patron continuously followed it. She made her way down through a small gap and rushed somewhere deeper. The young man assumed that this crack appeared after the building collapsed last time. However, it is unknown where it led. When he made his way inside, he discovered that it was Lu Huainan's hall. He looked around, but no one was visible. Xiu warned that he must be careful. Traps could be set everywhere. Suddenly, the guy tripped over an unknown corpse which had been lying there for quite a long time and had already become numb. Zhang Ma looked at this in horror. He jumped back a few meters and was a little scared. Xiu reported that it looked like a dried corpse, but the clothes looked new. Probably the unknown person put them on after death. The young man said that this looked like perversion. Suddenly, a mocking female laugh was heard behind him. A demon appeared in front of him, looking him straight in the eyes. The guy asked who she was. The girl said that she was the one who took all the blood from this corpse before it dried up. It was a surprise to her that Zhang Ma was the last surviving member of the Qimu race. She said that she specifically sent her beetle to lure him here. Who would have thought that this would really work? She decided to meet him and said that her name was Mu Xi. Zhang Ma looked at the girl angrily and said that she was a killer from the demon clan. She laughed and said that a murderer was too much praise for her, and said that she decided to have fun here, and Zhang Ma was her new food. She would never have thought that the last of the Qimu clan would be eaten by her. The guy asked the patron what her combat power was, and whether she could be killed in a few seconds. Xiu replied that Mo Xi's fighting energy is not that high, but the demonic race does not rely on endurance and strength in battle. He must be very careful. The guy said that if she does not pose a threat, then he does not intend to waste time, and everything will end when she dies. The girl replied that there was no need to rush. He should just lie down obediently and let her eat him. She said that everyone who is dear to him is in her hands. The insects have already subjugated all these people, and if he dares to do anything, she will force the bugs to kill them. Zhang Ma said that this demon is talking nonsense, and if any of them should lie obediently, it is she. The girl grabbed her head and said that this guy is really stupid. It's not surprising that the entire Qimu clan was destroyed. After all, they were a bunch of idiots. She said that she has evidence and can name their names. Mao Si continued and said that she can observe everyone from a distance. For example, she sees Li Dakui, who can die in the blink of an eye. The guy looked at it in amazement. He couldn't believe that the demon had driven him into such a trap. She continued and said that the insect was also watching Li's faithful friend Wang Yu, and sitting at the computer desk was Wang Sui-er, who also had no idea of the threat hanging over her. Also, Duan Kejin, the director of the university, was at risk, and Madame Mei Qi could at any moment become a victim of an insidious beetle. His eyes widened even more. The guy said the girl's name. The demon looked at him and said that he probably cares about her, so we can start with her. With these words, Moshi snapped her fingers and said that the countdown of her life had begun. Zhang Ma asked the patron, "Is this really the end and there is absolutely no way out?" He replied that the young man should close his eyes and concentrate. It is necessary to use the ability of perception. Xiu said that there are countless energy lines that allow the demon slayer to control the bugs from a distance. She constantly sent energy to the little bugs outside the building, allowing them to carry out different types of attacks. Zhang Ma told the patron to figure out how to cut the lines, and then she would no longer be able to control them. Xiu replied that his Kong Tong seal is already doing this. It is secretly absorbing energy connections right now, and no one even suspects it. These bugs outside the room will simply starve to death without energy, and the guy needs to stall for time a little. Demon, and said that Mei Qi would be dead in the next moment and laughed with malicious joy. However, when she prepared to give the order, she discovered that her charms were not working and the beetle was not working. The insect conveyed to her that Mo Xi did not have enough energy to attack. Lord Priestess sent an even more powerful stream of power. Ah Shu said that she was completely confused. All the energy that she released was absorbed by the seal, and the bugs outside were absolutely useless. The fly noticed that the Lord was expending too much energy and her body began to age. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma swung his fist and wanted to hit her. Patron, I wanted to warn that you should not come close to her there because she is very dangerous and insidious. Lord Priestess said that she was very hungry and he approached in time. The guy intended to hit her, but he didn't have time to do this, and she grabbed him. Lord Priestess squeezed her hands tightly, and the young man felt how she began to take away energy. Zhang Ma could not free himself from her tenacious clutches. He frantically thought about how to escape. Some more time passed. The guy said that it was all over. It was the woman who absorbed his energy to replenish hers. Ah Shu replied that it was not time to be so upset, because the situation could be corrected. He said that for this you can use the Kong Tong seal. It can restore his lost strength, and in a few hours the guy will be back to normal. Zhang Ma said that these demons are too inhumane. He promised that when he meets this woman on his way again, he will introduce her to his cruel side. The guy began to look around but realized that his opponent had quietly disappeared. He decided that it was necessary to find her and began to rapidly move forward. The patron said that she probably absorbed too much energy and her body is already aging. Mo Xi wants to hide and recover. It could be assumed that she went in search of food and they decided to follow the demon. Zhang Ma soon discovered Mo Xi on the roof of a large building and quickly went to catch up with her. Lord Priestess turned around and said that she could not drink his energy in one go and did not imagine that the guy would be so strong and could throw her away. The beetle that continuously followed her said that first of all, Mo Xi must restore her energy. She should not mindlessly rush into battle. A food market was visible ahead. There were a lot of people there, and it was more difficult to detect the demon. So she decided to go there and hide. Zhang Ma, meanwhile, was chasing her with all his might. He asked the patron to discover her exact location. However, Ah Shu replied that all of her power comes from absorbing the energy of ordinary people, and it cannot be distinguished. The guy said that he refused to live in the same sky with the one who almost deprived him of his life force. Only thanks to the seal he managed to free himself. The patron said that first of all, you need to calm down. You shouldn't look for her at random. Now you need to find Wu Chen. After all, he had equipment that could repair demons. Meanwhile, the Lord Priestess carefully watched his every move, and when he disappeared, she sighed with relief. She didn't think that the guy would be so strong. Even if they started fighting together, it would be difficult to defeat him. Besides, the demons from the clan are not very capable of fighting together. However, the beetles said that there was no need to worry, because they had many creatures in their power that they could team up with. Mo Xi said that she should have thought about this earlier. They could have connected with Niu Lan, who also hated Zhang Ma. Meanwhile, tense events were taking place near the Hentai building. Several bandits approached the house. They were called to help by Li Ningyu. The guy said that everyone should protect the surrounding area. No one should get to the door. The entire building was ordered to be taken under control. Suddenly, Qiu Moyang entered the crowd. He said that there is no need to rush so much. Two people in front of Li Zhongheng's bedroom are not as simple as they seem. It is necessary to take them to the roof, and there the master will deal with them. Li Ningyu said that it was necessary to act as Qiu Moyang said. He also announced that he did not recognize Zhang Heng as a father or as a relative, and the first one to enter the chairman's bedroom will immediately receive 1 million from him as a reward. Meanwhile, two robbers guarded the door and did not suspect what was happening outside. They were already pretty hungry, but they decided not to leave the post because they had a very important matter and they shouldn't be distracted by food. Lutan said that Li Dakui's friend is in charge of cooking. They just need to continue and he will provide the food himself. He said that he really liked this guy. Lu Rong warned him that this was the boss's brother and he must first ask Zhang Ma's permission. During the conversation, a large crowd of people gathered around them. The robbers thought that these people had brought them food. Meanwhile, the bandits were talking among themselves. Qiu Moyan said that these two were masters, but it was difficult to tell from their appearance. They decided that they could handle the crooks themselves and attacked, Everyone wanted to get into the room first and get the million promised by Li Ningyu. However, two robbers were already looking at them with wild fury. These people awakened in them an incredible hunger, which the brothers decided to immediately satisfy. An incredibly strong explosion was heard above the building, which scattered in the surrounding area. Soon the incredibly strong fighters fell to the ground. They even lost their clothes during the battle. Lu Rong praised his brother's stunning strike as they looked at their fallen opponents with mockery and disdain. Lu Tan said that he really didn't like all these people. His younger brother suggested killing them all. At this time, Howard clenched his teeth in anger. He thought that these perverts were underestimating him. He said that he lived on the street for a long time, and now he can show what a real fight is. Several moments passed, but he was unable to prove anything. An angry Lu Tan said that it was necessary to have principles, and if he was indifferent to the man, he had to accept it. The bandits looked at these robbers in panic because they turned out to be not just fighters, but real monsters. They could not be defeated. Suddenly, they remembered that Qiu Moyang asked to lure the brothers to the roof, and this was probably what should have been done in the first place. Therefore, one of them decided to lure the robbers, and with a plaintive look asked them to torture and humiliate him. Lu Tan noticed that he was a little attracted to this guy, so the robber decided to have fun with him. This is what the bandit wanted. He said that he was very embarrassed and went forward while the robbers looked after him. Lu Rong asked his brother not to behave rashly. They needed to guard this place. However, he was already running after the man. The bandit thought that his plan had worked and the robber was relentlessly following on his heels. They all ran forward to the huge doors that led to the entrance to the roof. Soon this door opened, and a bright light blinded the eyes of the stunned Lu Tan. He squinted his eyes for a few moments. He could not discern what was happening around him. Suddenly, the robber found Qiu Moyang in front of him, who had already prepared everything for the ritual. The master said that he could not use the curse of time. However, a spell with a simple design would be enough for such a weakling as his opponent. Lu Tan still thought that he was able to cope with him and would be able to repel all the blows. However, Qiu Moyang smiled and said that he just wanted to help him change his body, and a moment later he began to cast a spell that headed towards Lu Tan. The robber could not understand why he had such sensations as if he were being pulled out of his own body. This was very reminiscent of the practice of the dark arts. Meanwhile, Qiu Moyang completed his action, and the robber's soul was placed in an ordinary doll. He said that in 7 hours it would be necessary to burn him, and then everything would be over. But first he needed to lure the second one to the roof. Qiu Moyang said that when everything is over, young Master Li will not treat everyone badly as he usually does. Meanwhile, at number 1 Shijing Street, Zhang Ma finally arrived. He was given an artifact of the Qimu clan, an incredibly powerful and mysterious treasure. Li Yuan said that it was necessary to open it. This would help hide the guy's energy and make it invisible to the Devil Clan, and they could also be pacified with the help of this thing. Ah Xiu said that you need to use red eyes to activate the drawing on the artifact. Zhang Ma concentrated. Through his gaze, he transferred the power to the artifact's pattern, and after a few moments, a reaction occurred. The treasure began to emit light and sparkle. The guy looked at this in surprise. He felt that thick energy had condensed around him. Wu Chen said that everything worked. Now the guy's energy was not felt in space. Wu Chen also said that this spiritual weapon has another important purpose. It is capable of temporarily separating the soul from the body. According to the legends of the patriarchy of the 7th generation of the Qimu people, the spiritual weapon was used to tear out the soul, and thus they were able to repel the attacks of demons. But this artifact must be used correctly. After all, the demon race obviously wouldn't just send one of their representatives to deal with him. Suddenly, the guy felt his phone vibrate and a call was heard. It was Li Wangyu who called. The girl's voice was very excited, and she could barely hold back her tears. The girl said that everything was bad. Her brother brought many people to get into his father's room. They deceived the Lu brothers and distracted them. The last words she said were that she and Li Dakui were alone and probably wouldn't last long. Zhang Ma heard short beeps. The girl could no longer speak because her brother was able to get inside. They broke down the door. Li Ningyu said that no one dared to block his path. Probably the girl did not perceive him as a family member. He said that if Li Wangyu hired these scum to stop him, then she suspected something from the very beginning. The girl said that she couldn't call him brother because her father was sick, and he brought a lot of people here and created a mess. It's not clear what the guy was trying to achieve. Li Ningyu said that she was talking too much and asked Qiu Moyang to shut her mouth. The master said that he would lock her soul in a paper doll and burn her along with the Lu brothers. With these words, he focused and cast a magical spell that summoned the soul of Li Wangyu. The girl screamed. She tried to resist, but she was already bound by strong shackles. Li Daqui shouted that he would save Miss Li and rushed to attack the opponents. But the next moment, he was stopped by an incredibly powerful blow with a club. The guy felt a stunning blow that made his ears ring. The bald man said that his green hood was begging for an attack. The guy fell to the ground without feeling. The girl lay exhausted on the floor and thought that Zhang Ma was delayed. Zhang Heng angrily asked the son what he was going to do. After all, so much noise was generated from him. The guy replied that first he wants to immediately inherit the hentai corporation because he no longer has the patience to wait. With these words, he told Bald to make the old man drink the medicine. The man approached him and said that he should not worry. He could take one sip and then his suffering would disappear. Zhang Heng glared at them. He replied that these people were forcing him to drink poison in broad daylight, just not mentally. And the bald man opened the bottle, approached, and continued to say that just one drop, and for the chairman everything would end without suffering. Everyone would be better. The man also said that this poison tasted very good. He was getting closer and closer to it. But the next minute, Zhang Ma suddenly appeared. A made a sharp movement of his hand and forced the bald man to knock over the bottle on himself. Li Wangyu saw the guy and thought that he had finally come. Now everything would be fine. The bandit thought that his life was over because he had swallowed the entire bottle of poison. Zhang Ma looked at him angrily and said that he once stole his girlfriend and now he is plotting against his own father. Li Ningyu does not look like a person at all. The young man replied that he should not interfere where he was not asked. This matter concerned only his family, and Zhang Ma had no right to speak. But suddenly, Zhang Heng's menacing voice was heard. The man said that the guy has the right. After all, Zhang Ma came here countless times because of his illness, and now he wanted to transfer the corporation to the guy. And then the man said that he understands why Li Ningyu behaves this way, because he is not his biological son. There was an unexpected pause. Zhang Ma looked at them in amazement and couldn't believe it, and the man continued to say, he knew that Li Ningyu was not his own son, but he still raised him as his own, never treated him badly. He did not want to drag the boy into the conflicts of the previous generation. Zhang Heng believed that the guy would grow up to be a good man and considered him his own son. Kyo Moyun said with gloating that the chairman is very naive. They have gone too far and it is too late to retreat. He is capable of using a spell. Li Ningyu whispered to him that he needed to be very careful. The master went outside to think through a plan, but he stayed and began to stall for time. The young man said that it was too late, and there was no point in having sentimental conversations. He ordered the gathered people to kill the chairman. However, Zhang Ma blocked their way and said that he would not allow them to cross this line. They did not dare to even touch Zhang Heng. Li Ningyu replied that he recognizes his strength but still does not believe that he cannot defeat the guy. After all, they have Chu Mo Yang, the owner of incredibly serious ancient practices. Zhang Ma could not understand what this man was talking about. Ah Xiu explained that he was just trying to stall for time. Suddenly, the seal in the guy's pocket glowed with a bright light. Ah Xiu reported that the situation is heating up because she is transmitting an alarm signal from the Kongton seal. The seal responded to those signals that the enemy was trying to activate the goo poison again. Zhang Ma felt that the caster was somewhere very close and began to scan with X-ray vision. The guy pointed at the wall and said that the enemy was probably there. Li Ningyu looked at him in confusion. Ah Xiu reported that it was Kyo Mo Yun who was performing the ancient secret ritual. The guy decided that he could use the seal to draw all his strength out of him. Soon the young man discovered that an incredibly strong, dense energy had rallied around his hand. Ah Xiu warned that he should not allow it to pass inside the seal. Zhang Ma said that there is no need to worry, the seal cannot absorb this energy, but he would like Chu Mo Yang to share his 100 years of knowledge and practice on the path of Tao. The guy ruthlessly absorbed the energy and did not leave a single drop for Chu Mo Yang. The master suddenly aged very much. He said that the guy did the incredible and reset hundreds of years of his spell abilities. Zhang Ma is merciless. He shouted that he wanted to punish the guy and that he would pay 10 times more. With these words, the master called the soul lock. However, Zhang Ma calmly stood opposite. Ah Xiu said that the enemy wants to lock his soul in a paper doll. You need to hurry up and dodge his attacks. Zhang Ma said that his enemy is trying to attack with a high-level soul, but he is not afraid and has long wanted to try his Chimu weapon. With these words, Zhang Ma said a spell and the rainbow soul left his body. The guy said that the enemy's soul left the body before his attack had time to reach. Kyo Mo-young panicked. Probably the guy discovered the secret of the art of leaving the soul from the body, and this was a problem for him. Zhang Ma said that he knows all of Kyo Mo-young's knowledge, but the master is never able to know all of his abilities. With these words, the guy swung his fist with force, and Kyo Mo-young flew to the side. The master noticed that he was heading straight into an aquarium with fish. This was dangerous. The next moment, he found himself right in the water. A whirlwind swirled around him. The fish watched this unusual phenomenon in confusion and decided to taste this unusual creature. Li Ningyu was in a panic, and Ah Xiu said that this time the master really ended his life. His soul was now in the body of a fish, whose memory was short-lived. He had lost all cultivation techniques. Zhang Ma mockingly said that now Kyo Mo-young could become his pet, and living like a fish is better than using ancient techniques and killing people. Li Ningyu understood that he was not in a winning position, but said that this was not the end. However, Li Wangyu shouted to detain him, because the guy was about to run away. Suddenly, Zhang Heng said that he shouldn't be pursued. Everyone looked at the chairman with a puzzled look. The man added that no matter what, this guy was his son, and if he chose his path, then he could leave it. The chairman, with tears in his eyes, said that he hopes in the future the guy will learn from his mistakes and understand that he is wrong. Li Ningyu went outside. Drops of pouring rain continuously flowed down on him. However, he did not feel it, and said that he would not leave it so easily. The guys would regret what they did. He said that Kyo Mo-young has a younger brother who can help. He needs to find him, and also attract several experts, and then he can take revenge. Suddenly, a huge black limousine, stopped next to him. The girl who was sitting there said that a walk in the rain was undoubtedly romantic, but she knew all about his problems, and the boss wanted to see him. Soon after, Li Wangyu happily brought the guys to the office that now belonged to Zhang Ma. The girl said that they had recently done renovations here. Everything looked very nice, but the guy could furnish it to his liking. Li Daquai said in delight that their financial situation was now stable, and they would not have to worry. Zhang Ma thanked the girl, but said that he had other plans for the future. He said that Li Dakuyu was leaving this place, but he himself would still go to work. The guy looked at him puzzled. He didn't understand why Zhang Ma was refusing, because he could spend the money as he wanted. Zhang Ma said that everyone has their own path. He feels that he just flew out and immediately calmed down. He wanted to see the world, otherwise, he would buy a bunch of games and sit at home. Li Daquai said that there is nothing wrong with just staying at home. You can even buy a villa. In any case, the young man was very pleased with his friend's generosity and thanked him sincerely. And Zhang Ma said that he wanted to experience life in style, and thought for a few moments. Li Wanyu looked at him carefully. She also wanted to experience life in style and was ready to accompany him. Meanwhile, in Shijing No. 1, Zhao Tianlin found out all this and became very angry. He looked at his granddaughter puzzled and asked if Zhang Ma had decided to look for a job. It is unknown what happened to the guy with the chairman of the Hentai Corporation. Mei Qi said that Li Wangyu was looking for a job for him. She definitely wanted to keep Zhang Ma and take him away. Grandfather said that he would settle this issue because originally he suggested that Zhang Ma belonged to their family and the guy should work for them in the company. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng is talking about the fact that Zhao Tianlin's company made a job offer to the guy. Li Wangyu said that it was no accident because Mei Qi had feelings for him and wanted to take the young man. The chairman decided that he would lure the guy to work by any means, and he ordered an immediate invitation to an interview. Soon, Zhang Ma was very surprised why so many companies invited him, because he was an ordinary student. This company was one of the largest enterprises in the industry. He was very nervous since he came for an interview for the first time. When he went inside, he found that they were waiting for him. The helpful secretary smiled and called him with her. He thought that employees of large companies are sure that they are different, but he is just an ordinary graduate. The young man could not understand what was happening. He was treated with extraordinary respect and care. When he entered the office, he found that all the employees fell on their knees in front of him, and this greatly surprised the guy. They asked him to help make their dream come true and agreed to work together to achieve a profitable goal. They invited Mr. Zhang Ma to come to their company. The guy told them to quickly get up, because he was an ordinary graduate and they shouldn't be too polite. The CEO replied that this is not politeness. This is what they should do because Chairman Zhao Tianlin and Mei Qi have already ordered them to use sincerity to keep the guy. Now Zhang Ma understood what was going on, because this company belonged to the chairman and said that he handed over to cooperate with them and could find a job on his own. You shouldn't strain yourself because of him. After some time, he came to another company and saw a similar picture. The employees fell to their knees in front of him. They told the guy to feel sorry for them because they cannot get up until he agrees. The CEO said that if the guy doesn't join them today, they will leave tomorrow because Zhang Heng gave the death order if they can't keep the guy. Zhang Ma simply could not believe that this was happening to him. The next company belonged to Hentai. He said goodbye and said that he would talk to the chairman but still was not going to stay there. The guy thought that it was all useless. He went to all the companies, but everywhere it was the same. Suddenly he discovered a small auto repair shop. It certainly shouldn't belong to anyone. When he went inside, he noticed a girl lying under the car. She asked him to pass the wrench. The guy thought that he had finally found a suitable place for himself and decided to work here. The guy looked with admiration at this car, which looked very excellent. He handed over the wrench, but still did not take his eyes off the stylish car. The car was excellent, a luxury car from a limited edition, very rarely seen in such a small repair shop. The girl named Yuan Yao who was repairing it said that there was no reason why a humble workshop couldn't take care of this car. The guy replied that he didn't mean that. The main reason is that spare parts for such a car are very difficult to find, and it's difficult for an ordinary small repairman to order them. She agreed and said that there really was no possibility, but unknown people sent them this car for repairs. The guy was surprised that Miss at such a young age could repair the car. However, the girl replied that this was not entirely true. Since the car arrived, my father had been sick every day, especially now when the deadline was approaching. She secretly watched his work and learned some techniques because of the machine. Her father always drank to calm his nerves, and Yuan Yao was very worried. Zhang Ma said that he saw advertisements on the door and he would like to become a master. The guy said that if he could fix the car, he could be considered a recruit. The girl said that it would be very wonderful. She is glad to accept help. Zhang Ma asked Ah Xiu to scan the car and identify the cause of the breakdown. The patron said that the ignition system in the car was hacked. It will probably not be so easy to fix the car. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to frame them. Zhang Ma listened to him carefully and realized that this situation was serious. The ignition problem is more obvious, and the breakdown in the turbine is very subtle. If you fix the starter and then start the car, the turbo will start prematurely, and this will cause the cylinder and engine to explode. There are only 4 such engines in the world. If it is damaged, then this car will be scrapped, and this luxury car was created to order and cost 100 million Al. Zhang Ma discovered that the ignition had been repaired. It was repaired by the girl's father. He is also experienced, and the man was lucky that he didn't start the car. Probably also felt suspicious. The girl asked if it was possible to fix the car. He said that it was possible, but needed a little more time. Zhang Ma soon found out what the problem was and solemnly pulled out the part. He said that this is a hidden danger of the engine. It's good that her father did not start the engine, otherwise this trick would have destroyed it. The girl thanked the young man. Suddenly, the girl's father, Yuan Long, came in and asked who was working on the car. The man asked the guy's name and where he came from. Yuan Yu reported that this little brother repaired their car. He found a suspicious part in the turbo heaters. Yuan Long thought that he initially felt something was wrong, and therefore did not start the car. It must be those people who came in the car who wanted to kill him. The man was interested in the origins of the young man, how he could find a problem at first glance. This showed talent. Yuan Yao said that the young man is very capable and exactly who they were looking for. The man said that Zhang Ma is really amazing, and he just needs an assistant, but he can't keep him here. Yuan Long said that something important would happen here today. He was afraid that he would cause trouble for the guy. Zhang Ma asked what his interlocutor was talking about and looked at him carefully. However, the man turned around and said that his opponents were already here. It was necessary to hide as soon as possible. Several cars stopped outside the auto repair shop, and people hurriedly went inside. Yuan Long said that it was dangerous to stay here and pushed them into the closet. He said that it was necessary to sit quietly. After that, he pushed the closet door with force, and it quickly slammed shut. An arrogant man named Yu Feng was surprised that the old man repaired his car but was still alive. Wen Long noticed that they were very punctual, but their bet would continue until the very end. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma was in a cramped closet. He lost the ability to move and did not know how to get out.